Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
1. Chapter 1, Into the Lands Between. Year 2043. Brain machine gaming had finally come into its own. With experiences so immersive they blurred the line between reality and fantasy, gamers across the world were losing themselves literally and figuratively. But as with all new technology, the selection of games was dismal. Exclusive titles were so few that even a dog might scoff. Nonetheless, the future looked bright. Lucian, a self-proclaimed lifelong otaku, sat in the glow of his gaming setup, deep in the comfort of his personal esports room. A cable ran from his sleek new brain-machine interface to his PC, blinking steadily as he worked. What, you're wondering how Lucian can do this porting? Is he some software genius? Of course not. He wasn't some tech savant, nor a software genius. Just a lonely, aging nerd who had seen one too many DIY tutorials on game porting. Today's challenge? Elden Ring. The game of his childhood, the one that had once ignited in him a sense of awe and wonder. He had already ported a few old titles onto the brain machine without issue. Surely this one would be no different. After all, brain machine systems were designed with safety as a top priority. If something went wrong, they shut down automatically. And while unofficial ports weren't quite as immersive as the native games, the optimization was strong enough to breathe new life into them. So, as he clicked through the final lines of code, Lucian felt confident, hopeful. Then came the sound. Crack, snap, burn, and in an instant, Lucian's world went dark. He awoke to silence. Cold, dusty silence. A filthy carpet pressed against his cheek as his eyes fluttered open. For a moment, his mind was blank. Then confusion set in. A carpet? My room doesn't even have a carpet. He muttered. He jerked upright, heart pounding. His thoughts struggled to assemble themselves. Wait, I was trying to port Elden Ring into the brain machine. Could it have actually worked? He stood, brushing dirt from his hands. The room around him was dim and desolate, shattered chairs, crumbling stone walls, weeds creeping through the floor. The atmosphere was heavy with silence and memory. Recognition struck like a lightning bolt. This was the chapel of anticipation. The starting point of Elden Ring. No way. First try. Did I really pull it off? Am I a genius? He laughed, breathless with disbelief. Reaching down, he ran a hand over the armor on his chest. Cold metal. Scratches. Dents. It all felt so real. Too real. Ha, Elden Ring, baby. I'm coming for you, Nia. Joy surged through him as he moved about the chapel. He jumped, rolled, drew a long sword from his side and slashed at the decaying chairs. They splintered beautifully under his blows. The weight, the sound, the resistant seat was all perfect. Then something caught his eye. In a shadowed corner of the chapel, slumped against the wall, was a body. A woman. A finger maiden. He approached cautiously. The light was dim, but he could see enough. She lay on her side, lifeless, her hood partially hiding her face. Beside her, etched into the floor, were faint, glowing words. Though the path be broken and uncertain, claim your place as Elden Lord. Lucian stared at her, a pang of emotion welling in his chest. Damn, she's just some barely developed NPC. Hardly any lines, no name I can even remember, but seeing her like this still hits different. He wiped sweat from his brow. And being the guy who's supposed to meet everyone's expectations? Yeah, that's pressure I wasn't ready for. He turned to leave, but curiosity tugged at him. He looked back. I wonder what she really looks like. Kneeling beside her, he gently pushed aside the veil of her hood. But her body, angled sideways, shifted slightly with his touch and the hood fell completely. Startled, he caught it in his hands. Just then, glowing text appeared in his vision. Finger Maiden Hood. He froze. That item shouldn't have been here. You couldn't acquire it at this point in the game. And he hadn't modded anything. He'd only ported the game. No changes. No cheats. So how? A cold dread crawled down his spine. This wasn't right. The realism. The unpredictability. The impossible item. He opened the menu to log out. Nothing happened. He tried again. Nothing. No sound. No response. No interface. Then, from the depths of his mind, a memory surfaced, jagged, painful, and terrifying. The searing pain of electricity tearing through his body. The shriek of burning circuits. The last moments before the machine consumed him. And then he remembered. He had died. I died. Just from trying to play a damn game. His legs gave way. He slumped to his knees, staring at his hands. I didn't want to die. But death had already come, and something else had taken its place. 2. Chapter 2, The Will to Live. Death. A heavy topic one most people think of as distant, something far removed from their everyday lives. But when it finally arrives, it's always too sudden, too close. Lucian had been just an ordinary man. His parents divorced early in his life and remarried separately, but they left him a small house. Raised by relatives, he grew up healthy, attended an unremarkable university, and found a quiet, unassuming job close to home. It didn't pay well, but it was stress-free and required almost no communication with others. He had plenty of free time after work to do what he loved most, gaming. Without the need to pay rent, he managed to save a decent sum. Outside of daily living expenses, nearly all of it went into games. On his 28th birthday, he finally completed his dream gaming setup: an Xbox, a PlayStation, and other consoles neatly arranged in a room he'd fully converted into an esports den. So when Brain Machine Gaming hit the market, of course he was among the first to install one. Unfortunately, it also became the reason his life ended at 29. His lonely childhood had taught him early on to seek solace in games. Whenever life became too much, he fled to the virtual world, finding comfort there. To him, that was home. He had imagined death before, fantasized about it, even, but he never expected it to come like this. Not now. Not so abruptly. Please anyone, just let me go back. But the chapel of anticipation remained cold and lifeless, the only answer the distant gaze of the silent statues watching him from the walls. This was the lands between, a world already bereft of hope. Here, no one had the luxury to care for the cries of another. Lucian knew that. He just needed to let it out. I can't survive in Elden Ring. Not in this world. He gritted his teeth. But I don't want to die again. I want to live. I have to live. The reality hadn't sunk in fully, but Lucian knew staying in the chapel meant waiting for death. He gently laid the maiden's body flat on the ground, pulling the finger maiden's hood over her face once more. It was the most respect he could offer. With her final rites given, he turned his attention to the last item in the room, the tarnished wizened finger, a finger of corpse wax, so emaciated the bone is visible. It is a relic of those who came before, left to help those who would come after. Having thoroughly looted the place, Lucian took stock of what he had. A helmet with a broken visor that he couldn't remove, vagabond knight helm. A battered yet sturdy suit of armor, vagabond knight set. A long sword. A halberd. A medium-sized heater shield. 2 stonesword keys. A pouch of pale white dried meat. 2 strips of jerky. A scattering of runes. And the tarnished wizened finger. Aside from the unexpected meat and runes, it was the standard starting kit of a vagabond in the game. If this really was another world, it made sense to start with some provisions. Even so, his mood was grim. Slightly better off than the in-game version, yes, but only by a hair. Now, all he could do was take things one step at a time. He pushed open the chapel's heavy doors. Light spilled inside, casting away the gloom. Yet, outside, dark clouds loomed overhead, and a raging storm brewed across the sea. The brightness brought no comfort. Lucian knew exactly what awaited him outside. The Grafted Scion. A true elite enemy in the game, so powerful in stats that even Godric the Grafted, its master, would struggle to match it without his grafted limbs. If this were just a game, he'd have countless ways to beat it. But now, he had only his human body to rely on. He didn't know the first thing about real combat. And even if, by some miracle, he managed to win, the chapel was built on an island surrounded by sea. The only way out was by jumping off a cliff, something the game's tarnished could survive without question. Lucian, on the other hand, was under no such guarantee. Was this all real? Or was it just a dying dream, a final delusion before death? I'll know once I learn magic or incantations, or maybe when I use a special ash of war, he murmured. If I can actually feel some sort of supernatural power, if it's not just pressing a button and watching an animation, maybe then I'll know I'm really alive. As he walked outside, a thought crossed his mind. In the game, there were 2 important items behind a side door of the chapel, items you could only return for after teleporting back from the mainland. But the finger maiden's hood hadn't been obtainable at this point either. Maybe it was worth trying. He approached the side door and tugged the rusted ring handle. Locked. But the wood looked old, weather-worn, brittle. He slung the halberd off his back. A polearm combining the reach of a spear with the weight of an akite would be perfect. Or so he thought. The moment he tried to maneuver it in the narrow space, he realized it was too long. The tight corridor left no room to swing it without slamming into the walls. Unwilling to risk damaging his best weapon, he switched to his sword instead. He wasn't planning to use it in the coming fight anyway. Against a massive, agile foe like the Grafted Scion, the halberd was a better bet. He gripped the sword with both hands, stepped forward with his left foot, twisted his waist, and brought the blade down in a clean, diagonal arc. The wood splintered instantly. He blinked. What the that was so smooth? Where did that come from? Muscle memory. He stared down at his arms. He'd never held a sword before in his life, let alone swung one with such precision. This body, the body of a tarnished, had been trained. It remembered. No wonder. The tarnished were descended from warriors. He examined the blade. No signs of damage. Satisfied, he sheathed it and stepped through the broken doorway. Beyond a short flight of stairs lay a crumbling balcony. At its edge, perched high above the sea, sat a small stone urn. The ashes of the Stormhawk King, the ancient king. Long ago, the Storm King ruled the southwestern reaches of the lands between. His warhawks were no ordinary birds, each one a mighty warrior, capable of summoning storms and shredding enemies in the sky. Among them, the ancient king was their proudest, strongest leader. Now, even in death, his ashes rested in the highest place he had once claimed. As Lucian approached the urn, the storm overhead grew wild, shrieking with sudden fury. Wind howled through the broken stones. Then, silence. All calmed, as if nothing had happened. He waited, unsure, then took the ashes and placed them in his pack. To him, it was just a quirk of the weather. But unknown to Lucian, even time could not erode the pride of the ancient king. Only one worthy of royalty could ever earn the Storm King's blessing. And not everyone was destined to reach the Chapel of Anticipation. Chapter 3 You died. After picking up the spirit ashes of Stormhawk King, Lucian stepped through the door on the terrace. This door connected the terrace with the second floor of the starting chamber. At the far end of the corridor, a lone chest bathed in a pale white glow awaited. He approached and opened it. Inside lay another spirit ash Stormhawkdian. Stormhawkdian had once been the second strongest of the Stormhawks, second only to the king. Fierce and loyal, it had served the king to the very end. With both items collected, Lucian knew what came next: have to face the terrifying grafted scion. He turned to leave, only to freeze as he heard a faint rustling sound. Something was crawling rapidly approaching. Before he could react, a massive figure crashed down in front of him. The creature's immense body was a grotesque amalgamation of limbs, legs upon legs, some ending in feet, others in hands. A deep blue peacock-like feathered cloak veiled its patchwork form, stitched together with parts of many species. Only its head and a single arm remained its own. A handsome, pale noble face sat grotesquely atop its abominable body. Two right arms gripped ornamental straight sword. A powerful left arm held a golden beast crest shield. Lucian swallowed hard. His body wanted to flee, but his legs wouldn't obey. The grafted scion shouldn't be here. By all game logic, it should have been stationed beyond the Marika statue. Was it the storm earlier? Or the noise from breaking the door? SHHHHK. SHHHHK. The noble abomination didn't give him time to think. Its twin swords lashed out in a flurry of thrusts. Lucian instinctively raised his shield to block. The first strike slammed it aside with brute force. The second pierced his left pauldron. His armor held, but the impact left half his body numb. He retaliated with a slash from his straight sword only for it to clang harmlessly off the shield. The strength difference is too great. Fighting head-on was suicide. The narrow chapel offered no room to maneuver, no chance to outpace the monster. If he couldn't overpower it, then he had to outwit it. Backing toward the railing of the second floor, Lucian focused all his attention on the creature's movements, waiting, watching. A horizontal double slash ducked under it. A shield bash rolled away just in time, the floor beneath him trembling from the impact. And then it came. The grafted scion turned its body, raised both swords high, then lunged forward in a brutal storm of thrusts. Lucian was ready. He dove forward, rolling between its legs, then slammed his shoulder into its back in a makeshift tackle. The grafted scion, already off balance, crashed through the railing and plummeted to the floor below. The cramped chapel turned from a disadvantage into an asset. The massive creature lay stunned, limbs sprawled. Lucian seized the opportunity. He drew his long halberd and began stabbing down from the second floor. Black, foul-smelling blood splattered as the axe blade cleaved through small, wriggling limbs. But the moment couldn't last. The grafted scion grunted, shielding its core with the golden beast crest shield as it began to right itself. One of its sword-wielding arms came into view, just beyond the shield's edge. Lucian didn't hesitate. He swung with all his might. Schlick. The arm severed, hitting the floor with a thud. Elated, Lucian felt hope for the first time. But it was short-lived. The grafted scion roared not in pain, but in fury. A concussive bellow reverberated through the chapel, drilling into Lucian's skull. He screamed, blood trickling from his ears, eyes, nose. His knees buckled. The monstrous noble clambered up the wall, using its remaining limbs to drag its massive frame back to the second floor. Lucian could only watch as it crept closer, eyes blazing with rage. Through that twisted glare, he saw his fate torn apart, repurposed as one more grotesque limb. Staggering back, he reached the edge. If I jump, maybe like in the game, I might survive. But his body, battered by the scream, refused to cooperate. He stumbled, fell. Lying on his back, he stared at the approaching horror. I don't want to die, but I can't win. I'm just too weak. If only I had the skills of a true tarnished. The grafted scion loomed over him, sword raised. Lucian shut his eyes. This is it. SHHHK. Ting. But the expected agony never came. Instead, a familiar ding echoed. Lucian opened his eyes and gasped. A translucent black interface had appeared before him, the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow mod menu. The stabbing sword now hovered uselessly against his chest. Function 1, Invincibility Mode, auto-activated, 2 seconds remaining. Lucian smiled. He was going to live. Chapter 4, Into the Sea. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. The savior of single-player modders was famously simple and foolproof. Even someone completely new to modding could easily use it. With its vast game library, robust functionality, and detailed instructions, it remained a cornerstone of game modification tools, even in the year 2043. Every year, countless players joined the cult of Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. From casuals wanting to skip tedious grinding to veterans seeking new experiences after a 100% run, all found refuge in its offerings. Naturally, Lucian was one of its many devoted users. Sometimes he used it to skip meaningless mobs. Other times, it was to fly across maps and explore hidden corners. He knew Wind Spirit Moon Shadow like the back of his hand. So, when that black panel appeared in front of him during the battle, he knewhe was saved. The grafted scion clearly didn't understand what was happening. Its sword, which should have pierced clean through flesh, had halted as if it struck solid steel. No matter how much strength it used, it couldn't move an inch further. Seizing the final seconds of invincibility, Lucian struck the sword aside with his elbow, sending it skewering into the floor. Then he sat up with a sudden jolt. The invincibility ended. And then, activate one-hit kill. Function 10, super damage / one-hit kill activated, 1 use. He didn't even bother retrieving a weapon. Instead, he balled his fist and swung it straight at the grafted scion. The grotesque creature stared at the tarnished in confusion. That punch, what could it possibly accomplish? It regarded the feeble strike as nothing more than a final act of defiance. Wham! Lucian's fist landed squarely on the massive golden shield. In the next second, the body hidden behind it exploded into a cloud of blood and gore, spraying across the ceiling. More than half of its grotesque form vanished in that instant. And for a creature like the grafted scion, whose unnatural form relied on countless sewn-together limbs, this was unquestionably fatal. It was dead, completely and utterly. Golden energy drifted from the remains and flowed into Lucian. Is this, runes? He murmured. He could feel them entering his body, but had no idea where they had gone. Still, the danger was gone. He had survived. His heart pounded as he stared at the blood-soaked floor, the remnants of his near-death encounter fresh in his mind. In the lands between, even roars held power. Some could empower the user, others could debuff enemies, and a few like the one he just endured could inflict direct damage. Had it been any other skill, Lucian might have been able to rely on his game knowledge to dodge or block. But the unexpected roar had nearly spelled his end. Still, he had won. And more importantly, he had learned. He could apply this experience in future battles. He also noticed something else: his body. It didn't feel foreign to him. Quite the opposite. In combat, it responded with incredible precision, as if optimized for battle. His mind, however, occasionally lagged behind, not quite used to keeping up with the body's instincts. Now that the grafted scion was dead and the immediate crisis was over, all he had to do was find a way off this damned island. Then, he would have time to grow stronger. First problem: how the hell do I get down from here? Originally, he thought it would be simple. With Wind Spirit Moon Shadow activated, he could just fly away, right? Wrong. After fiddling with the black panel, Lucian realized this version of Wind Spirit Moon Shadow was incomplete. The functions currently available were: invincibility mode, infinite health, infinite focus, infinite stamina, 0 equipment weight, invisibility mode, remove status effects, enemy location tracking, rune gain multiplier, super damage. Gone were the direct stat edits, rune count changes, item quantity modifications. All the heavy hitters were missing. Worst of all, there was no flight mode. In other words, he couldn't just fly off the island. There was another major limitation: Wind Spirit Moon Shadow couldn't be used endlessly. Just like in the recent fight, invincibility had lasted only 2 seconds. One-hit kill wasn't truly instant death. It had merely stacked a ridiculously high damage multiplier onto his weapon, plus a flat chunk of bonus damage. The black panel didn't even explain what the actual multipliers were, and it could only be used once. Since his fist had basically 0 base damage, all the destruction had come from that bonus. Looking at the interface now, Lucian saw a 5-slot blue energy bar. 2 slots were now dimmed gray. Yes, Wind Spirit Moon Shadow required energy to activate functions. Each use depleted 1 segment, and he had no idea how to replenish it. If it regenerated over time, he could just hide somewhere and recover, then sneak up on bosses with invisibility and one-hit kill, super damaged them. But if it didn't, then this energy was extremely precious. He shoved that problem aside for now. First, he needed to get off this island. After taking a moment to catch his breath and confirm his condition had recovered to about 90%, Lucian walked over to the grafted scion's scattered limbs. Time to loot the corpse. He retrieved a pair of ornamental straight sword, a golden beast crest shield, a massive blue peacock feathered cloak, and a few scattered noble trinkets. He tested the swords but kept knocking the blades together while dual-wielding them. It felt like he was just shy of mastering them, maybe missing a key stat requirement or technique. As for the great shield, Simplite was too heavy. He could barely lift it, let alone use it effectively. He bundled everything in the peacock feathered cloak, tying it up with the rope he'd found earlier, and prepared to explore the rest of the island. Under the watchful eyes of a giant statue of a Lindell knight and a statue of Queen Marika, he found nothing else but that same short rope. Eventually, Lucian made his way to the far edge of the island. There, a broken platform jutted out into open air. Beyond the break, he could see the distant silhouette of a ruined castle. Its walls were riddled with holes, scarred by the taint of death. Stormvale Castle. The domain of the Golden King Godric the Grafted. Sigh. I guess I really do have to jump. He looked down. Thick storms churned below, obscuring the sea from view. He considered his options. Jumping might kill him, but if he timed invincibility just right, maybe he'd survive the fall. He removed his armor, keeping only his satchel on him. The rest armor, weapons, and Luther wrapped in the feathered cloak and tied together with the rope. He held the end in one hand, ready to release it if necessary. Just in case he failed to activate invincibility and blacked out on impact, he didn't want to drown in heavy armor. Taking a deep breath, he cast one last glance back at the Chapel of Anticipation. Then, gripping his bundle, Lucian leapt off the edge, and plummeted into the storm below. Chapter 5, Landing. Whoosh, whoosh. Waves rolled in and out, washing over the shoreline. A nearly naked man, dressed only in a loincloth and a small satchel slung across his shoulder, lay face down on the wet sand. Scattered around him were a massive piece of tattered blue fabric and bits of armor and weapons strewn like flotsam. The man was Lucian. The storm had thrown off his judgment of distance, and coupled with his anxiety, he had activated invincibility too early. Just as the effect ended, his face had met the sea in a most unpleasant embrace. The impact knocked him out cold. What he didn't know was that a gale had risen after he lost consciousness, carrying him safely through the storm and depositing him on this unfamiliar beach. A cloaked figure approached on horseback. The horse, though horse was a generous word, had long grey fur covering its body and two massive horns growing from its head. It stepped carefully toward Lucian and bent its head, nudging him gently with its muzzle to check if he was still alive. Just then, a sharp hawk's cry rang out from Lucian's satchel, and the wind stirred once again, circling protectively around him. The cloaked figure dismounted. A soft, serene voice spoke. Ancient and noble spirit, be at ease. We intend him no harm. It is by grace that we are drawn to him, for within him dwells potential for kingship. He will seek the Elden Ring even if it means defying the Golden Order. The wind settled. The Stormhawk King, an old king of tempests, acknowledged their intent. Without another word, the woman and her horned steed turned away. They would return when the time was right. Lucian stirred. Wet. Everything was soaked. He blinked groggily and pushed himself up from the sand. Towering, crumbling stone columns loomed along the shoreline, with massive architectural ruins further inland. Beyond them, jagged cliffs stretched high above. The scene around him resembled the aftermath of a shipwreck. Missed the invincibility timing, huh? I really thought I was done for. He looked down at himself and flexed his fingers. Still alive, though. This body's something else. In his past life, Lucian had been a proper shut-in gamer with zero athleticism. Now, he marveled at how this vessel had not only survived a fall from the heavens but still functioned perfectly. Well, it makes sense. This world hits mythological levels of power by the endgame. Even low-tier stats are probably beyond human standards. He moved quickly, retrieving the scattered gear. Gauntlets, armor, greaves from the Vagabond Knight set, both straight swords, the thrusting sword, and the halberd are all intact. Satchels still sealed. Nothing missing. He glanced around. Helmets gone. Crest shield and great shield too. Not a big deal. Most of those noble trinkets are missing, that's a shame. I was hoping to trade them for some runes. Still, he wasn't broke. He had a little stash saved up. But something felt off. Where am I exactly? According to the game, I should have woken up in the stranded graveyard. Stranded he certainly was. Graveyard? Not so much. Lucian strapped on the Vagabond Knight armor, gripping the straight sword in his left hand and the halberd in his right. He tied the dual swords across his back with rope. Everything else either went into the satchel or got left behind. Ready, he headed toward the cliffs. Before long, he stopped, not because he had arrived anywhere, but because he noticed flickering firelight up ahead. Someone was there. In the lands between, the living were rare, and the friendly even rarer. Lucian crouched low and crept forward carefully. Eventually, the fire's glow revealed a tall, broad-shouldered man roasting a fish. He was dressed in fur-lined armor with a distinctly Viking flair, and a warhorse rested beside him. Lucian immediately recognized the garb. Kaden cellsword. They were fierce mercenaries said to hail from the settlement of Kaden in the northern mountaintops. For hire, known across battlefields for their strength and loyalty to gold. Their reputation was brutal and far-reaching. At that moment, a sharp howl broke the silence. Lucian turned. A white wolf stood nearby, watching him with keen, alert eyes. The Kaden cellsword often fought alongside wolves, trusted companions and comrades in arms. Hearing the howl, the mercenary turned from his fish and locked eyes with Lucian. The beach fell silent, tension thick in the air. Chapter 6, Kaden cellsword. Lucian's right hand gripped the halberd tightly, while his left rested on the hilt of his sword, ready to draw at a moment's notice. Kaden cellsword weren't exactly terrifying enemies in the game, but they weren't common cannon fodder either. And they rarely traveled alone. If there were more Kaden cellsword nearby, Lucian wasn't confident he could handle them all easily. The mercenary by the bonfire stood up, casually lifting a massive curved blade onto his shoulder, his sharp gaze locked onto Lucian. A white wolf padded over and stood at the mercenary's side, its movements slow but deliberate. Tension filled the air like a drawn bowstring, but neither side moved. Lucian didn't plan to make the first move. He knew his own limitations. It wasn't him who was strong, it was this body. And even then, that didn't guarantee a win. Besides, he was curious. In the game, enemies would charge like rabid dogs the moment they spotted the player. But this mercenary, he was different. He spotted me but didn't immediately attack. Could we communicate? Or is he waiting for someone? Lucian wondered. Better test the waters. See if he's hostile. I mean no harm, he said aloud, his voice steady. I drifted ashore and saw the firelight. I just wanted to take a look. If possible, I'd rather avoid a meaningless fight. The Kaden cellsword didn't respond. He continued to stare, unblinking. Lucian sighed inwardly. Damn, don't tell me there's a language barrier. That'd be a disaster. Thinking quickly, he opted for a more primitive form of communication. He kept his right hand on the halberd but slowly lifted his left from the sword hilt and opened it wide, showing he held nothing. Then, carefully, he reached into his pouch and pulled out a gleaming golden necklace, one of the noble remnants looted from the grafted scion. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the necklace toward the mercenary. The man caught it with ease, inspecting the item and then glancing back at Lucian, his expression unreadable. Lucian remained tense, alert. Despite projecting goodwill, he was prepared to fight at any second. After all, this was a world gone mad since the shattering of the Elden Ring, a land ruled by chaos. Then, finally, the mercenary lowered his weapon, letting the curved blade fall to the ground with a dull thud. He whistled sharply, and the white wolf backed away, still watchful. Tarnished. My last job was hunting your kind, the mercenary said. But you're lucky. I'm currently between employers. Lucian exhaled, relieved. They can talk. And we understand each other. Thank the Erd tree. That's good to hear. I'm a peaceful man, really. Though, he smirked and added, if it came to a fight, you might not come out on top. The mercenary laughed. Heh, a tarnished descendant of warriors, blooded in countless battles claiming to love peace. Strength is mine to command. I choose when to use it. If words can solve a problem, I won't raise my weapon needlessly. The mercenary gave him a long, thoughtful look. You're different. Not like the tarnished I've killed before. Lucian chuckled. Guess a basic education goes a long way. You're not what I expected from a Kaden cellsword either. Oh, you've heard of us. What did you expect? Well, I'd tell you, but I don't know your name yet. The mercenary raised an eyebrow. Shouldn't you give yours first? Fair enough. Lucian shrugged. Lucian, a tarnished seeking the Elden throne. Hakan, the mercenary replied. Lucian nodded. Then I suppose we're acquainted now. Hakan frowned. Enough small talk. What did you mean we're not what you expected? Lucian looked around, then explained. Kaden cellsword ride warhorses, roam battlefields in packs with wolves. But you're here alone, on this isolated beach. When your wolf howled, that's when you noticed me. I'm guessing, if I hadn't drifted here, this place would have remained undisturbed. You were relaxed by the furry. No true warrior does that with strangers nearby. Warrior, huh. I'm just a wanderer now. A man without a homeland. Nothing more. A shadow crossed Hakan's face. Lucian's eyes lit up. He's got a backstory. This is so different from the game. No homeland? I thought Kaden cellsword came from the snowy mountains up north. Can't go back. Hakan shot him a glare. None of your business. We're not that familiar, are we? Haha, fair enough. But since I gave you that necklace, maybe you can tell me how to get out of here. Seeing that Hakan had no intention of elaborating, Lucian wisely let the matter drop. Lo affinity can progress the side quest yet. Yep, I know how this goes. Hakan answered readily. I rode here by boat along the coast. This is an isolated stretch of beach, surrounded by cliffs too steep to climb. Oh, then, can I hitch a ride when you leave? I've got more jewelry I could trade. Good trade. Shame the boat wrecked a few days ago. Ran aground. Lucky we weren't hurt. He gestured toward the nearby warhorse and the white wolf. To be honest, I've been looking for another way out. Just today, I found a cave. Planned to rest tonight, head in tomorrow. Then you showed up. Lucian brightened. There was still a way out. When Hakan mentioned the boat wreck, he thought he was stranded again. After finally escaping the chapel of anticipation, the idea of getting imprisoned in a different spot made his skin crawl. What a coincidence. Want to explore it together tomorrow. But to his surprise, Hakan shook his head. Nice idea. But I refuse. Chapter 7, Cave Ahead. Why not? Lucian frowned. It didn't make sense to him. This seemed like a win-win situation. I don't feel comfortable turning my back in a cave to someone I just met, Hakan replied, matter of fact. Besides, I found the cave. And you want to waltz in and reap the benefits, just like that. Lucian nodded. Fair point. But he had a feeling this wasn't the end of the conversation. Hakan didn't seem like an idiot, wouldn't have mentioned the cave at all if he truly meant to keep it secret. So, Lucian said, what is it you want? No need to beat around the bush. Heh, Hakan smirked. Pay up. Lucian couldn't help but laugh. He'd braced for something dramatic or unreasonable, and it turned out the man just wanted compensation. Fine. I left more trinkets back on the beach, couldn't carry them all earlier. I'll go back and grab them for you. Consider it your payment for guiding me into the cave. At that, Hawken's expression shifted oddly. Forget the payment. I've changed my mind. I don't want your stuff anymore. And don't call it a Joby, don't want to hear the word employed today. Lucian shrugged. Alright, no questions asked. But I'll still give you the jewelry. I can't carry it all anyway, and I'd rather you take it than leave it to rot on the beach. Deal. They walked together back to the shore. Lucian retrieved the ornaments he'd left behind and handed them over. In return, Hawken offered him a share of the fish he'd cooked. It was surprisingly good. Lucian enjoyed the moment. He never had many friends, and most of his social life was limited to chatting with strangers online. But talking to NPCs in games, uncovering their stories, always gave him a strange sense of fulfillment, like he was making friends across a boundary of worlds. Now, that same feeling was back but deeper. He wasn't just a player anymore. He was living it. The NPCs, the enemies, the monster, she could speak to them, walk with them, eat with them. It was all real now. That night, they rested with a cautious peace between them. No words passed, only the crackle of the fire and the distant sounds of waves. Morning arrived quietly. At dawn, Hawken led Lucian to the cave entrance. It was tucked into jagged cliffside rock, so well hidden that an untrained eye would easily miss it. Since you've paid, I'll do the work, Hawken said. I go first. You stay behind me. Don't try anything. The wolf will be watching you. Sounds fair to me, Lucian agreed. It was the smart play. They barely knew each other, and trusting a stranger with your back in a dungeon was borderline suicidal. If the roles were reversed and Hawken asked him to take point, Lucian would have refused too. Hawken letting Lucian walk behind him, while still dangerous, was a notable concession. A soldier of his experience surely knew the risks of exposing his back. The risk of betrayal was lower this way for both of them. Hawken lit a torch, held it out toward the cave, and tested the air. Then he stepped in slowly, careful and deliberate. Lucian followed him inside. Darkness swallowed them almost immediately. The air grew damp, the stone cold beneath their feet. The passage was narrow and uneven, and the flickering torch cast long, shifting shadows. They walked in silence for several minutes. Nothing noteworthy yet. Lucian began to grow restless. Hawken, he said. Back at the cave entrance you were doing something. What was that? You really don't know? Hawken sounded genuinely surprised. Is that some kind of common knowledge in the lands between? Not exactly. Just surprised a tarnished warrior wouldn't know it. But I guess it's not something that helps much in a fight. Hawken continued. First thing I did was check for explosive gas. Sometimes, caves contain fumes that can ignite with flame. So you test from outside, where you can retreat quickly if things go wrong. Then I waited inside for a bit to see if the air was breathable. Lucian blinked. Huh, makes sense. I hadn't thought of that. You're really experienced. Hawken said nothing. Though Lucian couldn't see his face, the silence didn't feel like bashfulness. Eventually, Hawken broke it. I used to work for a noble in Lindell, he said quietly. Me and my clan, we were hired to dig out old ruins, explore tombs. He gave a bitter chuckle. Calling it exploring is a bit too generous. We were grave robbers, really. His voice darkened. Chapter 8 Drifting Cemetery. Lucian stepped forward, walking side by side with Hawken. They had reached the end of the narrow path. Ahead was a vast, open chamber so wide it demanded a leap down to continue. Countless stone coffins lay scattered across the ground, their surfaces entwined with the thick roots of ancient trees, as though the land itself whispered of a forgotten age. In the distance, a golden sapling glowed with soft, divine light, its radiance illuminating a stone stairway that led upward to a desolate, silent ruin. The stairway was flanked by 4 statues of armless, veiled women, silent sentinels that stood watch, judging all who dared approach. This is definitely an ancient tomb, Hawken declared with certainty. Tombs like this are dangerous. They're often guarded by sentry stone, and sometimes by death-born creatures that just won't die. He glanced around warily, gripping his weapon tighter. If this were any other situation, just the two of us, I'd never go in. And to my knowledge, tombs like this usually don't have another way out. But right now, we have no choice. We'll just have to hope for the best. Lucian, on the other hand, could barely contain his excitement. He knew this place knew it well. While the game's introductory stranded graveyard, designed for tutorial purposes, no longer seemed to exist, this place's terrain and layout were unmistakable. It was the first real area players reached after leaving the Chapel of Anticipation, the stranded graveyard. Contrary to Hawken's fears, the area itself posed little threat. It was merely a corridor, a transitional zone leading to the deeper and far more dangerous fringe folk hero's grave. Now it all made sense. In the game, the player was supposed to wash up on the beach and find their way through the cave to this very point. But here, Lucian had fallen straight from the chapel into the sealed entrance of the stranded graveyard. Clearly, something in this world had changed. And there was one cave in the game that connected the beach to this area, the coastal cave, part of the ancient ruins along the shore. It all lined up. Then Lucian suddenly recalled there was something to be picked up in this area. He couldn't quite remember what it was, but he figured it was worth checking. Hawken, over there. Looks like there's something. Mind giving me some light? Where exactly? Lucian pointed to a darker section just beyond the torchlight's reach. Hawken stepped forward, holding the torch high. The flames revealed a withered skeleton slumped against the wall. Its clothing had long since rotted away, but something on its chest caught the light gleaming faintly. Hakan bent down, retrieved the item from the corpse, examined it briefly, then tossed it over to Lucian. You're not keeping it. Lucian caught it, and a small line of text flashed across his vision. Drake talisman. I've already been paid, Hakan shrugged. Take it. Seems like a charm that resists certain powers, but I doubt it's anything too special. Lucian raised a brow. This guy was the type to haggle over every rune and relic, but now he was giving away loot. Unexpectedly generous. He didn't argue. The charm wasn't all that useful, and he hadn't been expecting much, but his collector's instincts had kicked in. Since it had been offered freely, he accepted it without hesitation. After checking the area for anything else of value and finding nothing, the two of them leapt down one by one. The white wolf followed gracefully behind. The warhorse, however, posed more of a problem. Horses were fragile when it came to vertical drops. A misstep from that height could easily mean a shattered leg. So the two men stood below, arms outstretched, and braced themselves. With a loud grunt and a bit of coordinated effort, they managed to catch the beast and guide it safely to the ground. After a brief and fruitless search for any hidden exits or paths, they returned to the looming door at the end of the chamber, the entrance to the tomb. The half-burned candles and the silent, staring statues on either side gave Hakan a growing sense of unease. This tomb's design, it's clearly of high importance. We need to be careful. Lucian nodded solemnly, putting on a grave expression to match. Inside, though, he was calm. He already knew what lay ahead. Hakan stepped forward and pushed against the heavy stone door. Dust billowed as it opened with a grinding groan, revealing a space lit by the pale, cold flicker of candlelight. It was like crossing into another world, one shrouded in silence, spiderwebs, and ancient bones. Hakan raised his curved greatsword and began to move cautiously forward. To their surprise, the tomb remained eerily quiet. No traps, no moving statues, just empty halls and a single chamber up ahead, veiled by a dense mist. In front of the mist walls stood a small stone imp statue. Lucian recognized it immediately. This was the entrance to the Fringe Folk hero's grave, locked by two stonesword keys. But what caught his attention even more was what had appeared at his feet. A soft, glowing light rose from the ground, a sight of grace. Lucian stepped forward, reaching out to the warmth. The flames were not real fire, more like the lingering warmth beneath a lantern's glow. It was soothing, peaceful. And in that moment, he felt something strange. A connection, subtle, intangible, form between him and the grace. Lucian, what are you doing? Hakan watched him in confusion as he reached toward what, in Hakan's eyes, was empty air. To him, it looked like Lucian was touching a ghost, or worse, that he had fallen under some kind of curse. But Lucian said nothing. He only smiled, hands still resting in the light. He had returned to the lands between. And this time, he was not alone. Chapter 9, The Blessing That Remains. Lucian blinked, still lingering in the strange warmth that had just enveloped him. I just touched a grace, he murmured aloud. It was then that he realized something was off. He didn't even fully trust Hakan yet, so why had he reached out to the grace without hesitation, completely ignoring the potential threat at his side? It was as if something had pulled him in, bypassing his rational mind entirely. An invisible force, compelling and serene, like a moth drawn to flame. No wonder, he thought, that back in his past life, some players had come up with conspiracy theories about the Erd tree's influence. Its light was simply too alluring. Hakan's eyes widened. You can still see grace. Yeah, I think that's what it was. Seeing no point in hiding it, Lucian confessed honestly. You really aren't an ordinary tarnished, Hakan said slowly. Lucian shrugged. I don't feel particularly special. No, Hakan shook his head, his tone suddenly serious. You've just returned to the lands between, so you wouldn't know. Being able to see grace in this age is nearly unheard of. He stepped forward. Most tarnished lost the blessing when they were cast out of the lands between. Their ties to the grace were severed. To see it now means you're something else. Every tarnished who still sees the path of grace is someone marked for greatness. A hero, at the very least. If Godric the Grafted finds out about you, he'll send troops to have you killed before you can even draw breath. Hakan's words poured out like a flood, intense and breathless. Lucian blinked. He hadn't expected the normally composed warrior to react like this. Really? Well, if it comes to that, I'm good at running, Lucian replied with a grin. Phew, Lucian, Hakan began, then stopped himself. No, forget it. Lucian frowned. You're being cryptic again. It's nothing, Hakan said, but his tone had shifted. Firmer, resolute. I just wanted to say I am glad I met someone like you. There was a pause. Let's keep moving. We need to get back to the surface. I'll get you there, no matter what. Lucian stared at him, baffled. Hakan's entire demeanor had changed since discovering he could see grace. Suddenly respectful, almost reverent. Right, shall we rest for a bit first? He asked. No need. I feel like I could take on a dragon right now, Hakan said energetically as he slung the massive curved blade over his shoulder and resumed scouting ahead. Lucian followed, muttering under his breath, I don't get this guy. The two continued on through narrow passageways cluttered with ancient coffins and clay urns, until they came across a strange sight: a skeletal corpse slumped against a wall, its limbs marked with dark red brands, like the charred remains of firewood. Hakan knelt down and searched the body carefully. From it, he retrieved 2 items, a tarnished furled finger and a duelist's furled finger, cooperative and competitive multiplayer items from his previous life as a player. He handed both items to Lucian without hesitation. Lucian took them, unsure if they still had any function in this world or if the mechanics of his past life still held meaning here. Regardless, collecting them felt like the right thing to do. They moved on. Within minutes, they arrived at a massive circular chamber. Faint candlelight flickered in scattered pools across the room, illuminating its details. A towering domed ceiling stretched overhead. The hall was in disarray, filled with broken furniture and half-buried relics. At the center stood 6 thick stone pillars, arranged in a circle on a wide, engraved platform. The pillars were connected at the top, forming something like a pavilion, and each one bore a single burning candle. Lucian stepped forward, passing Hakan, and examined the floor beneath the structure. Rings of intricate design encircled a raised disc at its center, each pattern woven with roots shaped like those of the Erd tree. He recognized it immediately. A lift, just like in the game. "We've found a way out," he said, turning back to Hakan. The warrior nodded, stepping forward. "Do I need to do anything?" "Just bring your companions and stand in the circle," Lucian replied. With complete trust now, Hakan obeyed. He ushered his warhorse and white wolf into the center, while Lucian walked to the core and stepped down hard on the mechanism. A deep rumble echoed through the room as ancient gears screeched back to life after untold centuries. The platform beneath them began to rise, slowly lifting them toward the surface. Neither Hakan nor his beasts had ever experienced such a contraption. The wolf whined and flattened itself to the ground, claws digging in nervously. The warhorse fared no better, its hooves bracing tightly as it snorted in alarm. Even Hakan, despite his stoic face, had a visible tremble in his legs. The lift continued to rise, slowly spinning as it ascended. When they finally reached the upper level, a staircase unfolded before them, leading to a heavy door. "I never imagined something like this existed," Hakan muttered, pale-faced. The white wolf gave a soft howl, almost in agreement. Lucian chuckled. "It's fun, isn't it? What's there to be afraid of?" Hakan flushed, defensive. "I wasn't afraid." With a smirk, Lucian didn't argue. He simply turned and made his way up the steps. There weren't many. Before long, they stood before a massive stone door. Lucian took a deep breath, stepped forward, and gripped the bottom edge. With a grunt, he pushed upward. A blinding shaft of golden light pierced through the gap, forcing him to squint, but he didn't stop. With one final push, the door lifted fully open. As his eyes adjusted, the world came into view and it took his breath away. The Erd tree stood before him. A towering colossus of golden brilliance, it reached from the earth to the heavens, its massive limbs blotting out half the sky, its light pouring endlessly onto the land below. Far in the distance, other massive structures pierced the sky, pillars rising into the clouds, some close enough to feel oppressive, others little more than shadows in the mist. To the north, atop a cliff wrapped in howling winds, a fortress loomed, a cold and ancient stronghold that watched over the land like a slumbering beast. Below, the shattered remains of cities and ruins littered the ground, silent witnesses to glories long lost. This was the lands between, forged in blood and fire. And it was Lucian's battlefield now. Chapter 10 A glimpse of grace, a whisper of blood. Lucian stood in a daze, his gaze locked on the landscape before him. Since arriving in this world, it had been nothing but danger and darkness, storm-lashed cathedrals, suffocating crypts, and oppressive caverns. The sheer brutality of it all had made him forget one simple truth: Elden Ring wasn't just a grim world of rot and death. It was also a work of art. Now, bathed in the radiant light of the Erd tree, Lucian remembered. The first time he booted up the game in his past life, he'd felt the same awe, the childlike thrill of adventure, the joy of discovery. He could almost hear the soft hum of golden leaves rustling, smell the faint floral perfume in the breeze, watch herds of docile goats grazing peacefully in the distance. It was a moment of calm in a world baptized in blood. For the first time since arriving, Lucian truly felt alive in this sprawling, fantastical land. The doubts, the denial about his own death, the uncertainty of whether this was a dream or true reincarnation faded into the golden light. None of it mattered anymore. He was here now, so he would live. Hakan came to stand beside him, following his gaze toward the towering Erd tree. "Magnificent, isn't it?" the mercenary said softly. "Even with the Golden Order shattered, the tree still stands." Lucian didn't answer right away. A long silence stretched between them before he spoke, his voice steady. "I've decided. I'm going to bring peace to the lands between." Hakan blinked. "What? Are you serious? Do you have any idea how impossible that is?" "I might have decided it on a whim, but my conviction is real," Lucian replied, eyes unwavering. Hakan's expression twisted with disbelief and something else. Was it hope? He didn't believe Lucian could succeed. Not really. But somehow, hearing those words, he couldn't help but imagine it. A world without endless war. A world at peace. "Then I hope you succeed," Hakan said, exhaling deeply. "And when that day comes, I hope I'm still around to bask in it with you." With a nod to his warhorse, Hakan swung up into the saddle. The moment had come. "This is where our road parts. It's been a pleasure, Lucian." Let's hope we never meet on opposite sides of a blade. That last line was grim, but Lucian knew the truth of this land. It was a real possibility. Ha, just make sure you don't die in some ditch before I get to buy you that drink. They shared a final smile. As if remembering something, Hakan turned back. From his saddlebag, he tossed something toward Lucian. The young man caught it with ease. It was a helmet made of dark metal, the top and back plated with scales, the face shrouded by a fine chainmail veil, only the eyes left exposed. Lucian recognized it instantly. The helmet of a Kaden cellsword. No wonder Hakan never wore it had been stashed away. What about you? Lucian asked. You'll need this. Hakan didn't look back. He simply waved a hand. A helmet is armor for a warrior. You need one. I don't. I'm not a warrior anymore. Lucian said nothing more, cradling the helm in his hands. Live long enough to share a drink with the future Elden Lord, he called after him. If you die before then, I'll hunt you down myself. Hakan laughed, loud and wild. I'll be waiting. Lucian stood in silence for a moment, watching his friend ride off. He already considered Hakan a companion. Whether or not they ever crossed paths again remained uncertain. But in the lands between, everyone had their own fate to follow. Turning toward the ruins of a distant church, Lucian began his walk once more. After about 10 minutes, following the gentle trail of grace, he arrived at a small hilltop. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, definitely not like the game. The map is way bigger, but honestly, it feels more real this way. In the game, a mountaintop was just a few minutes ride away compressed for gameplay. But here, the scale was enormous, humbling. A glowing sight of grace shimmered ahead, soft and warm like a campfire waiting for tired hands. Just as Lucian reached out to touch it, rustle. He froze. Something moved in the nearby bushes. His fingers slid toward his weapon, eyes narrowing. He held his breath, body tense, ready to strike. But the sound vanished as quickly as it came. Perhaps a passing animal? No, he knew better. Stop hiding, he said calmly. That wasn't an animal. I can tell the difference. Swish. Branches parted. A figure stepped out of the undergrowth. He wore flowing white robes, stained dark with ancient blood. A smooth white mask covered his face, shaped into an eerie smile. His gloves, once white, were now mottled red and brown. Lucian recognized him instantly. White Mask Var. Once a battlefield medic, Var had been abducted by Moog, the Lord of Blood, and corrupted by his cursed power. Now, he served the Blood Lord with a twisted sort of glee. Well, Var cooed in a sickeningly sweet voice. What keen senses you have. His tone made Lucian's skin crawl. Every word from Var sounded like he was savoring his own tongue, smearing blood across his lips and whispering it straight into his listeners' ears. He was revolting and flamboyant. Lucian fought the very real urge to draw his blade and cut him down. Instead, he played dumb. Who are you? Var's gloved hands darkened by blood folded together in a gesture far too dainty for the battlefield. He rubbed them together like a fly scheming over a meal. Oh, yes. Tarnished, are we? Come to the lands between for the Elden Ring, Of course you have. No shame in it. Unfortunately for you, however, you are maidenless. Without guidance, without the strength of runes, and without an invitation to the Round Table hold. You are fated, it seems, to die in obscurity. His laughter was delicate and poisonous. Lucian's expression hardened. This guy was even worse than he was in the game. Apparently catching on, Var's tone shifted just a bit. Luckily for you, however, there is one shining ray of hope for even the maidenless. Why, it's your lucky day. You've met me, Var. Take care to listen. Are you familiar with grace? The golden light that gives life to you tarnished. You may also behold its golden rays pointing in a particular direction at times. That is the guidance of grace. The path that a tarnished must travel. Grace's guidance holds the answers. It will lead you tarnished to the path you are meant to follow, even if it leads you to your grave. He chuckled again. Now, I don't know if you're one of the rare tarnished who can actually see Grace's guidance, but if you are, well, I dare say it points you straight to Stormvale Castle. Yes, the one looming on the cliff. The one ruled by that decrepit demigod, Godric the Grafted. Lucian silently endured the lecture, eyes sharp. So the lore and progression are still mostly the same. What are you doing here? He asked bluntly. Var tilted his head, voice syrupy. I serve a certain noble master. I'm here to shepherd the maidenless tarnished down their proper path. It's time you set off, I should think, he added with a twirl of his hand. To Castle Stormvale, on the cliff, where Grace would guide you, if you seek the Elden Ring, even if maidenless as you are. And with that, Var turned back toward the woods, leaving only the stench of old blood and a lingering, mocking laugh. 11, Chapter 11, Church of Ella. Lucian listened to Var's rambling with an expression of cold indifference. He knew exactly what Var was, a recruiter for the Mogwine dynasty of Moog. Scouring the lands between for lost, unblessed tarnished, those maidenless, yet overflowing with potential. The very kind most easily swayed. Stormvale was a crucible, a place to test their strength. The best were offered the title of pure blood knights. But Lucian wasn't ready to deal with him. Not yet. No, Var would live for now. He would serve as Lucian's ticket into the Lord of Blood's ranks. And once he got there, he'd make sure Var paid for every honeyed insult and condescending smile. Feigning vague belief, Lucian simply nodded and began walking toward the direction Var had pointed. I have a feeling we'll meet again very soon, my dear. Lucian said nothing. He feared staying even a moment longer would shatter his restraint. Var watched him leave in silence. Beneath the mask, his eyes were dark and unfathomable. The blood-stained smile never left his face. Following the golden trail, Lucian crossed hill after hill until he reached the edge of a familiar ruin. Just over the rise lay the old ruins of the Church of Ella, but he didn't move forward. Instead, he crouched low in a patch of shrubs and removed Hawken's helmet, not wanting its reflective surface to give away his position. There was danger here. A fearsome field boss the tree sentinel patrolled nearby. This wasn't the time for heroics. He'd needed his cheat skill just to handle elite mobs like the grafted scion. He wasn't about to pick a fight with a walking death sentence. Even with Wind Spirit Moon Shadow in hand, he wasn't sure how long its power would last. It certainly hadn't recharged with time. He had to save it for bosses who wielded great runes. So, he waited. Time crawled by. The sentinel did not appear. Maybe he's not here at all. Maybe they changed it from the game. Lucian stood cautiously, stepping out of the brush. He barely took 2 steps before jumping back in, heart racing. From the path below, a massive golden figure emerged from his blind spot. The tree sentinel. Towering in shining gold armor atop an equally massive steed, it marched slowly along the dirt road. Damn, so that's where you were hiding. His patrol range is huge. Lucian hadn't taken the road earlier for fear of guards. That path would have taken him right into the sentinel's route. A close call. But at least now he knew its path. The tree sentinel moved slowly, painfully so. Lucian figured out the full patrol took over 30 minutes. He noted where it didn't go. The left path, devoid of a road, seemed untouched. That would be his route. His stomach growled. Looking up, he saw only the golden glow of the Erd tree. There was no sun in this world. Time meant little. So, he ate. He pulled out a pack of dried meat from his satchel. No magical properties. Just food. The flavor was terrible, worse after being soaked in seawater during his arrival. Chewing each bite like sandpaper, he studied the sentinel's pattern. By the time he'd swallowed the last piece, he had it memorized. Once the sentinel had passed beneath the hill, Lucian counted to 3 minutes, then sprinted down the slope and made for the church. The ruins of the Church of Ella loomed ahead, its roof long since collapsed. Stone walls jutted out at odd angles. Only the main archway remained intact. Inside, a small fire burned near the wall. And beside it a man and a mule. The man wore bright red clothing with a white trimmed scarf, orange-yellow pants, and a ridiculous feathered hat. He strummed a bizarre instrument, humming a strange tune. Startled by Lucian's arrival, he stopped playing and tensed. But Lucian made no hostile move. The man relaxed. "You are a tarnished, I can see it. And I can also see," he said, "that you're not after my throat. Then why not purchase a little something?" He set his instrument aside and stood up. "I am Cal. I know I don't look like much, but I am a purveyor of fine goods." His long, graying hair peeked out from beneath a mask that covered the lower half of his face. Not exactly a portrait of trust, but Lucian remembered Cal sold a lot of useful items early on. "Sure," he said. "Show me what you've got." Cal smiled and began unpacking wares from his mule. "Oh, and don't worry about that tree sentinel outside. He doesn't bother anyone but tarnished. I've been here a while, just don't let him see you." Good to know. Lucian still had PTSD from that bastard in the game. He began browsing Cal's goods carefully. After some consideration, Lucian purchased a torch, a telescope, a crafting kit, 2 nomadic warriors' cookbook. The journey was just beginning, but he was finally starting to prepare properly for the long, bloody road ahead. Chapter 12, The Merchant of the Church. The items Lucian selected were all of vital importance during the early stages of surviving in the lands between. Nightfall in this world brought countless dangers, making a torch an absolute necessity for traveling in darkness or exploring caves and catacombs. The monocular telescope, while little more than a sightseeing tool in the game, had become invaluable now that the terrain had expanded so vastly. With it, Lucian could scout terrain and enemy positions from afar. Then there was the tool satchel, a surprisingly useful acquisition. Packed with knives, cutting boards, mortars, and other basic implements, it would allow him to prepare hunted game and craft essential items. In a place like the lands between, this bag was practically a survival kit. Finally, the 2 crafting cookbooks left behind by a nomadic warrior class were perhaps the most valuable of all. The first detailed how to craft bone arrows, fletched bone arrows, and bone bolts. The second explained how to make glowstones, cured meat, and cured white meat, all useful for lighting, healing, and stamina. "Thank you for your purchase," said Kale the merchant. "That'll be 2,000 runes." Lucian reached into his pouch but quickly realized he didn't have enough physical runes on hand. When he had slain the grafted scion, its glowing golden essence had drifted into him, granting him a large number of runes. That much he remembered clearly. But now he was stuck, he had no idea how to actually use them. "I've just arrived in the lands between," Lucian explained, scratching his head. "I defeated some enemies and gained runes, but they're inside me. I don't know how to bring them out." Kale, being a well-traveled merchant, took the question in stride. "Ah, so you're new, he said with a knowing smile. Allow me to explain what runes are. He leaned in slightly, speaking in a hushed but clear tone. Runes are the lingering blessings of the Erd Tree, Kael said. They dwell in the residents of the lands between, and they can be condensed into coin-like forms for traitors shattered to return the blessing to one's body. When you slay someone, the golden essence you see drifting into you, that is their rune resonance, the blessing that remained after their death. It flows into your body, because you are now its new bearer. He held out his hand. Place your hand here, Kael instructed. Lucian complied. Almost instantly, he saw a gentle golden mist rise from his hand and flow toward Kael's palm. The sensation was faint, barely perceptible, yet he instinctively knew that, if he so chose, he could stop the transfer with a mere thought. Kael absorbed roughly half the golden light before stopping on his own. There we go, Kael said, satisfied. I've taken 2,050 runes. That extra 50 covers the cost of your rune education. You still have around 1,800 left inside you. Lucian nodded in understanding. So runes could be traded like this as raw energy, even without being materialized into physical form. But a new question emerged. If runes are the blessing of the Erd Tree, why don't I feel weaker when they leave my body? Kael paused, gathering his thoughts. Think of it this way, to the golden citizens of the lands between, runes are a mark of identity and social standing. It's not that the runes make you strong, it's that the strong are granted runes in proportion to their might. However, Kael continued, there's an old tale. It's said that the champions once blessed by Queen Marika herself, heroes of ancient days, were genuinely empowered by their runes. But such figures are long gone, and their stories don't hold much meaning anymore. He sighed softly, gaze distant. To lose your runes in this land is to lose your recognition by the Erd Tree. For a citizen of the lands between, that's akin to death itself. But you, the Tarnished, you're different. You were exiled and have returned. You don't need the Erd Tree's blessing. You don't require its approval to exist here. That's why you can so freely transform runes into power. It's also why you don't feel pain when you lose them. Until you've internalized them, transformed them into your own strength, they merely borrowed power. Lucian's eyes narrowed in thought. That made sense now. Runes were like emblems, badges of honor handed out by the Erd Tree. For the locals, they were a sign of status, an irreplaceable part of their being. But Tarnished like him, outsiders, wanderers, he didn't need the Erd Tree's recognition. He had come to claim the lands between, not to assimilate into it. I see, Lucian murmured. Then is there any other way to convert runes into strength? He knew that this normally required a finger maiden like the mysterious Melina. But perhaps Kael, as a veteran merchant, had heard of alternative methods. Kael shook his head. Only the finger reader's interpreter of the two fingers know how to do that. After your king, Godfrey, rose as Elden Lord, the finger maidens assigned to Tarnished were selected from among your kin. When you were exiled, they left with you, taking the knowledge of rune conversion with them. Radagon's reign was too brief. The two fingers never chose new maidens before the Elden Ring shattered. He gave a small shrug. Since then, this land has gone mad. Business nearly dried up. Thank the Erd Tree you lot came back, or I'd have starved by now. Lucian filed all of this away. So that's why every Tarnished needed a maiden. But it also meant that other ways to channel runes might still exist, perhaps buried in forgotten eras, like the age when the ancient dragons ruled, or through beings like Melina, who was not a Tarnished herself. He packed up his purchases. The telescope and tool satchel were small enough to fit into his travel pouch, and the torch was strapped to his waist. Glancing upward, he noted the change in the Erd Tree's light. It had dimmed slightly but still glowed strong. He estimated it to be around mid-afternoon. He stepped to the center of the ruined church and activated the glowing sight of grace. Its golden shimmer flared gently beneath his feet. There was still time before nightfall. Lucian resolved to move on. His next destination was the gatefront ruins. Hopefully, Melina would appear there. I'm Lucian, he said with a faint nod. I'll be stopping by here often. Take care. Pleasure doing business with you, Kael replied with a wide smile. I look forward to your next visit. Lucian left the ruins of the Church of Ella. Before him stretched a dense forest. Thick canopies wove together above, dimming the Erd Tree's light and casting the woods in a perpetual gloom. Shrubs and undergrowth thrived beneath, hiding who knew what. Climbing onto a broken wall, Lucian retrieved his newly purchased telescope and surveyed the forest. Two moving light sources, he thought, focusing. Likely soldiers on patrol. And a larger glow looks like a campfire. Seeing nothing more alarming, he dropped down and entered the woods. Inside, it was dark but not so dark that he couldn't see, which made it perfect for stealth. Creeping forward, Lucian quickly spotted one of the soldiers up close. The man wore a bronze helmet and a half-colored surcoat. One side green, emblazoned with the ancient Erd Tree, the other side golden yellow, Beast Regent, an emblem of the golden lineage. Both are symbols of glory now past. The soldier held a torch in one hand, strolling lazily through the underbrush, completely unaware of the hunter now stalking him from the shadows. Chapter 13, Ghosts of the Golden Tree. Lucian crept silently through the undergrowth, inching closer to the unaware Godric soldier. Step by cautious step, he closed the distance. When there were only 4 or 5 paces left between them, the soldier finally sensed a faint rustling. But before he could react, Lucian lunged like a shadow. One hand clamped over the soldier's mouth, muffling his alarm. The other drove his blade upward, plunging it beneath the ribs with brutal precision. Steel burst through the clavicle, soaked in dark blood. A direct hit to the heart. The soldier convulsed briefly, then fell limp. A golden shimmer of runes drifted from his corpse, threading into Lucian's body. With practiced ease, Lucian flicked the blood from his sword and tore a strip of fabric from the dead man's surcoat to wipe the blade clean. The golden embroidery of the Erd tree and lion the royal sigils was stained crimson and discarded in the dirt. They react faster than in the game, he muttered to himself, but still not quite human. Crouching, he studied the soldier's face. It was gaunt, dry, and blackened more like a mummified corpse than a living man. Ever since the Elden ring shattered, every creature blessed by the Erd tree had suffered. In the lands between, death once meant returning to the roots, being absorbed into the Erd tree and reborn. But now, with the ring broken, the golden order no longer functioned. Those once blessed were now cursed to stagnate, unable to die, unable to live. Their bodies withered. Their souls faded. Many, like these soldiers, had already lost their identities. What remained were husked shadows of former selves driven only by instinct to patrol, to fight. In time, even their last remnants of thought would fade. Then they would be nothing more than walking corpses. Lucian sighed. What a pitiful world. He rifled through the corpse but found little of use. The armor was old and dented, already pierced by his blade. The torch he already had. Taking more would only slow him down. The only salvageable item was the sword, a standard-issue Lordsworn straight sword. Though time-worn and blackened from use, it had clearly been cared for. Lucian hesitated. He had no shortage of weapons, and even now, this soldier no longer conscious had still maintained his blade. Perhaps it was best to leave the sword with him, a final courtesy. He moved on. The forest thickened. He encountered several more soldiers, dispatching 2 with stealthy ambushes and acquiring a few kukri in the process. But not every attempt went smoothly. One soldier, still retaining a spark of awareness, detected him early. They clashed swords in a brief skirmish before Lucian landed a clean cut to the neck, ending it. But the sounds of their battle drew attention. 3 more soldiers arrived in a rush, attacking with surprising coordination. They alternated strikes with brutal timing, forcing Lucian onto the defensive. One slipped past his guard and landed 2 blows. One glanced off his shoulder plate, denting it. The other, more dangerous, sliced toward his head. He raised his forearm in time. The blade shattered his vambrace and dug deep into flesh. Grimacing, Lucian fought back harder. He quickly took out one, which staggered the other 2, breaking their rhythm. They fell soon after. Panting, he stepped back, his face pale and his left hand trembling. Blood trickled down his arm, and the pain throbbed hot and deep. They're little more than zombies, he muttered, but when they group up, they fight like trained soldiers. He stripped the ruined armor from his arm and tied it with cloth from a corpse. Damn lucky this armor held. If that shoulder plate had cracked, I might not be moving my arm right now. He scavenged a fresh soldier's vambrace leather glove with metal plating wrapped in ragged cloth and strapped it over his wounded arm. Fighting with exposed flesh was too risky now. Another clean hit could sever the limb. He left the bodies and pressed onward. The path cleared. No more soldiers barred his way. Eventually, the forest opened, and dusk fell over the land. Ahead lay a ruined outpost, the remnants of some ancient structure. A few tattered tents stood scattered among the rubble, clearly used to store supplies and rest. Even at a distance, Lucian could see soldiers patrolling among the tents. No need for the spyglass to know they were numerous. To the left loomed a massive gate, flanked by tall stone walls built into the cliffs. The terrain left only a single narrow passage beneath the gate, no way to scale the rocky sides. And there, in front of the gate, shimmered a sight of grace. Its gentle golden light flickered, calling to him. He had to reach it. That was where Melina would appear for the first time. He had to meet her. But there was a problem. The world had changed. The lands between were larger now. And unlike in the game, the soldiers weren't deaf and blind. Stealth wasn't enough. Crawling through the camp would almost certainly get him spotted. And a frontal assault? Too many. Even if he went in swinging, he'd likely be overwhelmed. Then, a spark of inspiration. The kukri. Heavy, curved throwing knives. Not only could they inflict serious wounds, they made a loud clatter when they struck stone. He licked his lips as an idea formed. Before making a move, he found a new vantage point and raised his telescope, scanning the enemy positions. The soldiers are spaced out, but one's holding a crossbow, he murmured. If I get hit, it'll be bad. Still, the plan was workable. Even if it failed, he had an escape route. It was worth trying. Lucian crawled into a dense thicket of shrubs near the cliffside, well out of sight. He would wait for nightfall. Then he would act. Chapter 14 The Maiden and the Flame. Nightfall blanketed the land as the enormous moon climbed steadily into the sky. The once radiant glow of the Erd tree began to dim, leaving only a faint shimmer behind. Hidden in the underbrush, Lucian watched the moonrise in thoughtful silence. His mind wandered. It doesn't make sense. The moon is clearly here, so why is there no sun during the day? No, waiter as the eclipse show tell and the legend of the castle soul. They're both tied to the sun. So where did the sun go? The questions looped in his mind, but he eventually gave up on chasing the answers. Those mysteries were too distant from him for now. Even with the Erd tree's light faded, it still bathed the land in a subtle glow. Though visibility was reduced, it was enough. More than enough. Lucian emerged from the brush and flexed his left arm. The wound had fully clotted and sealed. Quietly, he crept toward the encampment near the Gatton area he'd scouted earlier for its lack of guards. Reaching into his pouch, he pulled out one of the curved kukris he'd scavenged earlier. With a deep breath, he hurled it high and far away from the gate, toward the other side of the encampment. Clang! The blade crashed noisily against a stone surface. Soldiers nearby jerked alert, brandishing their weapons and raising torches as they rushed toward the sound. That was Lucian's cue. He sprinted toward the gate, sticking close to the left wall, using the shadows and confusion to his advantage. His aim was to cross through the entrance before the soldiers stationed atop the battlements could catch a clear glimpse of him. A crossbowman stationed above the gate caught a flicker of motion. His eyes narrowed, hands instinctively lifting the weapon, but the shadow had already vanished. Confused, he lowered his crossbow and returned to his post, unaware of the intruder who had slipped beneath his nose. Lucian, meanwhile, had reached his destination. A glowing sight of grace shimmered at the edge of the stone path, nestled between the cliffs and the fortress wall. Its light offered both respite and security, a beacon of calm amidst the chaos of this cruel world. Perfect, Lucian muttered, a self-satisfied grin curling on his lips. A flawless plan. Wisdom, that's the reason kings are chosen. These mindless soldiers can't comprehend genius like mine. His smug monologue complete, he turned his attention to the real reason he had come. He reached out and touched the grace. A gentle warmth flooded his body. The grace welcomed him, inviting him to rest, to accept its blessing more deeply. Uncertain what to do, he decided to mimic the action from the game, kneeling beside the grace in silent meditation. Instantly, the light expanded, enveloping him and the space around him. The air shimmered. His vision blurred. It felt like being pulled into another realm. Soft warmth washed over him. His left arm tingled with numbness. He quickly removed the arm guard and unwrapped the crude bandage. The wound had vanished, no scar, no mark, no trace. Just flawless skin. Even the fatigue from the day's battles faded. He felt renewed. He removed his helmet and shook out his hair, feeling lighter, freer. Let's see, he opened his interface, checking his wind spirit moon shadows charge. Still empty. He laughed at his own naive hope. Of course not. That's from another world entirely. Why would this world's magic charge it? Still, his mood lifted. He knew who was supposed to appear here. His heart beat a little faster. Melina. He stood up excitedly, then paused. He glanced down at himself. Crap, I'm filthy. My armor is all mismatched. The helmet's from some random corpse. Will she think I look like a mess? Okay, focus. How do I talk to her? Should I be confident and charming, try to win her over with charisma? Or go for the cool, aloof vibe? Maybe a little mysterious? He chuckled to himself. God, I've barely even talked to girls before. What if I trip over my words? What if I just freeze? He hadn't even seen his own face since arriving. Was it still his? Or had the game replaced it with the default character? What if I just blurt out a confession? Haha, what kind of face would she make then? Unbeknownst to him, Melina had already arrived. Sitting in spirit form just a few feet away, she watched him silently. Her expression was unreadable as she observed his shifting emotions, smiling one moment, face-palming the next. She gently stroked the mane of her spectral steed, then spoke softly to it. Torrent, are you sure this is the one? Torrent let out a snort, as if to say, don't doubt my judgment. Melina sighed. She had chosen him on the beach, after all. The ancient soul inside him, vast and powerful, had resonated with her. She had believed, back then, that he had the potential to become Elden Lord. Still, seeing him now, she couldn't help but wonder. Rising to her feet, she pulled her cloak's large hood over her head. As she walked toward him, her body began to manifest. Lucian was still lost in his thoughts when a shimmering figure began to form nearby. Tall black boots hugged slender legs. A flash of white skirt peeked out from beneath a sweeping cloak with every step. The hood shadowed her face, revealing only sweet, rose-petal lips and a delicate nose. Strands of hair framed her soft cheeks. She knelt beside him, slowly pushing back her hood. Rose-gold hair tumbled down in waves. Her left eye remained shut, sealed by a strange rune, while her right eye glowed with the soft light of grace. Her voice was gentle, melodic, and laced with a subtle gravity. Greetings, traveler from beyond the fog. I am Melina. I offer you an accord. When she spoke, Lucian felt everything. Joy, awe, nerves, longing and something deeper. Sadness. An ache in his chest. Melina, my second maiden. I couldn't protect you. He remembered her at the Forge of the Giants, asking if he was ready. He thought he had been. But in the end, he couldn't bring himself to deny her purpose. Couldn't bear to trample the meaning of her life. Even when he used the Miquella's needle to quell the frenzied flame, she never returned. His maiden had burned. No matter what he chose, she burned. Now, seeing her here again alive, Radianth opened his mouth to speak. But no words came out. He could only gaze at her, heart full, throat tight. Melina tilted her head, slightly confused. Why isn't he saying anything? Just staring at me like that? Did I mess up my entrance? The sight of Grace flickered slightly as silence fell between them. Melina stood in the golden breeze, visibly flustered. 15, Chapter 15, The Flame Beneath the Skin. In the end, it was Melina who broke the silence. Is everything all right?" she asked gently, her voice tinged with concern. Lucian blinked, pulled from his daze. "My apologies. I lost my composure for a moment. Seeing you reminded me of someone from long ago." He buried the wave of emotions threatening to rise and offered the lie with practiced ease. Melina gave a small nod. "It was odd, but not implausible. I see you must have been very close." "We were. She was my maiden. We traveled together, faced countless trials side by side. I thought those days might last forever, but in the end, she gave her life for mine." She didn't know the truth that the maiden in his story was her. To Melina, it simply sounded like the tale of a distant companion. "I'm sorry," she said softly. "That must have been painful. But if you still pursue the Elden Ring, then you must continue forward, mustn't you?" Lucian nodded slowly. "And you?" he asked. Melina took a breath, visibly relieved to see him steady again. "As I mentioned earlier, I offer you an accord." She hesitated, watching his expression carefully. "Have you heard of the Finger Maidens? They serve the two fingers, offering guidance and aid to the tarnished. But you, I am afraid, are maidenless." When Lucian didn't respond with irritation, she relaxed and continued. "I can play the role of maiden, turning runes into strength, to aid you in your search for the Elden Ring. In return," she added, "you need only take me with you, to the foot of the Erd tree." She looked at him expectantly. "What do you think?" There was no reason to refuse, not really. Still, Lucian feigned thought for a few moments before replying. "I don't know who you are exactly, but it doesn't sound like I have anything to lose. So, is that a yes?" He nodded. "Yes. My name is Lucian. I look forward to working with you, my maiden." Melina's lips curled ever so slightly, a faint smile gracing her usually stoic face. "Then it's settled. Summon me by grace to turn runes into strength." Lucian stared at that smile, and his heart thudded hard in his chest. The Melina he remembered from his past life had always worn a calm, unreadable expression. People even joked she was made of wood. Now, smiling as she was, she looked like a glacier touched by sunlight, softened, radiant, beautiful. It was a breathtaking contrast. And in that moment, Lucian felt that if he were to die again, he'd die with no regrets. "Can we do it now?" he asked, stepping closer. "Convert the runes." Melina nodded and extended her hand. "Let my hand rest upon you, for but a moment." As her pale hand reached out, Lucian noticed the burn scars that marred her skin, raw, raised patterns etched along her palm and fingers. His chest ached at the sight. Melina saw his expression and mistook it for revulsion. Her fingers trembled, starting to withdraw. "Forgive me. It must be unsightly. Next time, I shall wear gloves." Before she could retreat, Lucian took her hand in his. Gently, firmly. Melina stiffened, startled like a deer caught in torchlight. Why did he grab my hand so naturally? Is this how normal people react to scars? Her hand, small and fragile, was easily enveloped by his. She looked down, unsure how to react. "They're not ugly," he said, voice low and certain. "You've been through a lot. I can see that. But from now on I'll protect you. I won't lose my maiden a second time." She lowered her head quickly to hide her expression. After a pause, she gave a quiet, almost imperceptible Melina drew a deep breath, trying to slow the rapid thumping in her chest. She hadn't expected that. She hadn't even pulled her hand away. "Oh no," she thought. "Torrance found me a strange one this time. Wait, wasn't I the one who asked him to let me touch him?" By the time she looked up, her face was composed again, but she knew the calm she showed was a mask. "I shall begin the conversion now. Don't resist." Golden light began to flow from Lucian's core, drawn out by Melina's touch. The runic motes of power gathered in her palm, warm and radiant. "You currently hold just over 2,200 runes, she informed him. "That is enough for 2 attribute advancements. You may distribute them among the following: vigor, mind, endurance, strength, dexterity, intelligence, faith, or arcane." "Boost vigor and dexterity," Lucian replied. She nodded in acknowledgement, then released the energy. The golden light flowed back into him, but this time, it didn't just return. It sank into his flesh, merged with muscle and bone, becoming part of him. It was irreversible. Lucian had chosen carefully. When Melina asked earlier, a translucent status window had appeared before him like a game interface from his previous life. Current attributes: vigor, 15, mind, 10, endurance, 11, strength, 14, dexterity, 13, intelligence, 9, faith, 9, arcane, 7. A typical vagabond class spread. Solid vigor, strength, and dexterity. No glaring weaknesses. Low intelligence, faith, and arcane weren't a problem yet. What mattered now was survivability, especially to handle the recoil of using Wind Spirit Moon Shadow's skill, which needed high tolerance for mistakes. Against the grafted scion, his invincibility triggered automatically only once. He'd have to activate it himself next time. More vigor meant more heal, the buffer against sudden death. Higher dexterity meant faster movement, quicker dodges, tighter windows for flawless strikes. The transfer finished quickly. His stats now read: vigor, 16, Dexterity, 14. All done, Melina said. Your runes have been successfully converted. But be warned, the stronger you grow, the more runes each upgrade will cost. Lucian released her hand. A bittersweet realization settled over him. That was the first time he'd ever held a girl's hand. Melina, perhaps sensing the shift in mood, reached under her cloak and retrieved several items. In her left hand, a soft golden ring that pulsed with gentle light. In her right, 2 golden flasks, one filled with red liquid, the other blue. She handed him the flasks first. These are sacred flasks containing crystal tears, she explained. A sacred flask modeled after a golden holy chalice that was once graced by a tear of life. Filled with crimson tears, this flask restores life with use. Filled with cerulean tears, this flask restores focus with use. Don't be afraid to use them. Whenever you rest at a site of grace, the contents will be replenished. Lucian nodded and packed them away carefully. Life-saving tools, no doubt. Next, she held out the golden ring. Use it to traverse great distances. It works like a whistle. Blow on it, and it will summon a spectral steed named Torrent. Torrent has chosen you. I hope you'll treat him with respect. Lucian accepted it with both hands, his expression solemn. He slipped it onto the ring finger of his left hand where he'd just removed his gauntlet. Something about the gesture felt significant. 16, Chapter 16, The Vow of the Ring. Lucian sat silently at the sight of Grace, frowning in confusion. Why did Melina suddenly disappear? He had meant to ask her how to blow the spectral steed whistle. It would be embarrassing if he couldn't even summon Torrent. There were other things he needed to clarify too. Could he fast travel now? Could he store items at sites of grace? Melina, are you still here? No response. Forget it. I'm sure she has her reasons. He pulled out one of the flask of crimson tears and gave it a curious look. Might as well find out what this tastes like. I can always rest and refill. Licking his lips, he remembered that despite all the running around and fighting, he hadn't had a proper drink since arriving. He forgot to ask Kale for a water skin too, though in fairness, he didn't see one on the merchant either. Most people in the lands between were already the undead. They didn't eat or drink. Gulp, gulp, ah. 1 bottle of crimson tears gone in one go. Surprisingly refreshing, like chilled lemon iced tea, bracing and invigorating. Next he tried the cerulean tears. Yep, that's it. Classic original iced tea. Miss you, big bro in the cell. As the sacred flasks refilled slowly at the grace, Lucian leaned back, deep in thought. Despite today's victories, he knew his combat skills were lacking. The body he possessed had good stats, but raw numbers would only get him so far. The lands between were far too dangerous. He couldn't rely on Wind Spirit Moon Shadow's automatic invincibility alone. It only triggered once per encounter unless he activated it manually, and that used up precious charges. Stronger demigods and elite foes lay ahead. He had to get better, much better. He needed a teacher. The best candidate was the battle-hardened knight Bernal, who offered powerful ashes of war. But reaching him was a problem. The roads were swarming with soldiers, and the safer alternative scaling Stormill's cliffside using Torrent's Spiritwind meant braving a region teeming with trolls. But there was another option. On the Weeping Peninsula lay Castle Morne, ruled by a noble knight of great skill. Not as legendary as Bernal, but more than enough for Lucian's current needs. If the game's timeline held, then Morne was likely embroiled in a brutal uprising right now. Misbegotten creatures and loyal soldiers clashed in relentless battles. The misbegotten weren't hard to kill individually. It was the perfect place to grind combat experience. Besides, a girl awaited him there, Ireina, the commander of the castle force's daughter. As his mind drifted from plans to possibilities, fatigue overwhelmed him. The day's events finally caught up, and sleep claimed him. Melina sat silently near the grace, leaning against Torrent's side like a couch. The spectral steed lay calmly, providing her a place to rest. She had fled in a panic earlier. In the lands between, placing a ring on another's left ring finger was a marriage vow. She hadn't realized what Lucian was doing until the ring was already on his finger. In her mind, it was just a whistle, something worn on the index finger for ease of use. But he had calmly slipped it onto his ring finger, and after doing so, smiled gently. Was that a proposal? Or worse, had she proposed to him? Flustered and embarrassed, Melina had vanished immediately. Now, watching his confused expression from afar, she began to doubt herself. Could it be, he doesn't know the symbolism? Was I overreacting? She shook her head, willing the thoughts away. Now wasn't the time for such things. She didn't even know if he would follow Grace's guidance. The path to the Erd Tree was perilous. If he couldn't or wouldn't see it through, she would have to find another way. Yet, she looked down at him as he slept curled up like a child. This man, such a promise, he vowed he would stand to protect me. That word protect was so distant to her. She couldn't even picture what it meant. She had nothing, not even a body. Only a soul, wandering, clinging to a forgotten purpose. But who wouldn't want to be protected? She was just a girl too, in the end. A lonely soul hoping for meaning. Someone had said they'd protect her. And for the first time, Melina found herself wanting something beyond duty. A journey not of obligation, but of adventure. A life not just surviving, but living. But first she had to see if he was truly the one. Lucian woke at dawn, feeling refreshed and light. For a moment, he grinned. I feel powerful. Like a beast. Then he shook his head vigorously. Whoa, easy. That's the kind of thinking that gets you killed. He stood, and the Grace's golden veil dissolved around him. In the distance, soldiers took notice and began rallying. Lucian didn't panic. Not now. He raised his left hand and blew hard on the ring whistle still fitted on his ring finger. Fweet. With a brilliant shimmer, a spectral steed burst forth from thin air maned, with twin horns. Torrent. The creature snorted and nuzzled him affectionately. Lucian laughed and mounted in one smooth motion. Let's go, Torrent. Ride like the wind. Together they galloped across the fields, charging toward their next adventure. Unseen to him, in the soul realm behind, Melina sat sideways on Torrent's rear, gazing quietly at the scenery that raced past. She said nothing, but she smiled. Chapter 17 The Night at the Gate. Lucian gripped Torrent's reins tightly in his left hand, while his right swung his straight sword in a graceful arc. The first soldier to charge at him was immediately beheaded, his body dropping to its knees before crumpling to the blood-soaked ground. Now this is fighting. Lucian shouted gleefully. Torrent's speed was blistering. Lucian could feel the air whipping across his face, yet not a single bump in the gallop disturbed the precision of his strikes. Using the spectral steed's remarkable agility, he picked off the foot soldiers one by one, each sword swing drawing blood. Raise a great shield. Lucian would cut down from above, driving his blade into the helmet. Level a spear. He'd maneuver around and sever the shaft. Surrounded? He'd leap free of the fray and come crashing back in like a whirlwind. Within minutes, the area before the gate transformed into a hellish battlefield, a wasteland of blood, torn limbs, and mangled bodies. Only one enemy remained. This final opponent was unlike the others. He wore a heavy, iron helm with only a narrow cross-shaped slit for vision and a plume of grey streaming from its crest. His armor, unlike the light gear of the fallen soldiers, was fortified, layered with dense pauldrons and bracers. A massive metal crest shaped like a double-headed battle axe was affixed to his left breast. Lucian knew immediately this was no mere soldier. This was a knight formally anointed, a cut above the rank and file. In the lands between, feudal rank and martial prowess were one and the same. Even though knights were the lowest tier among nobles, their strength was formidable. Throughout the earlier battle, every time Lucian had attempted to attack, the knight's massive shield would subtly shift to block him. And on several occasions, the knight's spear came dangerously close to skewering him if not for Torrent's sharp instincts and blistering speed. Lucian realized horseback combat wouldn't crack this opponent's defense. He tugged on the reins, pulled back, and dismounted, signaling Torrent to retreat. Come on, then. Let's see what you've got, knight. He drew the two ornamental straight sword he'd taken from the grafted scion. Even earlier in battle, he had sensed their thirst for blood. The moment he gripped their hilts, combat instincts not his own surged into his mind, memories and techniques from the previous owner etched into the steel. As long as one's stats aligned, weapons in this world shared their lineage. Lucian's recent boost in dexterity had unlocked their full potential. Ornamental straight sword. Attack. PHY 101. Mag 0. Fire 0. Lect 0. Holy 0. Crit 110. Requires. STR 10. Dex 14. The knight, a sworn of Godric, lowered his head and charged, spear extended. Lucian calmly crossed his twin blades in front of him, focusing. A strange energy welled up from deep within him and flowed into the swords. A golden rune, shaped like the Erd tree, shimmered faintly over his body as the blades began to glow with sacred light. Weapon skill, golden tempering. Crossed the two swords to grant their attacks holy essence. While in effect, strong attack performs a dual-wielding combo attack. This wasn't just visual flair, it imbued the blades with holy power, enhancing their damage. As the knight neared, shield raised and spear poised, he looked like a siege engine made flesh. Right foot lunging, torso twisting, he thrust the spear forward with tremendous momentum, channeling every ounce of power into the blow. Lucian had anticipated it. He dropped low, letting the spear pass harmlessly above him. But the knight's maneuver had opened a weakness. The turn of his body had momentarily shifted his shield, leaving his right flank exposed. Lucian lunged forward. Twin blades drove through the chainmail beneath the knight's tabard-piercing flesh. Blood sprayed across the dirt. But the counter came fast. The knight swung his spear downward like a guillotine. Lucian rolled left, narrowly dodging the brunt of it, only to be smashed across the face by the full weight of the knight's shield. He tumbled to the ground, dazed. Damn it. He didn't wait to recover. He rolled again, and not a second too soon a spear embedded itself in the very spot where his head had just been. Bracing off the ground with one hand, he slashed with the other. His sword scraped across the knight's helm, just a dent, but enough to interrupt the next strike. The holy energy on his blade buzzed inside the knight's helmet, disorienting him. The knight backed off, staggering slightly, raising his shield and spear defensively. Lucian wiped the blood from his nose, raising his swords once more. Despite his clumsy landing, he'd emerged on top. He'd taken only a bruising hit. The knight, meanwhile, had been wounded twice in the body and once in the head. So this is a knight, Lucian thought. Disciplined, quick to adapt, good at reading gaps. But still. He surged forward, this time pressing the attack. The knight dropped into a defensive stance, shield raised, one leg forward to brace. His weight shifted perfectly, absorbing the fury of Lucian's rapid dual-sword barrage. Blow after blow clanged against the shield, overwhelming him with sheer tempo. But then an opening. Lucian's rhythm faltered for just an instant. The knight seized the chance. He slammed the shield aside, lunged forward, and thrust with every ounce of strength. For honor and glory. His body seemed to scream. Lucian smiled. He dropped his left-hand sword, letting it fall to the dirt. Then he wrapped his arm around the incoming spear, ignoring the pain as the point slashed his chainmail and bit into flesh. With his now free hand, he reached up the shaft grabbing the knight's gauntlet. Got you. Lucian slammed his boot down onto the knight's front foot, locking him in place. With a violent pull, he dragged the knight forward, yanking him from behind the safety of his shield. The knight stumbled, off balance, falling backward. Lucian plunged his right-hand sword down through the visor slit. The knight convulsed once, then again, and went still. Lucian wrenched the glowing blade from the ruined helm, blood dripping from its hallowed edge. It shone like a divine relic pulled from the stone by a chosen king. Only the blood made the scene far more grim than majestic. He flicked the gore from the blade with a practiced motion and exhaled. All had gone as planned. The knight had fallen for the bait, a feigned misstep, just obvious enough to lure him in. Lucian had counted on the overcommitment that came with spear thrusts, especially when pivoting from defense to offense. One leg had to be forward, the whole body had to lean in, exposing balance and stance. Once that foot was trapped, the rest was inevitable. And with that, every enemy at the checkpoint lay dead. Time to loot. 18, Chapter 18, Spoils of Battle. Lucian bent down to pick up the second ornamental straight sword lying on the ground. He examined it carefully. The tip had been slightly damaged from the fierce thrusts against the enemy's shield, but it wasn't anything too serious. Satisfied, he sheathed the blade and blew into the whistle ringed on his finger. With a familiar neigh, Torrent came galloping back down the hill where he'd wandered off to nibble on berries. Lucian glanced around and soon spotted a nearby tent. He tore it down and began gathering the scattered weapons and shields left behind after the skirmish. Earlier, he hadn't bothered looting the corpses mainly because he had no way to carry everything. But with Torrent, a real, living packhorse at his side, things were different. He tallied the equipment. For standard Royal Knight great shields, 2 brass medium shields. For Royal Knight straight swords, 2 battle picks. A few torches were also scattered around, but they were old and nearly burnt out. Discarded them without a second thought. Originally, there had been 3 or 4 spears, but they'd all been shattered during mounted combat. They were too dangerous in enemy hands, so he'd made a point to break them during the fight. Oh, right. I almost forgot this one, he muttered. Lucian picked up the armaments left behind by the knight he had slain earlier, a broad-tipped spear and a large golden shield. Names floated before his eyes as he touched them: partisan and gilded great shield. The spear featured a wide, blade-like tip, making it equally capable of stabbing and slashing. The great shield, once proudly carried by knights sworn to Godric, was a heavy, cumbersome piece of equipment. Its golden plating had long since flaked away, leaving behind a dull, battered surface. Lucian couldn't use all these weapons himself. Maybe he'd keep a few, but the rest. He planned to sell them to Kale, the merchant. That should net him a decent haul of runes. The armor on the corpses would have fetched a good price too, but Lucian had his limits. At the very least, he'd let his enemies keep some shred of dignity. He moved on to the front of the checkpoint, where a massive carriage stood parked. It towered above him, painted a pitch-black shade and adorned with the same white funeral candles found in graveyards. Lucian knew what these were. These weren't carriages in the traditional sense, they were mobile coffins. In the lands between, nobles teetering on the edge of death would ride in these carriages, drifting across the realm in search of death itself, praying for release from their cursed lives. From what he could tell, this one had been abandoned. Its passengers were either gone or already departed on their grim pilgrimage. He circled around to the rear of the vehicle. Beneath the carriage was a small compartment, a storage space for funerary offerings. Since the nobles it belonged to weren't actually dead, Lucian didn't feel guilty raiding it. Inside, he found a massive sword, a Lord Sworn's great sword. It was a standard-issue weapon, longer and heavier than the straight sword. When wielded with one hand, the form became awkward. It was clearly meant to be used with both hands. At the second carriage, he repeated the process, prying open the storage and retrieving a flail, a heavy spiked iron ball connected by chain to a wooden handle. He gave it a cautious test swing and nearly smacked himself in the face. Yikes, not enough dexterity, huh? He muttered, rubbing his cheek. Every time he found a new weapon, he had to test it manually to see if he met the stat requirements. But it was never clear which stat was lacking, and that annoyed him. Maybe when I meet a blacksmith later, they'll be able to tell me exactly what's needed for each weapon, he thought aloud. Continuing his sweep, Lucian approached the final notable landmark, a small ruin. Beneath it, a locked iron door led to a dim basement. He pulled it open and descended into the gloom. At the center of the chamber sat a single chest, dim light seeping from its seams. He opened it and was nearly blown backward by the sudden gust of wind that surged out. Inside were 2 items, a small satchel of gray, translucent crystals, and a whetstone knife, etched with subtle, arcane patterns. This was Ash of War Storm Stomp, and the whetstone knife. With this, he could now attach Ashes of War to his weapons, replacing or enhancing their skills. The whetstone knife also allowed him to adjust weapon affinities, altering their attributes. He turned the storm stomp over in his hand, thoughtful. It was a basic combat skill. Plenty of the enemies in Stormvale Castle knew how to use it. It shouldn't have caused that strange gust of wind from earlier. His eyes narrowed in recollection. That time atop the Chapel of Anticipation, when the wind had surged without warning, Lucian reached into his pouch and retrieved the ashes of the Stormhawk King. "Was it you?" he whispered. "Were you trying to tell me something?" Storm Stomp had once belonged to the same faction as the ancient Storm King. It wasn't unthinkable that there would be some kind of resonance between them. But whether the ghostly wind had been a message or merely a moment of memory stirred by an old ally, Lucian couldn't tell. The ashes gave no reply. He sighed, shaking his head. Until he obtained a spirit calling bell, there was no way to know for sure. Back on the surface, Lucian made one last sweep of the checkpoint, ensuring he hadn't missed anything. When satisfied, he bundled up all the loot. An absurdly heavy pile and tried to load it all onto Torrent. As he fumbled with the weight distribution, a familiar voice rang out. "Wait a moment. You are not seriously thinking of making Torrent carry all that, are you?" Melina appeared beside him, her brows slightly furrowed. "That much gear? No way he can haul it all." "I mean, yeah, I know it's a lot," Lucian replied, blinking innocently. "But it'd be such a waste to leave it behind." Melina sighed, exasperated. "I forgot to tell you items can be stored in the Grace." Lucian's eyes lit up. "Really? That convenient?" But then he paused. "Wait a minute. Aren't there still people who can see the Grace? What if they take the stuff I leave inside?" "That won't happen," Melina said, taking a moment to phrase her explanation. "The space within Grace is completely independent. When you rest at a site of Grace, you disappear from the world. Even if someone else rests at the same site, you won't see each other. And each person sees a different guidance from the Grace. For instance, some tarnished sent by the Church of the Two Fingers receive instructions not to become Elden Lord but to serve the fingers themselves." Lucian nodded. That made sense. If the spaces were all separate, then his stash would be safe. He tilted his head, curious. "So, does Grace have any other functions?" His mind was already spinning with possibilities. The lands between were huge. Traveling back and forth on horseback would be a nightmare. Could teleportation be possible? Melina hesitated. She hadn't planned on telling him this so soon. Despite his performance in the last battle, it was still too early to determine if he was truly fit to follow the path of Gracito become Elden Lord. Melina knew what lay ahead. The beings he would face: gods, demigods, monsters born of madness. If Lucian lacked the will to persevere, no amount of strength would save him. But he'd asked. And so she answered. "There is one more ability. You can teleport between any sites of Grace you've touched before." She looked at him seriously. "But to use that ability, you must call me while resting at Grace. I shall guide you." Chapter 19 The Map Beneath the Stone. Lucian sat beside the site of Grace before the gate front, with Melina quietly by his side. From his pack, he retrieved a worn scrap of parchment, his map fragment. Unlike in the game, this one hadn't been floating conveniently in the open. It had been buried beneath a stone monument, tucked away in a slit barely wide enough to dig into. Perhaps the one who left it feared it might be blown away by the wind. Or maybe they had hoped to hide it from the prying eyes of patrolling soldiers. Whatever the reason, the map fragment had survived, and along with it, a line of text. "If you have found this map, I hope it helps. And if you can, leave something behind to help the next person." Lucian wasn't sure how long ago those words had been written, nor who the author had been. The edges of the parchment were frayed and stained, but the script remained legible, the lines of ink still strong. There was no magic to the map, no glowing markers, no helpful icons. Sites of Grace he'd touched before didn't shimmer to life across its surface like they had in the game. He handed the map to Melina, pointing to a rough location. "I want to return to the Church of Ella," he said. "I touched a Grace there before. Can you take me?" Melina studied the parchment, her fingers gently brushing over the ancient markings. "I can transcribe this onto enchanted parchment," she said, looking up at him. "Once bound to you, it will allow the locations of sites of Grace you have visited to appear." "Oh, that's possible." Lucian raised a brow. "Then I'll leave it to you." From the satchel on Torrent's back, Melina withdrew a massive scroll of blank sheepskin and began setting up her tool, small, rune-etched implements that shimmered faintly in the light. She knelt on the ground, flattening the parchment, and began her work in silence. Lucian hesitated as he watched her, brow furrowing. "Wouldn't it be easier if we found a table or something? You look uncomfortable like that." She shook her head without glancing up. "No need. I accepted the duty of the maiden, and I intend to fulfill it fully. Besides, you're the one who has to do the fighting. This is nothing compared to that." Lucian didn't press further. Melina was clearly someone who valued responsibility, and he respected that. He simply sat beside her quietly, watching the side of her face as she worked. "If only you could live for yourself, not just your duty," he thought. Then, "Lucian." Her voice caught him off guard. What is it? Could you stop staring at me?" she muttered, casting a sideward glance at him. He blinked, flustered. "Sorry. I didn't mean anything by it. I'll stop." He quickly turned away, mentally chastising himself. From her perspective, they'd only just met, and here he was staring like a weirdo. To distract himself, he pulled a handful of raw fruit from a nearby bush and fed one to Torrent. The spectral steed chewed contentedly. Curious, Lucian popped one into his own mouth and immediately regretted it. Definitely not human food. He made a face and silently scratched the fruit from his emergency rations list. As he stroked Torrent's silky mane, he began to mentally chart his next moves. First, he'd go back to the Church of Ella and sell off the extra gear he'd scavenged. Kale would probably give him a good amount of runes for it. With the spoils from earlier and the enemy soldiers he'd fought, he might even have enough to level up twice. And if Lady Runny happened to be there, he could try to get the spirit calling bell for free. But that was unlikely. Runny had only shown herself in the game because she'd been keeping an eye on Torrent's previous owner. Now that Lucian had only just acquired the mount, and all the witnesses at the gate front had been silenced, there was no reason for her to show up so soon. Still, it didn't matter. He'd meet her eventually. He had time. After that, he'd make for the Weeping Peninsula. On the way, he could detour slightly to find Boc the Seamster and meet Selen, the glintstone sorcery teacher. The only real decision was whether to pass through Mistwood first to enlist Blad's help and retrieve the Bloodhound's fawn, or head directly south. After weighing the options, Lucian made up his mind. To the Weeping Peninsula. Every day he delayed, the odds increased that Lady Ireina would be killed. In the game, I couldn't save her. This time, I will. Not for any grand reason. Just because he wanted to. He'd come to this world with a goal, to give everyone the ending they deserved. A perfect one. If he didn't have the will to do even that, he might as well have stayed home and become a farmer. Melina handed him the finished enchanted map without ceremony, her expression calm as ever. The massive sheepskin scroll now shimmered faintly with magic, but only a portion of the lower left corner was filled in. The rest remained blank. This fragment corresponds to the area known as Limgrave, she explained. The rest will be filled in over time, as you explore. She reached for his hand. Let me bind it to you. Lucian placed his hand in hers. Despite kneeling in the dirt moments ago, her skin was pristine smooth and warm. A moment later, a strange but familiar sensation stirred in his chest. He could now feel a faint link between himself and the parchment. His position on the map became visible, and dots of light marked the sites of grace he'd previously touched. You may now choose a site of grace to return to, Melina said. Speak it, and I shall take you there. But Lucian shook his head. Wait here a moment. I'll be right back. Taking the old map fragment in hand, he returned to the stone monument and reburied it, sealing it carefully beneath the stone where he had found it. When he came back, Melina looked at him in quiet surprise. You buried it again? That map was hidden so well, even I would not have found it easily. Why? Lucian smiled softly. I have a new map now. This one should stay behind for the next person. If they're lucky enough to dig it up, maybe it'll help them too. Melina blinked. But what if those who follow are your rivals? If they aim to become Elden Lord as well, you'll be enemies. Lucian shrugged. The person who left this map didn't worry about that. Why should I? If someone beats me later, that just means I wasn't good enough. I wouldn't have any right to complain. He looked her straight in the eyes. But I don't plan on losing. Melina stared at him a moment longer, something shifting in her expression. She had to admit was honest, blunt to the point of being endearing. And for a moment, she almost smiled. She didn't speak again, merely extended her hand once more. Then let my hand rest upon you. I shall take you to the grace you desire. 20, Chapter 20, The journey begins. Alright, we have arrived. Huh. Lucian blinked in surprise. One moment, he had been holding Melina's hand and in just a couple of seconds, she was saying they'd arrived. Seriously? I didn't feel a thing. Melina glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. I do not make unfunny jokes. No, I mean it's just too fast. Lucian rose to his feet. The ethereal glow of grace faded away, replaced by the crumbling ruins and familiar scent of the Church of Ella. And standing a short distance away, the merchant Kale looked visibly startled. Lucian turned back, but Melina had already vanished. He stepped into the grace again, dragging a large pack of looted equipment to Kale's stall. Long time no see. Kale looked at him, mouth opening and closing in speechless shock. Massive hull. Jackpot. The runes flowing into Lucian's body sent a pleasant warmth surging through him. He had kept only a brass shield and the Lordsworn's greatsword, selling the rest of the weapons and armor for a tidy 1,600 runes. Add to that the 500 he already had, and another 1,200 or so from killing and looting at the front gate, and he now held a total of 3,300 runes. No need to purchase anything at the moment, could throw it all into leveling. He even crushed the scattered golden runes he'd been carrying around, netting another 600. He'd forgotten to use those last time. After bidding Kale farewell, Lucian sat before the grace once more. Melina, are you there? Her figure shimmered into view at the same spot she'd disappeared. You have already dealt with the equipment. Yep, big payday. I'll need your help turning these runes into strength. Melina nodded but didn't immediately reach for his hand. Instead, she looked around the ruined chapel and focused on the grace before them. This tiny golden aura is the grace of the Erd tree. This light once shone in the eyes of your tarnished brethren, but now it is all that guides you. Or so I hear. Her gaze turned serious. You can see them, can't you? The rays of grace, that guide you through your burden. She paused. At Castle Stormvale, on the cliffs, dwells a shardbearer Godric the Grafted, a demigod who inherited a fragment of the shattered Elden Ring. If the rays of grace signal the castle, then the Elden Ring beckons you. As an ally by pact, I pray that you are fit to face the challenge presented by the ring. Melina was watching him carefully, as if seeking proof, seeking conviction. Lucian met her gaze with unwavering determination. Of course. That's what I came here to do. Then he added, but not just yet. I want to head south first. I've heard there's a castle down the Reit's lord is a skilled warrior. I'd like to learn from him. Melina frowned slightly. I have seen the full map before. There is a castle on a peninsula to the far south, but if I am not mistaken, it is under Godric's control as well. Lucian chuckled. Well, I've got the ashes of a Stormhawk. I'll just pretend we're family. If they don't take me in, I'll just make a run for it. Of course, that was a joke. His real plan was to earn the Lord's favor by saving his daughter, Ireina. Even if they didn't welcome him, at least Ireina would be safe. That was enough. But that wasn't something he could explain to Melina. Still Melina hesitated. Yeah, who would believe that kind of nonsense? From their perspective, he was just another tarnished. They might cut him down on sight. Melina thought all this quietly, unsure how to express her concern. Relax, Lucian grinned, full of confidence. Miracle is practically my middle name. Once I've mastered the blade, I'll march right into Stormvale and turn Godric the Grafted into Godric the Amputated. Melina stared at him, utterly speechless. She slowly reached out her hand. Lucian galloped down the main road on Torrent, the wind whipping past. All the runes he'd earned went into leveling 2 points into vigor, 1 into strength. He'd even asked Kale to craft a water skin and picked up some simple dried meat. The total cost, 300 runes. He had only 400 left poorer than before. But it was worth it. Power mattered more than pocket change. Out of curiosity, he'd tried pouring a crystal tear into the water skin but it slipped right through. Melina explained, the flask of wondrous physic is modeled after the golden holy chalice. Only it can contain the divine grace of the Erd tree. In short, he'd need to collect more golden seeds. For now, with just 1 crimson and 1 cerulean flask, his supply was definitely lacking. Torrent's hooves pounded the road as scenery blurred past. Lucian sighed. If the Elden Ring had never shattered, life in the lands between might have been pretty nice. Well, except for the ever-present danger. What if some random pervert lurking in the fog decided to do something unspeakable? But the scenery was beautiful. That had to count for something. With a clear sky overhead and his path set before him, Lucian's journey to become Elden Lord had truly begun. 21, Chapter 21, The Seamster. Oi, you there, could you help us out, Cully? Lucian pulled on Torrent's reins and slowed his pace. Looking around and seeing no one in sight, he figured he had arrived. You there. Stop pretending you can't see me. Lucian looked in the direction of the voice. The speaker was growing anxious. Why won't anyone look me in the eye? I'm not that ugly. As the voice trailed off, Lucian spotted a withered little sapling camouflaged among the green bushes. Smack. Lucian dismounted and smacked the little tree with his palm. Ow, what did you go and do that for? That's so mean. A puff of grey mist rose, and a small figure appeared where the tree had been, clutching its face and curled on the ground. He wore a small leather cap decorated with sparse feathers, and a tiny coat draped over his furry body. His nails were long and sharp, and he looked a bit like an upright rat. Was it you calling for help? You were a talking tree a second ago, now you're alive. Oh, yes, I remember. Some clod turned me into a tree. BOC finally realized. You were just breaking the spell, weren't you? Thank you. The name's BOC. You really helped me a lot. I was pushed out of the cave, told not to come back, not ever. Then I ended up as a tree. Lucky you came along, really. BOC the Seamster, at your service, master. BOC fumbled around and eventually pulled out 10 mushrooms, offering them to Lucian with both hands. Oh, what a shame. When they threw me out of the cave, they took everything I owned, and so this is all I have to express my thanks. I hope you can forgive me. It's all right. I didn't help you expecting a reward. Lucian waved his hand and refused the mushrooms. Oh, please, I insist you take them. If not, I won't feel at ease. My mother always told me to properly thank those who help me. BOC pleaded. Unable to refuse, Lucian accepted them. Seeing this, BOC visibly lit up with joy. This hardly repays your life-saving kindness. If not for you, I might have stayed stuck here forever. Please, if you can afford to wait for a while, I could sneak back into the cave, and bring back something of actual value. Then I'd be of some real use to you, I reckon. But didn't you just say you were driven out? Wouldn't going back be dangerous? BOC shuddered as he recalled his bullying. Well, yes, I am frightened of them. So I have to gather myself. My knees start knocking, just thinking about that god-awful cave on the shore, but something important to me is in there, I have to get it back. Lucian knew it was his mother's keepsake. Too bad he had other business to attend to, or he wouldn't have minded going with Bose. It would save the little guy from another beating. After some thought, Lucian decided to come back for BOC later and help him reclaim the keepsake. How about this, you wait here. I've got something to do now, but I'll come back and go with you. No, no, that's too much trouble for you. Don't worry, it's settled. Next time we meet, we'll head out. Before BOC could argue, Lucian hopped back on Torrent and continued down the road. After he left, BOC looked at his receding figure with gratitude and muttered to himself like a vow, "Oh, you're such a kind person. But I can't accept more of your kindness. I'll definitely retrieve my mother's keepsake myself. And when I do, I'll follow you and become your personal tailor to repay your kindness." Having made up his mind, BOC headed in the direction of his cave. That should be enough, Lucian thought. I always liked BOC in the game. If I can help him avoid a beating, that's a win. Suddenly, something by the roadside caught Lucian's attention. It was a small device that looked like a telescope, just sitting in the grass beside the road. He quickly pulled Torrent to a stop. It looked a lot like the bird's eye scope from the game, but he wasn't sure. He took a closer look. That is a bird's eye telescope. It's enchanted with magicite, allows you to view your surroundings from the sky, like a bird. Melina's voice spoke in his ear, though she didn't appear. Lucian nodded. So it really was what he thought. He dismounted and approached the telescope, placing his eye on the viewing end. Suddenly, his vision shifted to a top-down aerial view. So this is how wide the view is from above. Everything ahead of him was clearly visible near a distant bridge. A few scattered soldiers were stationed. Lucian moved the lens to scan other areas. Behind him, the lone Stormvale castle perched on the cliff. To the left, the massive Erd tree and layered hills. To the right, a vast lake. Lucian knew there was a fire-breathing dragon lurking near that lake. Just as he was having fun, something unexpected appeared in the distance. Beyond the bridge ahead, a massive convoy entered his field of vision. Now that's going to be a problem. 22, Chapter 22, The Procession and the Explosive Bridge. Two massive humanoid beasts lumbered at the front of the procession trolls. Their hair was wild and matted, like porcupine bristles. Flesh hung in loose folds from their bodies, gray-red skin coated in dirt and dust. A huge iron stake pierced through each troll, impaling them from back to front. Chains trailed from the spikes, tethered to an enormous coffin-like cart identical to the one used near Stormgate. What was most unsettling was the empty cavity in each troll's abdomen. Hollowed out. No organs inside. How were they even alive? Behind them marched an escort. Wandering nobles cloaked in filth and decay staggered in pairs. Soldiers loyal to Godric carried torches. Kaden cellswords in scarlet cloaks patrolled on horseback. And they were headed straight for the same bridge Lucian needed to cross. The road was narrow, barely wide enough for the trolls. No space to maneuver. Charging through would be suicide. Lucian squinted through the telescope, analyzing their formation. Too many. And too diverse. This wasn't a bunch of clumsy foot soldiers. There were cavalry, mages, and shield-bearing knights. The whole army was here. He sighed. This isn't like the game, where I could just run past them. He considered waiting them out, but the trolls moved painfully slow. One misstep, and he could be caught between their front and rear. Too risky. I'll take the long way around, he decided. He turned east, planning to skirt along Aguil Lake's shoreline. That route would eventually connect to the main road again. The dragon wouldn't be a problem, not if he stayed near the cliffs. He rechecked the path using the bird's eye telescope. A gentle slope down toward the lake, a few minor threats, crabs, land squirt, but nothing he couldn't handle. Satisfied, Lucian set off. Following the lake's edge, Lucian rejoined the highway southbound toward the Weeping Peninsula. Along the way, he stumbled upon a grace hidden among the trees. He sat down to rest, drinking from his water skin and gnawing on jerky. It was late afternoon. He hadn't eaten all day, and his stomach voiced its complaints with audible grumbles. As he chewed, he considered his next steps. I wasted a bit of time avoiding the bridge. Sellen's place is behind me now. I'll put off magic lessons for now and just head to the Weeping Peninsula. He recalled the path. There was only one way in, the Bridge of Sacrifice. Guarded, but not heavily. What was on that bridge again? Ballistae? Explosive bolts? It was all fuzzy now. The game let you sprint across with ease, but real life wasn't so forgiving. He decided to scout ahead. Minutes later, Lucian found himself on a narrow road flanked by sheer cliffs clearly carved through the mountains. The Bridge of Sacrifice loomed ahead. This terrain's perfect for a cavalry charge, he muttered. Lucian urged Torrent forward, galloping straight toward the bridge. The guards spotted him. Enemy! Fire! They cried in hoarse voices. Whoosh boom! A bolt landed in front of him, narrowly missing. Lucian veered Torrent sharply to the side, but the bolt exploded on impact, the blast nearly knocking them over. Sweat poured from Lucian's brow. Explosive bolts. Great! Before he could finish cursing, another bolt flew toward them. Lucian turned and retreated without hesitation. Shouts and explosions echoed behind him, but he was already gone. Just a few seconds between each shot. That's 10, maybe 12 bolts before I can cross. One hit, and I'm toast. Back at the Grace, Lucian helped Torrent shed the scorched fur from its hindquarters. The steed looked over its shoulder, clearly concerned. Lucian chuckled awkwardly. Don't worry, you're not bald. Just singed. A little. Torrent wasn't convinced. His huge eyes welled up with tears, and he licked Lucian's cheek. He knows. The little guy knows everything. Lucian laughed. Then, as he cleaned up, a thought struck him. Wait, Spirit Spring. He leapt to his feet. After dispatching a few soldiers along the way, Lucian reached a sealed Evergaol on a cliff near the bridge. But he wasn't here for a duel. He slipped past the Evergaol and approached the cliff's edge. Below, to the right just as he remembered, a spirit spring shimmered at the edge of a ledge. Still here, he grinned. Long ago, he'd found it while exploring the area aimlessly. It led to an overgrown ruin across a chasm, with broken columns still standing strong. Back then, it felt like discovering a secret path. Now, it was his best shot. Lucian led Torrent down to the spirit spring's edge and looked across the gap. The ruin's beams were wide enough for 4 or 5 people to walk side by side. He patted Torrent's neck. Think you can make it? Torrent snorted disdainfully, insulted by the question. Taking a few steps back, Torrent launched forward, leaping into the spirit spring and soaring high into the air. Wahoo! We're flying! Lucian shouted with glee. Then he felt something wrap around his waist, a presence, a whisper, barely there. Ah, you idiots! Had you fallen, what would have become of you? Melina's voice? Lucian blinked. Maybe it was just the wind. Or maybe not. 23, Chapter 23, Shadows on the Road. Torrent carried Lucian and the spectral form of Melina effortlessly across the rugged terrain. The spectral steed's hooves made impossible leaps, traversing broken paths and wide chasms. As they descended toward a crumbling ruin, it seemed they wouldn't make the last few meters. Lucian tensed, the breath caught in his throat. Then thump! Torrent kicked off the air itself, landing nimbly atop a crumbling stone pillar. Double jump. MVP. Lucian exhaled deeply. That was unnecessarily dramatic. He patted Torrent's neck. Left, boy. The steed understood, bounding up a rocky slope in 2 elegant hops. Soon, they reached a flat plateau just beside the main road. From here, they were a few hundred meters from the Bridge of Sacrifice, far enough to stay out of sight. Lucian dismounted and crept to the nearby grace to touch its warm golden light. After that, he returned to the road, scanning ahead. He was looking for Ireina. He spotted her not long after. A young woman with pale gold hair tied in a high ponytail stood by the side of the road, her eyes covered with cloth bandages. A few loose strands clung to her face, damp with sweat. She wore a leather long coat over a linen tunic and pants. Her pointed black boots dug lightly into the soil as she slowly stumbled forward, using the low stone wall for balance. Lady Ireina of Castle Morne, alone, blind, and vulnerable. But she was not alone. Lucian's eyes narrowed as a figure in black armor, hooded and silent, crept up behind her. He recognized the man immediately, a Two Fingers agent and assassin. He wasn't here to protect Ireina. As the agent reached for his blade, their eyes briefly met. Lucian didn't hesitate. Behind you. Someone's there. He shouted, kicking Torrent into a gallop. The assassin flinched, realizing his cover was blown. His footsteps quickened. Ireina froze, panic washing over her pale face. She'd heard only silence behind her. Now someone was telling her danger was mere steps away. She clutched a sacred seal in her hands and began to pray. Rejection. A golden wave of force blasted out from her body, catching the assassin mid-lunge and hurling him through the air. That was close. Lucian's heart raced. The agent rolled back to his feet. But by then, Lucian was there, planting himself firmly between Ireina and her would-be killer. You all right? He asked. Ireina nodded shakily, still trembling. She couldn't speak, but her gratitude was clear. No one's going to hurt you. Not while I'm here. Lucian helped her onto Torrent's back and turned to face the assassin. The agent scowled. This has nothing to do with you. Lucian drew 2 ornamental straight swords, crossing them loosely at his sides. It does now. The assassin sneered. We're both tarnished. I don't want to kill you, but I will, if you keep interfering. Behind him, Ireina paled further. Her heart pounded. If this man changed his mind, if he handed her over, she'd be doomed, and so would Castle Morne. But Lucian just laughed. Ha, you're panicking. If you were strong enough, you wouldn't need to talk so much, you'd just kill me. And even if you did, my horse would still get her to safety. The assassin growled and rushed forward, sword and shield in hand. I'm doing this for the greater mission. He roared. Their blades clashed. Lucian blocked with one sword, stabbed under the assassin's arm with the other. The agent deflected with his shield, but Lucian kicked it hard, breaking his stance. Twin blades danced in a deadly rhythm. Blood sprayed from cuts on the assassin's arm and leg. You talk about missions and duty, Lucian spat, but you're just weak. Pathetic. Seeing himself outmatched, the assassin shifted tactics. Listen. I wasn't going to tell you this, but I'm under direct orders from the Two Fingers. This girl must die. If you interfere, you defy the greater will. Lucian said nothing. The agent pressed on. Help me. Complete the task, and I'll vouch for you. I'll get you an audience with the Two Fingers. You could be chosen. A blade of their will, like me. We follow the grace, don't we? Surely you've seen its guidance. Then you know what path is right. Lucian nodded slowly. You're right. A flicker of hope lit the assassin's face. Ireina's heart dropped. But I refuse. The agent's smile cracked. Lucian struck. He closed the gap instantly, raining blows on the assassin, forcing him to defend with his shield. But arms and legs were exposed. Slashes drew fresh blood. The agent screamed. You madman. Heretic. You'll regret this. Lucian fainted, then slashed across the assassin's throat. Blood gurgled. The man collapsed, lifeless. Lucian stood over him and muttered, following the guidance doesn't mean following the fingers. He cleaned his blades and turned to Ireina. Come on, let's get you to safety. 24, Chapter 24, The Eyes in the Dark. Lucian lowered his sword and nudged aside the assassin's hood, revealing an unremarkable face, one with dull, washed-out eyes. A tarnished, no doubt. Honestly, Lucian hadn't meant to kill him at first. But once the fight started, well, he just got carried away. What could he say? The guy was weak. While the assassin's technique wasn't terrible, Lucian had already leveled up several times. Under the weight of overwhelming stats, the man's defense might as well have been paper. A couple of solid hits, and even his shield couldn't save him. Well, what's done is done. No point wasting it. He knelt and rifled through the corpse. The man had carried a broadsword plus 2 reinforced, a blue crest heater shield, and a finger seal for incantations. There were also 3 smithing stones, 1, and a worn iron cleaver used by misbegotten soldiers. None of this surprised Lucian. He'd studied Ireina's death in his past life thoroughly. An assassination attempt like this was expected. In the game, it was clear that Ireina hadn't been killed by the misbegotten. That was just a staged scene. At the site of her death, 2 distinct blood patterns had marred the stone behind her. One was a small, older puncture wound nearly black from time. The other was a violent spray, smeared across half the rock face. An iron cleaver had been stabbed into the ground nearby, standard misbegotten weaponry. Clearly, the scene had been manipulated, likely by someone who'd used the cleaver to mutilate her corpse post-mortem and create a convincing narrative. But that didn't track. The misbegotten, once brutalized and enslaved, carried a deep-seated rage. When they struck back, they didn't just kill. They vented. They hacked until nothing remained but pulp. They didn't stab someone and politely leave behind their weapon. That's why Lucian knew this whole thing had been staged. Suddenly, Melina's voice whispered in his ear. He was indeed a messenger of the 2 fingers. I am not saying you were wrong to kill him. But if the Church of the 2 Fingers discovers this, there could be consequences. Lucian raised an eyebrow. You don't think this was heretical? What does it matter? She replied. As you once said, following the guidance doesn't mean blindly following the 2 fingers. He paused, mulling it over. For Melina, this probably wasn't a big deal. Even joining Volcano Manor or hunting fellow Tarnished wouldn't bother her. Only frenzied flame, that was her one sacred line. In that case, Lucian threw the corpse over his shoulder and headed back toward Torrent. Ireina was still deeply shaken. She had only just escaped from Castle Morne, pursued by rampaging misbegotten. Her guards had stayed behind to hold them off, giving her a chance to flee. Her servants had scattered, one by one vanishing in silence, ambushed, no doubt. Her father had once told her of a great bridge that connected Castle Morne to the realm of Lord Godric. Hoping to find help, she had limped along the roadside, clinging to the stone railing. Then she'd heard the gallop of hooves behind her and a voice warning her that someone was stalking her from the shadows. If not for that voice, she would already be dead. Thinking back, she realized her servants had likely been assassinated one by one by that silent pursuer. Her once peaceful life had been shattered in a single day. Her father, left behind in the castle, his fate unknown. The loyal guards and servants who had raised her likely all dead. She wanted to cry, but her blind eyes could not shed tears. The sound of footsteps drew near. She flinched. She had heard the battle but didn't know who had won. Then the voice came, calm, familiar, comforting. It's over, Lucian said gently. The man who tried to kill you won't hurt anyone ever again. Relief flooded her face. Her rigid shoulders sagged as the tightness in her chest began to uncoil. Her voice came in broken sobs, but no tears fell. She tried to dismount, to bow and thank her savior, but her footing faltered. Lucian caught her just in time, tossing the corpse to the ground to free his arms. He held her as she trembled in his embrace, soft and shivering. His heart ached. He gently stroked her back, his voice low and steady. It's over now. You're safe. I'm here. You're safe. Gradually, she calmed. Ireina was strong. She had purpose. Tilting her face toward his, blind though it was, she gripped his hand with both of hers. Please, she whispered, I implore you. Would you mind taking a letter to my father, at the castle? He's the commander of the southern castle. The misbegotten have rebelled, fears shouting, fighting everywhere. He stayed behind to buy us time. My sole wish is that he escape, even if his honor should be the price. Please. I just want him to be safe. I apologize, I know I owe you my life, and yet here I am, begging you for more. Lucian clasped her hand firmly. Leave it to me, he said. I'll reunite you with your father. They rode together beneath the moonlight. Ireina slumped against his back, finally asleep from exhaustion. The trauma of the day had worn her thin. It was too dangerous to leave her alone. Lucian didn't know if more assassins would come. He slung the messenger's corpse behind him, dragging it by the leg through the mud, leaving a crimson trail. When they reached a cliffside, he tossed the mangled body, now missing half its skull, into the sea. Only when he heard the splash below did he turn away. To prevent Ireina from falling in her sleep, he shifted her to sit sideways on Torrent, cradled against his chest. One arm held her securely, the other rested on his sword hilt. He was angry. He wanted something Semianato cut down. So when they encountered a misbegotten raiding party desecrating the corpses of her guards and servants, Lucian cut through them all. Not a single misbegotten was left standing. Not one corpse was left intact. The massacre didn't wake Ireina. There was no room for Melina to sit now. She floated alongside Torrent, quietly observing. Lucian's combat instincts had sharpened. His footwork, his timing, his handling of encirclement, they had all improved significantly. He was growing stronger. Fast. They passed a dung beetle rolling ashes down the road without a second glance. Soon, the outer walls of Castle Morne came into view. A sight of grace shimmered nearby, and a merchant warmed himself by a campfire. Night had fallen. Lucian had no intention of breaching the castle tonight. Rest was vital. He greeted the traveling merchant and handed him 100 runes for permission to share the fire. He sat with Ireina nestled against him, still sleeping. His gaze was fixed somewhere distant, his thoughts unreadable. From across the road, the bushes rustled. A pair of glowing yellow eyes flickered in the darkness like flames trapped in glass. Lucian narrowed his eyes. He recognized them. Eyes touched by frenzied flame. Looks like the truth is even more complicated than I thought. 25, Chapter 25, A Spark of Madness. Melina's voice drifted softly in Lucian's ear, taut with warning. Take heed, that is the frenzied flame. A force not meant for mortal hands, but chaos incarnate devouring all life, all will. Let it graze you not even once. Lucian could hear the weight in her words. He knew exactly how dangerous the frenzied flame was. The last thing he wanted was to lose control and spiral into madness. If he was going to survive this fight, he had to be careful, extremely careful. The group approaching now, they bore the signs of frenzied flame's corruption. Their erratic movements, the twitching of their limbs, the madness in their eyes. He recognized it. They must have come down from the deranged village nestled higher up the mountain home to the afflicted. With them came swarms of oversized rats, yellow-eyed and frothing at the mouth. Then came a noisy and unsettling fluttering above. Lucian looked up. Several winged misbegotten flew overhead, their grotesque hybrid bodies silhouetted against the dark sky. He frowned. That made things more complicated. This wasn't just a random encounter. This was deliberate. These enemies were infused with the madness of frenzied flame. A serious threat. Much greater than the usual rabble. And Lucian wasn't naive enough to believe he could take a few hits and walk away. This wasn't a game. One touch from that fire might be enough to crack his mind. Ideally, he would mount Torrent and whittle away at the enemy's numbers with speed and precision, staying out of reach. But Ireina made that impossible. A mounted battle was too dangerous while she rode behind him. He couldn't defend her and fight at full strength. One mistake, and she could be seriously hurt. And he knew the winged misbegotten could shoot arrows from the sky. The rats, too, were small and fast, perfect for sneaking past him. Leaving Ireina somewhere safe while he fought? Not an option. They would just go around him and attack her. No, just like before, he had only one choice: let Torrent carry Ireina to safety, while he faced the madness alone. He smirked. The enemy had planned this well. They'd anticipated his compassion, predicted that he would give up his steed to protect her. They had done everything to strip away his mobility, his advantage. But so what? He raised the whistle to his lips and blew. Torrent came galloping to his side. The sound stirred Ireina from her uneasy sleep. She awoke with a jolt, but calmed as she realized she was nestled against a strong, steady chest. That familiar presence. Sorry, Lucian murmured, adjusting her in his arms. Didn't mean to wake you. It'll be over soon. It is all right, Sir Lucian. Do not trouble yourself on my behalf, just please, do be careful. He nodded. Just stay on the horse, like last time. I'll handle the rest. She gave a small, trusting nod, letting him lift her gently into the saddle. But as his hands pulled away, she found herself missing his warmth. In truth, his armor was cold and hard. There was no comfort in metal. But the man beneath it, that was what made her feel safe. Like a hero from a story, he had come to her rescue. And now he continued to fight for her. She hadn't felt peace like this in a long, long time. Then, guilt crept in. She was a burden. He had to look after her constantly. Worse, she had selfishly dragged him into a mission that wasn't his. And he might get hurt because of it. She couldn't let herself think about that. From the grace, Lucian retrieved the Lordsworn's greatsword. Heavy in one hand, but perfect in two. It was the only colossal sword he had right now. He hadn't chosen it for finesse. He'd chosen it for power. He wasn't going to waste time with drawn-out combat. Every swing needed to count. He didn't bring a shield. Against frenzied flame, even a shield wouldn't help. Madness didn't care about metal or tactics. This fight would be simple. No damage, or death. Arrows whistled down from above. Lucian tilted his body just enough to avoid them. The misbegotten's aim was sloppy. Most of the arrows didn't even come close. Good. That gave him some breathing room. The enemy emerged from the tree line. He counted them quickly: 5 winged misbegotten. 8, maybe 9 frenzied villagers. A swarm of rats, more than a dozen of them, all infected with madness. One was enormous, easily taller than a man. They weren't on him yet. He could thin them out. One of the winged misbegotten dove at him, claws outstretched. He met it mid-air with a cleaving strike. The blade sank deep, carving a diagonal line from its shoulder to its side. Its scream was shrill and animalistic. Lucian lifted the sword, dragging the body up with it still skewered on the blade. Their eyes met. Even in agony, the misbegotten glared at him with a snarl. Lucian smiled. A wild, bloodthirsty grin. Like a beast baring its fangs. He reached up with his left hand and gripped its skull. Then rip. The sword swept sideways, tearing the creature apart. Only its head and one dangling arm remained in his grasp. Blood rained down in sheets. The thing gurgled once then was still. He let the pieces fall to the dirt and turned his gaze skyward. The others hesitated. They'd seen what he just did. Lucian pulled a set of cookery from his pouch, loot from a long-forgotten corpse. 4 left. Just enough. He threw them one by one with practiced motion. 2 hit their mark, sinking into flesh. The creatures faltered mid-flight, wings flailing. 1 barely dodged. The last was unlucky. It took a blade straight to the wing and tumbled from the sky, crashing in front of Lucian. It scrambled, trying to crawl away, panic in every movement. Lucian pinned it down with his foot, lifted his greatsword high, and split it clean down the middle from belly to shoulder. It didn't die right away. It howled, its insides pouring out into the soil, body twitching violently. Lucian didn't spare it another glance. The rats were coming. Dozens of them, eyes gleaming gold, screeching like demons. He met them head-on. Every swing of the greatsword was death. Some were sliced clean in half. Others were thrown yards away like rag dolls. One got too close. Crack. He stomped it flat, its skull bursting like a melon. But they just kept coming. 8, 9, 10 down. Still more. The massive rat shrieked, coordinating the swarm with eerie intelligence. It directed the others to flank and surround him. Then came a scream. IAH. One of the frenzied villagers raised their arms, and a blast of frenzied flame erupted from their eyes, a wild cone of yellow fire arcing toward him. Lucian didn't retreat. He charged. The flame seared past his head, close enough to feel the heat. But he didn't flinch. His greatsword swept low and took the man's legs out from under him, severing them in a single stroke. The torrent of flame ended abruptly as the body crumpled. Before it even hit the ground, Lucian's blade came down again. Clean decapitation. He stood over the corpse, scanning the battlefield. More enemies closing in. He tried to find fear inside himself. He knew one wrong move could mean madness or worse. But all he felt was exhilaration. He grinned like a wolf before the kill. So this is what this place does to you, he whispered to himself. This land of madness. The beast inside me is waking up. 26, Chapter 26, Blood and Fire. A single sword pierced through the charging rat. Before Lucian could shake the corpse off his blade, a frenzied swung a rusted longsword at him. He twisted his body to evade and thrust his weapon into the attacker's chest. With a spin and a mighty fling, he hurled the corpse still impaled with the rat into 2 more infected that were readying their assault, knocking them to the ground. Lucian stepped forward to finish them off, but another enemy had already begun channeling frenzied flame. A jet of searing madness erupted toward him. Rolling hard across the ground, he narrowly escaped the blaze. Just as he tried to stand, another rat lunged at him, jaws open wide. Snatching the rat's head with his left hand, he slammed it into the dirt once, twice until it was nothing but pulp coating his palm. Before he could rise again, the sound of something massive crashing down behind him forced another evasive roll. Boom! A massive rat easily larger than a man slammed into the spot where he'd just been. Springing to his feet, Lucian lunged forward, gripping his greatsword with both hands. A shimmer of grey energy pulsed across his body as he swung the blade upward in a brutal arc. Weapon skill, stamp, upward cut. The giant rat leapt to the side, but its bulk worked against it. Lucian's strike tore open half its abdomen, spilling entrails and blood onto the grass. It wasn't a killing blow, but it was more than enough to drive the creature into retreat. He turned, plunging his sword into the underside of another frenzied jaws. The blade erupted through the top of its skull. With a flick, the body crumpled, jaw and half its face flung aside. But more enemies closed in. 2 frenzied came from either side, blades raised. Another, a short distance away, approached with hands gripping its head preparing to release frenzied flame. Behind him, he could hear rats skittering toward him again. Overhead, the winged misbegotten, seeing Lucian overwhelmed, found renewed courage and began drawing their short bows. Lucian charged forward to meet the closest threats. His greatsword swept horizontally, cleaving one frenzied in half at the waist, but the follow-through lost momentum, lodging deep into the second attacker's ribs. The frenzied clutched at the blade, holding it fast. Meanwhile, a rat lunged at Lucian's ankle. He kicked it away, hard. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the flame-bearer reach optimal range. Madness burned in its eyes as the frenzied flame gathered, seconds from unleashing hell. Lucian yanked his sword free, ready to retreat. But at that moment, an arrow from above struck precisely between the armor plates at his side. Pain exploded through him. He staggered. Damn it. That one moment's hesitation, it was enough for the flame to consume him. But it never came. Thunk. A crossbow bolt embedded cleanly in the flame-bearer's forehead. The frenzied collapsed, frenzied flame never released. Lucian turned. Near the bonfire, the wandering merchant sat atop his bony donkey, calmly reloading his hand crossbow. "We nomadic merchants double as mercenaries when needed," the merchant said with a grin. "And I figured you could use the help." Lucian exhaled sharply through a smile. Strange as they were, the nomads always seemed to show up when it mattered. No time to offer thanks, yet there were still enemies alive. He ripped the arrow from his side and steadied his breath. For the first time in this long series of battles, fatigue crept in. He had been pushing himself, using the full force of the Lordsworn's greatsword to dispatch enemies quickly and avoid being overwhelmed by the madness-inducing flame. He surveyed the battlefield. The misbegotten overhead could wait. They didn't wield frenzied flame. He could take injuries, just not from that cursed fire. The remaining real threats were 3 frenzied, a giant rat, and 4 or 5 smaller ones. As they encircled him again, Lucian steadied his stance. Only this many left. He muttered. Then let's end it. The final infected fell with Lucian's sword buried deep in its chest. He pulled the blade free, letting the corpse slump. But the man wasn't quite dead. He clawed at the ground, trying to rise. Without a word, Lucian drove his greatsword down diagonally, edge pressed to the frenzied's neck. Then he stomped his boot on the man's head. Crack. The sword did the rest. The enemy's head rolled to the side. At last, the battlefield was still. He dropped to the ground, chest heaving, and took out both crimson and cerulean flask of tears. He gulped them down in one go. Wounds closed, breath steadied, clarity returned. He'd taken a few hits near the end, couldn't dodge everything in his fatigued state, but none from frenzied flame. That was the only thing that mattered. The merchant approached atop his donkey. Damn, that was brutal. Lucian didn't deny it. The carnage had been extreme. Thank the Erd tree. Ireina hadn't seen it, or her impression of him might have shattered completely. Thanks for the support, he said at last. The merchant smiled. Don't mention it. Just doing my job. Though I'll be honest, I charge a lot. Not many folks willing to pay just to sit by a fire. I'd consider you a VIP. Be a shame if you died. Lucian gestured at the field of corpses. Take all the loot. Consider it your fee. Now that's generous. I won't say no. Lucian didn't feel the slightest regret. That bolt had saved his life. And the merchant's continuing barrage had kept the winged misbegotten busy. He'd earned his pay. After a short rest, Lucian cleaned the worst of the gore from his armor and stood up. With a sharp whistle, Torrent came galloping in, Ireina seated calmly on his back. The spectral steed had run smoothly the whole way. Despite Ireina's blindness, she had never seemed in danger of falling. Is it over? She asked, worry in her voice. Are you hurt? Lucian slapped his armor with exaggerated bravado. Not a scratch. Handled them all without breaking a sweat. Ireina smiled in relief. I am glad. But her expression quickly dimmed. No, this is my fault again. I dragged you into another fight, made you take risks you did not have to. I am truly sorry. Wah, what are you? Before she could finish, Lucian's arms swept beneath her knees and around her shoulders. In one smooth motion, he lifted her from the saddle in a princess carry and began walking toward the bonfire. This isn't your fault, he said gently. And besides, protecting a princess is a knight's duty. A blush rose on Ireina's cheeks. She smiled bashfully, her voice playful. The daughter of a castle commander is not exactly a princess, you know. Lucian chuckled. Well, if a vagabond like me counts as a knight, then you certainly count as royalty. She didn't reply, only nestled her head against his shoulder. His armor still reeked of blood, but somehow, the scent wasn't off-putting. It made her feel safe. She'd been about to say she could walk. But now, she didn't want to. If this path could stretch on forever, she thought, I would not mind walking it like this for the rest of my life. Out of their sight, Melina quietly combed Torrent's mane, her face blank. Torrent winced slightly as a few tufts were tugged free, but dared not make a sound. 27, Chapter 27, A seat lost, a pillow found. Melina didn't think much of it. She and Lucian were only bound by an accord, after all. Pluck. A few strands of hair came loose between her fingers. Paths diverged and fates lay apart. He walks his destined course, as she pursue the calling that was laid upon her. They are bound by purpose, yet bound to separate ways. Pluck. Another few strands. Yes, what he did had nothing to do with her, and yet, it was mildly irritating. Her seat was gone, and now she had to float over here on her own. Pluck. He'd said he would protect her, but exactly who was he protecting? Another tuft came away. Torrent finally couldn't take it anymore. The spectral steed rubbed his head pitifully against Melina's face, eyes brimming with watery complaint. Torrent, what is this bald patch? Have you been harmed? The road was short, and before long they arrived at a site of grace. After setting Ireina down, Lucian prepared to sleep. He'd been busy all day, and even though the grace kept his body brimming with vitality, he still wanted to maintain the habit of resting. He was just about to lie down when a thought struck him. He didn't mind sleeping on grass, but Ireina was the treasured daughter of a castle commander, raised with servants attending her every need. She might not be used to such conditions. Earlier, when she'd leaned against him, her clothes had gotten a little dirty, but at least she'd been spared mud on her face and hair. Ireina, he said, turning toward her. Are you fine sleeping directly on the ground? If not, you can lean on me again. In truth, Ireina wanted to accept, but she couldn't keep burdening him, so she held on to her dignity as a princess. It is fine. I am not some pampered noble lady, she replied. Even if I cannot see, I have loved running around since I was small. I have fallen plenty of times and gotten filthy. It is nothing new. Besides, I slept the whole way here. You don't need to worry about me, please, get some rest. Seeing she truly didn't mind, Lucian nodded. He was tired enough not to press the matter. You are going to sleep now? She asked. It's been a long day. Tomorrow morning I'll take you back to Castle Morne, don't worry. He assumed she was simply eager to return home, but Ireina quickly shook her head. No, you have misunderstood. That is not what I meant. I was wondering, would you like to rest your head on my lap, like a pillow? Lucian blinked. What? One of my maids once told me it makes people happy and relaxed. I tried it before, it is very soothing. You have cared for me so much along the way. I could not fight, I would only slow you down in battle, but at least now, please allow me do something for you. He almost teared up. Whoever that maid was, she had his eternal gratitude. Thank you, nameless maid. If you're alive, I'll call you my sister. If you're dead, I'll slaughter every misbegotten in your name. Really? Of course, if you do not mind. He could hardly contain his excitement. Never in his life had he imagined being offered a lap pillow by a beautiful girl. It felt like a dream. What do I do? Ireina shifted into a kneeling position and patted her thighs. Just lie down, as if it were a pillow. He removed his helmet and, stiff as a board, lowered himself into place. This was the closest he'd ever been to a girl, and a vague sense of guilt gnawed at him, as if he were taking advantage of her innocence. But the instant his head touched her lap, the guilt vanished. The world had never felt so good. Looking up, he saw Ireina's pretty face framed from a strange new angle, her robe hinting at a graceful, shapely figure. He quickly turned his head away, heart hammering. Yet his eyes betrayed him, stealing glances at her smile, so pure and genuine it made his guilt return tenfold. She's just a kind-hearted girl. She doesn't know better. But I do. I need to be the adult here. I shouldn't have agreed. I'm nearly 30 in my old life, and she's just a young girl. With a deep breath, he closed his eyes. Soon, lulled by the warmth and softness, he drifted into sleep, completely missing Torrent's quiet, resentful snorts. Ireina stayed still for a long time, even as her legs began to ache, unwilling to disturb him. The traveling merchant, having finished picking through the battlefield, returned to the campfire with his skinny mule. Oh, little miss, aren't you cold? Ireina had heard his voice earlier during the fight, so she knew he was friendly. No, the night is not too bad and there is a fire, she answered softly, not wanting to wake Lucian. Wearing something that thin? Bah, people who hate troubling others always act stubborn. Years on the road had made the merchant perceptive fire only warmed the front, the wind chilled the back. Catching her in the lie, he sighed. Then something warm settled around her shoulders. It's a wolfskin shawl. Keeps the cold out. She ran her hands over the soft fur. It was indeed warm. Thank you. How much in runes? No charge, he said, then remembered she couldn't see and added, I made a killing tonight thanks to you too. Consider it a gift. But, and this is why I hate you polite types. Just take it. Out here, mutual aid's the norm. Unable to refuse further, she accepted with quiet gratitude. Could you describe him for me? She asked suddenly. The merchant raised a brow. You don't know what he looks like, but you're traveling together. She nodded. He is my savior. He agreed to my shameless request. Like my father, he makes me feel safe, always looking out for me. And yet I do not even know his face. That is no way to treat one's benefactor. The merchant chuckled and indulged her. That young man on your lap is a handsome tarnished, and young too. Fights like a demon, hacking limbs left and right. But for a spot by the fire, he'll pay runes. And for you, he'll face an entire horde without hesitation. I'd say he's a good man, noble, even. Someone who wields a sword to protect. Ireina listened in silence, her soft, pale fingers tracing the lines of Lucian's sleeping face, as if etching them into her memory. 28, Chapter 28, The Lunar Princess's Gift. Lucian stirred from sleep, an odd itch dancing across his cheek. Blinking away the haze of slumber, he found a pale, delicate face hovering dangerously close to his own. He flinched, then recognized it instantly. Ireina. Her head bobbed like a chick pecking at grain, soft lips parted slightly with a thin line of crystal-clear drool at the corner. A few strands of hair dangled down, brushing across his face as she unconsciously nuzzled closer, the source of that maddening itch. She's asleep. Lucian lingered on the sight, unable to help himself. Normally, she had little quirks, a tilt of the head, an extra bounce in her step that spoke of her youth and playfulness. But he knew the rebellion at Castle Morne had left deep scars on her heart. Those moments of innocence were rare, breaking through the storm clouds only occasionally. It made this defenseless slumber all the more precious and painful to see. If not for the rebellion, she might have lived her life in peace. He committed every detail to memory, the relaxed features, the gentle rise and fall of her breath. In the game, you die here. But not this time. Carefully, he lifted his head from her lap and rolled away, escaping without waking her. Rising to his feet, he brushed the dirt and grass from his clothes. Something was wrong. It was still the dead of night. The wandering merchant and his skinny mule slept nearby, heads drooping. When Lucian had met him the previous evening, the man had already pitched his small tent. There was no reason for him to be sleeping out in the open like this. He drew his greatsword, scanning the surroundings. That's when he noticed a faint, pale blue mist curling low across the ground. So thin you wouldn't see it unless you were looking. This way, Tarnished. A voice called, cool and clear as moonlight. May I have a word? Lucian knew that voice. The lunar princess Runni. He hadn't expected her to appear here of all places. She sat perched atop a massive fragment of ancient ruin, a towering silhouette beneath the night sky. A great snow-white pointed hat rimmed with silver threads, a cloak of unknown creature's fur, and a plain white robe that seemed at once regal and unassuming. Her skin was an ethereal blue, her two right hands folded neatly in her lap. One body, one spirit, two faces beneath the wide brim of her hat. It was her. Lucian approached until he stood before the ruin, forced to crane his neck to meet her gaze. A pleasure to meet thee, Tarnished. She said. I am the witch Rena. I'd heard tell of a tarnished hurtling about atop a spectral steed and dared attempt the bridge of sacrifice. And upon looking into the matter, the talk, I surmise, is of thee. Thou art possessed of the power, no, to call forth the spectral steed named Torrent. Yes, Lucian admitted without hesitation. I can summon Torrent. We travel together. Runni inclined her head, then brought forth two items from beneath her cloak, one in each of her right hands. Ah, as I had hoped. I was entrusted this, for thee. By Torrent's former master. 'Tis a bell for calling forth spirits. The sight briefly triggered an odd memory of the grafted scion's twin sword stabbing toward him, and the strange resemblance made him shiver. She ignored his expression and revealed her gifts. In one hand, a small silver bell, the spirit-calling bell he had been yearning for; in the other, a small box containing the ashes of the lone wolf. This bell, she explained, summon them with it, from ash unreturned to the Erd tree. The spirits will obey thine command but briefly, as they recall battles past. But some spirits are not so easily called forth. Her gaze flicked toward his pack. She meant the Stormhawk King. She offered the second gift, the ashes of lone wolves. Treat them well, as you do Torrent. Now it is thine, to do with as thou wishest. Without waiting for thanks, her form began to dissolve into drifting snow. Forgive mine intrusion, Tarnished. I doubt we shall again meet, but all the same, learn well the lands between. Just before vanishing, her eyes lingered on the nearby site of grace, as if something there caught her interest. How long will it be, I wonder, before the Tarnished tire of obeisance to the two fingers? And then she was gone. Lucian sat before the grace, turning the bell over in his hand. A delicate ring chimed when he shook it, and he felt an immediate connection to the ashes in his pack, awareness of their presence, the knowledge that a flow of magic could bring them forth. The Stormhawk Denna and the three wolves responded readily, but the Stormhawk King remained aloof. He focused, trying to reach the proud bird but failed. Its will was clear: you're recognized, but not yet worthy. Equip the Ash of War, Storm Stomp instead. Lucian scratched his head. Not summoning the king for now, it seemed. He pulled out the whetstone knife, studying it. No idea how to use it. Melina, you there? Her form appeared at his side, her voice tinged with something unguarded. That woman, her spirit lingers within my own. I sense a bond, yet the memory eludes me. Lucian hadn't expected that. He had no answers to offer. Melina shook her head. Perhaps, it was but an imagination. You wish to bind an Ash of War to your blade. I shall aid you in that. You can do that too? He asked, genuinely surprised. If the game had this many interactions, her popularity would have been through the roof. She accepted the knife, the Ash of War, and his halberd. Perhaps it was only a whisper of memory, a method that lies buried in oblivion, yet known to me by birthright. Like one who grows into the blade's true purpose. I have merely remembered what was already mine. 29, Chapter 29, The Storm's True Shape. Melina began by running the whetstone knife gently along the blade of the halberd. Small, grayish, translucent crystals flaked away with each scrape. Should you wish to bestow a new Ash of War upon a blade that already bears one, she explained, you must first strip away the old one. She sprinkled the Storm Stomp Ash of War evenly across the halberd's surface as she continued her quiet instruction. Ashes of war are but remnants of warriors who once mastered a singular art of battle. To wield them is to call upon the memory of such a one, using the ash as a vessel through which their technique is made manifest. That is why they require focus to use. Melina's pale eyes flicked to him. The cost is well met. Surely you feel its refinement in each stroke. The mastery wrought through tens of thousands of motions, each one shaping the last. Lucian nodded. The skill stamp, upward cut, from his previous ash was one thing, but when channeled through magic, it carried a perfection that could never be faked, every motion sharpened by countless battles fought long before his time. If I fully master the art within one ash, and then replace it with another, could I use both techniques? He asked. Melina's lips curved faintly. Difficult, indeed, yet, should you have truly mastered the first art by your own hand, why should it not be within reach? She pressed her palm against the whetstone knife, imbuing it with a faint glow. Runes etched along the blade lit softly as the ash melted into liquid light, seeping into the halberd steel. With this knife, I may alter a weapon scaling from standard to that of quality. Shall I do so for you? Lucian hesitated. He vaguely remembered that quality scaling balanced both strength and dexterity bonuses, but reduced base damage. Thick scaling, by contrast, heavily favored strength. What's the effect of quality, exactly? He asked. It shall lessen the raw force of each blow, Melina said, yet grant greater advantage from both your strength and dexterity. Her explanation jogged his memory. Quality scaling took both attributes evenly good for those who trained in both. But for now, his early investment in strength and dexterity likely wouldn't outweigh the base damage loss. Leave it standard, he decided. Melina nodded and removed the old Ash of War, placing each crystal of the lunging cleave into the pouch that once held the Storm Stomp. She handed him the halberd and the whetstone knife. It's done. Would you want to test it? Lucian could feel the difference even before he swung. The memory of the Storm Stomp's wielder lingered in the weapon ready to be called forth with a thought. Not yet, he said. First, I want to level up. After slaying so many foes, he expected a windfall of runes, but he had only earned just over 1100. Without the critical executions, it would have been far less. Melina explained, runes dwell within the flesh of those bound to the Golden Order. A part fuses with the flesh itself. To strike with overwhelming force like wringing a soaked cloth can draw forth those runes from within. It matched his memory of the game, killing with at least 1.5 times the damage threshold yielded about 20% more runes. Fortunately, he still had 300 in savings, plus over 200 from slaying the misbegotten along the way, just enough to put a point into vigor, leaving barely 100 runes to his name. The misbegotten roamed Castle Morne in hordes, likely more vicious than anything in the game. The Storm Stomp would give him another source of wide area damage. He rose from the site of grace. The mist that had lingered in Runny's presence had faded, though Ireina and the merchant still slept nearby. Night still cloaked the land. He left them undisturbed, lit his torch, and mounted Torrent. Your coat looks thinner here, he murmured, brushing the spectral steed's flank. Torrent kept running without reply. They soon reached the forested slope and the village within. A great bonfire stood at its center, but no one would ever gather around it again. Lucian searched the place and found a flame-crest wooden shield on a corpse. Beyond the village lay the Caleb Baptismal Church, its roof long gone, the great statue of Marika weathered by time. Beneath it rested a gilded chalice, sacred tear. Melina's voice echoed beside his ear. That chalice shall let you restore the sacred droplet's blessing to your flask, strengthening its healing. Lucian took it without hesitation. That was the reason he had come. Back in the empty village, he gripped his halberd to test the Storm Stomp. Following the memory within the weapon, he gathered magic into his legs and stamped down. A gust of wind surged outward, ruffling the grass and scattering dust in a 2-meter ring before fading. Not bad enough to disrupt enemy attacks and throw off projectiles. Not enough. The voice of the ancient king rumbled through his mind. You have seen the true storm before. Lucian's thoughts flashed back to the Chapel of Anticipation, to the endless gales that lashed that lonely isle. How do I reach it? He asked inwardly. Imagine it. Become the storm. Guided by the ancient king's will, he pressed deeper into the memory of wind and thunder. His next stomp unleashed a far greater blast gale screaming through the village, walls creaking, wooden beams scarred by invisible blades. He stared in surprise. The focus, FP, cost hadn't changed, but the range and power had grown immensely. Better but still far from the true storm, the king said. I shall show you once. Watch well. Lucian felt the king seize his magic. The ground shook as a tempest erupted, tearing houses apart, shattering the bonfire and its stone base. For a heartbeat, the true storm had descended upon the village. T/N. Yes, killing an enemy with a single strike that deals at least 150% of their maximum health results in a 20% bonus to the runes earned from that kill. This mechanic, known as an overkill bonus, has been present in previous From Software games and carries over to Elden Ring. I can't believe I just learned something so important from this fanfic. 30, Chapter 30, Shadows over Castle Morne. Lucian stood frozen, staring at the devastation before him. Whatever small village had once stood here was now unrecognizable, wiped away as though it had never existed. Compared to the storm unleashed by the ancient king, the storm stomp on his weapon's Ash of War felt like nothing more than a playful breeze. Was this paltry skill truly worthy of the name Storm? Such power, of course, did not come without a price. Every drop of magic in Lucian's body had been wrung dry. He pulled out his cerulean flask and drank it down in one long swallow, feeling his energy return. He tried calling the ancient king again, but this time the spirit ignored him. Closing his eyes, he tried to recall the sensation from moments before, attempting to guide his magic as the ancient king had. But his control was clumsy, crude. The only way he could replicate the effect was to flood his weapon with raw magic until it burst out. For now, he abandoned the thought of calling forth a true storm. Instead, he stamped his foot and released Storm Stomp again. This time, he consciously mimicked the king's movements, tracing the wind's path in his mind. The skill's power leapt noticeably. He had no target to measure against, but he could feel the difference. It was still a far cry from the king's overwhelming storm, but the improvement was undeniable. The magic cost had risen, yet he could still unleash it 5 or 6 times at full power before exhausting himself, and he could adjust the input to save energy. That flexibility alone made it a far more reliable tool. Satisfied, he judged himself better prepared to face the hordes of misbegotten in Castle Morne. The light of the Erd tree was already brightening, signaling the night's end. Time to head back. Mounting Torrent, he rode down the slope toward the camp where he had rested the night before. By the time he arrived, daylight had fully claimed the land. The wandering merchant was already awake. He gave Lucian a brief nod, asking no questions about his absence. At the sight of Grace, Lucian took out his sacred flask. Melina sat beside him. "How do I improve its healing effect?" he asked. "There is nothing you need do." "Nothing." "Yes. Simply bring it back to a site of grace. The ritual that gathers the sacred dew shall strengthen of its own accord, and so will the flask's effect." He set the flask in the soft golden glow of grace, then pulled out an empty one. Before his eyes, drop by drop, the liquid began to fill. When it reached half, he took a sip slightly sweeter than before. When it filled completely, he rose and walked over to where Ireina still slept. He didn't wake her. Once they entered the castle, rest would be scarce. Better to let her sleep a little longer. Lucian sat by the fire, his gaze caught by the flickering flame butterflies circling above it. Their wings burned with fire, yet they danced unceasingly through the heat. A sudden movement broke his trance. Ireina sat up abruptly, wiping at the corner of her mouth before realizing that Lucian was no longer with her. "Sir Lucian, are you still here?" she asked nervously. "I am," he replied calmly. "I woke a bit earlier, that's all." Relieved, she smiled brightly. "Then did you rest well last night?" He felt a twinge of guilt. He almost felt like deceiving her. Still, the truth was undeniable. "Thanks to you, I slept very well. I am glad to have helped." Her stomach growled loudly in protest. A blush crept over her face. She hadn't eaten or drunk anything since yesterday afternoon. In the lands between, hunger would not kill you, but those who had not become undead still needed to eat. Lucian cursed himself inwardly for forgetting. He dug through his pack, pulling out some dried meat and a water skin. "It's not much tough meat and stale water, but it'll fill you up. Eat, then we'll head for Castle Morne." Blushing, Ireina accepted the food and nibbled at it like a small, shy squirrel. From across the fire, the merchant kept glancing their way. Thinking he might also be hungry, Lucian offered, "I've got more. Want some? And come to think of it, I never asked your name." "I'm Lucian." "Enigo," the man replied. "And no, keep your food. I'm a merchant, I've brought my own supplies." He hesitated, studying Lucian. After a moment, he spoke. "You're heading to Castle Morne, aren't you?" Lucian nodded. "No reason to hide it. Then I have news you might find useful. There's a golem guarding the castle. It can spot and attack people from far away. Only those carrying a token can pass safely. I know one of the guards and, through his recommendation, met the castle's quartermaster. They sometimes ask me to carry supplies, so I have a token. But," he paused, eyes narrowing, "a few nights ago, I was camped on the Sword Monument Hill outside the castle. I saw something strange. A group of four dressed in black robes approached. One was enormous. The golem didn't attack them, so I assumed they had tokens. But instead of using the gate, they went to the castle's left side. The large one climbed a tree, leapt onto the wall, and lowered a ladder for the others. That one wasn't human. I saw the thick hind legs and tail under the cloak. Red hair, too." The very next day, the uprising in Castle Morne began. Irena's dried meat slipped from her fingers, forgotten. Someone had orchestrated the rebellion. Lucian's expression hardened. Thick hind legs, a tail, red hair, without doubt, a leonine misbegotten. But the other three? Messengers from someone? Possibly. In the game, misbegotten warriors could fight alongside crucible knight servants of the Erd Tree's order. Being sent here on a mission wasn't impossible. And yet last night, he'd fought alongside winged misbegotten serving the frenzied flame. If the black-robed misbegotten were agents of the Two Fingers, why were others siding with the Three Fingers? The two factions would never cooperate. Two separate misbegotten factions? Or was there some deeper, hidden cause? Either way, the waters around Castle Morne were far murkier than he had expected. Chapter 31, The Path to Castle Morne. For the moment, Lucian had no clear plan. The scraps of information in his hands were far too few. One thing was certain, both the faction of the Two Fingers and the faction of the Three Fingers had meddled in this peninsula's affairs. And what they sought, it was likely not only Ireina. At least for the Two Fingers, their goals clearly went beyond her. They'd had countless opportunities to dispose of Ireina, whether through an assassination in town or during the chaos of the rebellion. Yet they had let her go, later sending only a weak, almost symbolic envoy to deal with her. No, there had to be something more important hidden within Castle Morne. Something that compelled the remaining defenders to stay behind at all costs. And those defenders, the Leonine Misbegotten and the two others, would not be easy opponents, especially if they fought in concert. As for the Three Fingers, he still had no idea what their true aim might be. But he would be wise to prepare himself for the worst. There could very well be frenzied flame cultists lying in wait within the castle. "Sir Lucian," Irena's voice trembled, tinged with a quiet plea. "All right," he said at last. "We'll set out now." He turned to another figure. "And thank you for your information, it's been a great help." Enigo waved a hand dismissively. "Nothing worth thanking. Just be careful on the road. Those people are dangerous." Lucian rose to his feet, raising a whistle to his lips. A clear, piercing note summoned torrent to his side. He helped Ireina up. She was unsteady on her legs, trembling like a newborn fawn. Once mounted, she slipped her arms around his waist from behind, as she always did. Even through his armor, he could feel the faint tremor in her body. Lucian searched for something to say to comfort her but no words came. Instead, he urged Torrent into a gallop. Before long, the looming silhouette of Castle Morne appeared at the far edge of their vision. The fortress was built upon a lone mountain, its position almost unnatural. Sheer cliffs rose on every side, the kind of terrain no sane person would expect to be breached from the outer walls. At its base stood a colossal golem, an unyielding sentinel with a large bow. Ireina, he asked, as long as we have the token, the golem won't attack us, correct? Yes. I have it here with me. You can charge straight through without fear. Torrent thundered along the main road. They passed a familiar type of stone monument similar to the ones marking map fragments, but Lucian didn't stop to investigate. On a slope nearby, however, the golden shimmer of a illusory tree caught his eye. That, he couldn't ignore. If he could claim its seed, he could increase the number of crimson flask use, a critical boon. Riding up the slope, he found the large golden seed lying on the ground, heavy and warm in his palm. But as they resumed their path toward the castle, calamity struck. Whoosh! A massive arrow shrieked through the air toward them. Lucian yanked the reins, and Torrent leapt down the slope in a blur. The giant arrow tore through the air where they had been, smashing into the ground with a deafening crash and shattering stone into a spray of fragments. He turned to see the arrow embedded deep in the rock, the illusory tree behind it blasted apart into splinters. What was that? Ireina gasped. A golem's arrow, Lucian replied grimly. Looks like the token's no good anymore. He drew in a breath. Hold on tight. We're going through. The golem's range was immense. Retreating now would only leave them trapped within its killing zone. Worse, he couldn't even see its movements clearly to predict the shots. Ahead stretched a wide, open plain normally impossible to cross under such fire. But luck favored them. Massive fragments of ancient ruins lay scattered across the field. Lucian angled Torrent toward the broken stone, weaving through the gaps, using each as a shield between shots. He counted the seconds between volleys, dashing from cover to cover. The last stretch, however, offered no cover at all. As soon as the golem loosed another arrow, Lucian kicked hard, driving Torrent into a full sprint. The giant's draw was ponderous, but the distance was far. The bowstring sang. Torrent surged forward, the arrow slamming into the ground just behind them. They closed the final distance before the next shot could be drawn, skidding to a halt at the golem's feet. Lucian swung his halberd in brutal arcs, striking again and again at the creature's legs. The stone-like plating there was cracked and weathered, revealing molten, lava-like fluid beneath. Sensing the damage, the golem abandoned its bow, lashing out with massive limbs, but Torrent was far too nimble, darting between the giant steps. One precise thrust into a deep fissure, and the golem's leg gave way, stone splitting apart as molten fluid gushed forth. It collapsed forward, shaking the ground. Lucian spurred Torrent up the creature's body to its chest, where a great furnace the heart of its power glowed. Driving his weapon into the seam, he tore it open. Liquid fire spilled out in torrents, and the golem convulsed before going still. He let out a slow breath. A close call, but they had survived. It was then that he noticed the crystalline throwing knives embedded in the golem's waist. Someone had already tampered with it, disrupting its recognition of the token. A sudden pull on his own magic wrenched it from him instinctively. A storm erupted around them. Lucian spun, just in time to see a pitch-black bolt intercepted by the swirling wind, tumbling harmlessly to the ground. His eyes followed its trajectory back to the castle wall, where a figure in a black robe turned away and disappeared. His heart pounded. That silent bolt would have killed either him or Ireina outright had the ancient king not guided his magic to block it. Melina's voice murmured in his ear. That bolt was the envoicelant, black as pitch, its barbs coated in multiple poisons. Her tone grew sharper. Inside the castle's narrow corridors, Torrent will be more a hindrance than help. Leave him outside with Ireina. He's clever, he won't be taken down by arrows if he's wary. Lucian considered it. She was right. Mounted combat would be impossible in such confined spaces, and there was too great a risk of friendly fire. Outside, even if someone tried to pursue Ireina, they'd never catch her with Torrent beneath her. He explained the plan to Ireina, telling her to flee at the first sign of danger. She nodded, reluctant but understanding. Watching them ride off to safety, Lucian turned toward the massive gates of Castle Morne. The outer platform was fortified with great bulwarks and flame-throwing artillery aimed squarely at the road. Under normal circumstances, storming such defenses would be near impossible. But the rebellion within had turned the castle against itself. Stepping over the bodies of fallen soldiers at the gate, Lucian crossed the threshold into the lion's den. 32, Chapter 32, A Purgatory on Earth. This chapter contains graphic depictions of violence and gore. The content may be disturbing and unsuitable for all readers. Reader discretion is strongly advised. Through the main gate, a sight of grace flickered faintly in the hallway. Lucian touched it, lingering for only a moment before turning toward the lift that would carry him into the heart of Castle Morne. Wait a moment. Melina's voice stopped him. That seed you just picked up, it's a golden seed. I can help you work it into a sacred flask. Lucian had nearly forgotten. He quickly handed her the golden seed. If he could strengthen his flask before entering the castle, he'd have a much better chance of survival. Melina accepted it and, from somewhere unseen, produced a small knife. She began working the seed with delicate precision. Don't worry, it won't take long. While she worked, Lucian busied himself with his gear. The halberd, still infused with Storm Stomp, and the Lora's Warn's greatsword both would serve him well, one for cutting through groups, the other for felling stronger foes. He also decided to bring a shield, in case he couldn't dodge in time during an ambush. First he tried the brass shield, but its weight was cumbersome and the coverage too small for single-handed use. He set it aside. From his pack, he pulled out the flame crest wooden shield he'd scavenged in the diseased village. It was longer than most medium shields, covering more of the body. Being wood, it was far lighter though its defense was lacking, it would suffice against the weaker misbegotten. There wasn't much else to bring. Then his fingers brushed against a cold, engraved lump of metal, a talisman depicting an ancient golden dragon. The Dragon Crest Shield Talisman. Håkon had found it near the stranded graveyard and given it to him. He'd never figured out how to use talismans. If all it took was wearing them, he could drape himself in stat-boosting trinkets from head to toe. Melina, do you know how to make a talisman work? Her hands kept moving as she answered without looking up. A talisman is an object infused with power. To use it, you must fuse it with yourself through special means. Like swallowing it. Lucian stared at her. Swallow it? The lump of metal was half the size of his palm. Or, she continued, you could pierce it into your flesh. She paused, then added, the safest way is with a talisman pouch sewn by the finger readers. It tricks the talisman into believing it's already inside you. She sighed. I can't help you with that right now. I apologize. Lucian shook his head. Don't apologize. You're my maiden. We rely on each other. If I left every problem for you to solve, I'd be the failure here. Her hands slowed. With her head bowed over her work, he couldn't see her face. As your maiden, it is only fitting I feel regret when I cannot be of aid to you. She murmured. When she lifted her head, the corners of her lips were faintly upturned, despite the apology. She held out the newly crafted sacred flask. Fill it with the drops you need, she said softly, and return to me alive. Don't die. Lucian accepted the flask, a strange heaviness settling in his chest. He met her gaze. I won't die here. If I die, it'll be after I've brought you to the foot of the Erd tree. The wooden lift creaked and groaned as it carried Lucian upward through the mountain. Despite its age, it was steady until a foul stench reached his nose. It was revolting. Burnt flesh. Rot. The thick, metallic tang of fresh blood. The rock walls beside the lift darkened with streaks of blackened blood, dried and crusted. As the lift rose higher, the stains grew fresher. Black gave way to dark red to bright crimson. Blood still seeped down the stone in sluggish rivulets. At last, the lift shuddered to a stop. Body as civilians lay discarded before him, limbs at unnatural angles. Once, the stone steps ahead had led to the proud gates of Castle Morne. Now they led into hell. Blood streamed down the stairs from the open gates. Beyond, the walls were draped with corpses, residents, soldiers, all strung up like grotesque trophies. Lucian's face was expressionless, though his eyes were cold. Each step up the blood-slick stairs clung to his boots as though trying to hold him back, whispering in voiceless pleas, don't enter. Don't add another corpse to the pile. From the gate, the full view unfolded. The courtyard was littered with bodies, mingled with dirt until there was nowhere clean to step. In the center, a mound of corpses rose like a grotesque hill. Misbegotten danced around it, poking the pile with spears and lighting bonfires atop the dead, celebrating their victory. There were children among the fallen, elderly, soldiers, servants, all mutilated beyond recognition, faces hacked away, limbs scattered. This wasn't slaughter for survival. It was cruelty for pleasure. Even in death, the bodies were not spared. The misbegotten kept hacking, delighting in every spray of blood. In the game, Lucian had felt nothing toward the misbegotten, neither fondness nor hatred. They had been just another group of minor enemies. Rebellion against oppression was, in itself, understandable. Back then, he had cared only for the named NPCs, the mighty foes, the legends. The massacre at Castle Morne had been background noise to the story of Ireina and her father. But now the city beneath his feet wailed in silence. The corpses screamed for justice. The demigods didn't care. The great heroes didn't care. Only Lucian cared. This hellish sight changed something in him. Perhaps, he thought, the misbegotten were right to be born slaves. Look at them, unleashed mindless butchery, joy in torture. It wasn't a fair judgment. He knew that. But he wasn't one of them. He was human. And as a human, he would avenge humans. His grip on the halberd tightened until his fingers ached. The misbegotten had noticed him now, calling out to their kin, drawing weapons as they surged toward him. Lucian bared his teeth. If that's how it is, then I'll make sure I'm just as over the top. 33, Chapter 33, The Cry of the Storm. Though Lucian's anger burned hot, it never clouded his mind. Before the misbegotten could close in, he reached for the spirit-calling bell and gave it a gentle shake. Magic surged through the air, answering his call. From the current coalesced the half-transparent form of the great Stormhawk Daeon. It had been far too long since the Stormhawk Daeon had stretched its wings. With a powerful beat, the majestic bird unfurled them wide, feeling the world's air currents rush against its feathers. Joy at returning to life after such a long slumber filled its chest, and it released a piercing cry that split the battlefield. The leading misbegotten froze in place. The cry carried the weight of an apex predator. They could feel their place in the order of life, and fear rooted them to the ground. Lucian felt power surge through his limbs, the buff carried by the hawk's cry. But the hesitation didn't last. More and more misbegotten gathered, and those first few, seeing their numbers swell, found their courage again. They screeched back, their guttural cries filling the air. Lucian stepped toward them, boots squelching in the blood-soaked earth. This ground was stained by crimes that could never be forgiven. Now, it was time to pay blood for blood. The Stormhawkdian beat its wings once, then launched into the sky. With a sudden dive, its talons crashed into a misbegotten skull, shattering bone before it rose back into the air to hunt for its next target. The others, enraged by the kill, charged as one. Lucian gripped his halberd with both hands and swung in a wide arc. Those in the front ranks were either cleaved in half by the axe blade or gutted by the spear point. Yet the sheer mass of enemies surged in from every side. He poured the last of his magic into the weapon, then slammed his foot into the earth. A storm erupted out of nothing, its winds battering the misbegotten into chaos. Razor-edged gusts peeled flesh from bone, while shattered fragments of the dead, still laced with hatred, spun through the maelstrom like shrapnel embedding deep into living flesh. The unlucky ones were struck in vital points and fell instantly. When the wind died, several misbegotten lay dead, and over a dozen more were grievously wounded. Lucian knew the truth: his own strength alone could never have produced such a storm. The ancient king's hand was in this, guiding and shaping the deadly currents. Of course, Castle Morne had once been part of the Storm King's domain. To see its lands defiled by creatures like these would surely rouse his wrath. The first wave had been shattered, but more poured from the city. Hulking, scale-plated misbegotten leapt from the walls. Winged ones circled on the rooftops, while swarms of common misbegotten burst from doorways and alleys. There were far more than in the game, and they called reinforcements from even further away. Still, Lucian didn't falter. He pulled out his flask of cerulean tears and drank deep, magic refilling his veins. "Come, beasts," he growled. "I'll make you weep and beg for the freedom you stole." Edgar sat slumped on a bench, gazing at the townsfolk crowded in the room. Exhaustion weighed heavily on him. He had not rested since the day before. The rebellion had come without warning. At the sound of a monstrous roar, misbegotten everywhere had gone mad. They snatched up whatever weapons they could find and began slaughtering the people of the castle. At first, it was farm tulshachits, hammers, but once they broke into the armory, the situation worsened beyond control. Castle Morne, on the outermost edge of the realm, was large but not heavily armed. It served mainly as a training ground for Lord Godric's soldiers. Since the Tarnished had returned to the lands between, Godric had pulled away many troops, leaving only a handful of patrolmen and a permanent garrison of little more than 30. Against an external army, Morne's position and siege equipment could hold off hundreds. But against a rebellion from within, there was no way to suppress it quickly, not even to get orders passed in time. The townsfolk never had a chance to flee. With too few soldiers to guard them, they were dragged away one by one. Edgar had done all he could, gathering what troops remained and rescuing maybe 100 or 2 at most. But despair and fear hung over the survivors like a shroud. He buried his face in his hands. Skilled as he was, having inherited the full martial skill of a banished knight from his father against hundreds of misbegotten, his blade was useless. Most of his men were dead or dying. Barely a dozen still fought, guarding the outside of this very building. All they could do now was hold this room and protect the last of the townsfolk. And he could only pray for his daughter, Ireina. He had sent her away with a patrol and a few others to seek help, not because he believed help would come. No, he believed Morne was already lost. By the time Godric's forces arrived, there would be no one left alive. All that mattered was getting Ireina to safety. It was the selfish choice of a father who knew he could not protect her here. "Lord Edgar." A young soldier burst into the room, breathless. "What is it? Have the misbegotten broken through?" Edgar shot to his feet, snatching up his halberd. "No, someone's outside fighting them. They came in from beyond the walls." "What?" Edgar's eyes widened. Could it truly be rescue? How many? "Just one, but I think there must be more behind them." The hope died almost instantly. If there were more, they would not send only one ahead. A lone warrior against hundreds of misbegotten was just another corpse waiting to fall. Gritting his teeth, Edgar barked, "You and the others stay here and keep the townsfolk safe. I'll go to them myself." It would be disgraceful for the lord of the castle to sit idle while a stranger fought and died for Morne. The defenses would hold for a while longer without him. If nothing else, he could stand alongside this nameless fighter and take some misbegotten with him before the end. Refusing the young soldier's offer to accompany him, Edgar strode into the corridor. The halls were eerily empty. The misbegotten had all been drawn to the outsiders' battle. Hold on. When he reached the wall and looked down, his breath caught. The lone warrior was drenched in blood, though Edgar could not tell whose. Around him lay countless corpses, mangled beyond recognition. At that moment, the warrior gripped a scale-plated misbegotten by its hair, a scavenged cleaver in his other hand. He ignored the claws raking across his body and hacked again and again until the creature's head was severed. 34, Chapter 34, An eye for an eye, a storm for a blade. Lucian panted, helmet shattered, one eye glued shut with blood. His armor was a ruin, metal rivets still clung to flesh shredded by claws and teeth. Arrows protruded from his shoulders and back, while a severed misbegotten head hung grotesquely from his leg. He'd run through 2 cerulean and 1 crimson flask already. The Stormhawk Dean had retaliated spectacularly, eliminating most of the winged misbegotten single-handedly. But without a tuning ceremony to harmonize with Lucian, it could not unleash its full strength from life, and in the end fell to their fangs. His flame-crest wooden shield was battered beyond use, splintered into pieces under repeated blows. The Ash of War, Storm Stomp had been invaluable without its repeated bursts to clear groups of enemies. Lucian might have been cut down and hacked into mince long ago. Unfortunately, the halberd's shaft had been chopped in 2 by a scaly misbegotten's long-handled cleaver. Even so, the remaining half had been driven into its skull. The Lordsworn's greatsword was still buried in the forehead of another misbegotten under attack from others. Lucian hadn't had the chance to retrieve it before being driven back by new attackers. So he broke necks with his bare hands and swung a stolen iron cleaver. Crude, yes, but it cleaved through misbegotten as if made for the task. With each kill, his wounds deepened, but their numbers thinned. Finally, he severed the head of the last misbegotten before him. Blade in hand, he advanced toward the remaining dozen who dared not approach. They broke. They could not understand how a creature could endure such wounds and still live. The being before them was not human. Humans were fragile when surrounded and hacked with cleavers. They screamed, they died. But this one, nearly every kin from the city had thrown themselves upon him, yet he had not fallen. Instead, one by one, it was they who had died, split in half, pierced through, decapitated, executed. Their knees shook. A foul stink ran down their legs. One, then another, cast aside their weapons and knelt, clutching their heads in the begging posture they had learned from watching humans these past days. If he was truly human, perhaps it would work. Lucian advanced to the one closest, voiceless. In his past life, he had never suffered wounds that required surgery. Now he felt as though all the blood in his body had been poured out, yet he still moved. As one master had once said, the human body is strange indeed. Pain. His whole being was pain. At first he could tell which hurt came from the bite to his calf, and which from the slash to his shoulder. Then it blurred. Now it was one continuous agony without edges. The only thought left was simple: kill the enemy, live another moment. He didn't know what kept him standing, only that if he killed his enemies, he would survive. Simple, clear. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, now blood for blood. He brought the blade down across the misbegotten's gaping maw. The upper jaw and skull, brain still inside, flew free. The lower half and body stayed behind to writhe. Lucian did not give chase. He remained standing atop the heap of corpses, too drained to move. His mind swayed with fatigue, every drop of strength wrung out of him. His wounds needed tending, or he needed to find a sight of grace quickly. He raised a hand to wipe the blood from his eye, only to realize his palm was just as soaked in crimson. Fighting against the frenzied flame was perilous. One blow could mean death. Yet this battle had been worse. He could not count the wounds he had taken, nor the number of misbegotten slain. Still, he felt grim satisfaction. The first wave had been brutal, but there had been so many. So he had triggered the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow's rune gain multiplier 5-fold, lasting an hour. Now with barely 15 minutes left, the haul would be enormous. One charge of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow remained. He could have used it to refill his focus, sweeping the field clean with ease, but that was his last lifeline, reserved for survival alone. Fortunately, it seemed today he would not need it. He meant to set out for Ireina's father, but as he took a step, his knees buckled and he dropped onto the corpse mound. Seems this many enemies is still too much for my current strength. His voice was barely a whisper, though it felt like he was speaking to someone unseen. A black crossbow bolt hissed toward him from his blind side. The storm rose again. Ancient King's wind tilted the shot, so it only grazed his ear before burying itself in the corpses. Lucian twisted sharply, hurling the iron cleaver in one motion, showing no sign of the exhaustion from moments ago. The attacker was no novice. A cleaver was never meant for throwing, and with a sidestep he avoided it easily. But the act exposed his form: black armor, black hand crossbow, a double-headed iron sword on his back. A messenger from the Round Table hold. Near the lift stood 2 3 or 4-meter watchtowers. The assassin had been hidden atop one. He advanced step by step, stowing the crossbow and drawing the twin blades. You're quite the warrior. Twice you've thwarted my ambushes. As a fellow tarnished, I'd rather not be your enemy. But if I can't kill you, I can't reach the blind girl. My mission fails. If stealth won't work, then I'll just take your head by hand. Don't blame me for striking when you're weak. The lands between are nothing if not cruel. Lucian had not collapsed from weakness. She had done it to bait him out. The last traces of his magic had gone to the king's wind, diverting the bolt. Yet he truly had no strength left for another battle. No weapon in hand. Still, he wasn't afraid because the ancient king had whispered. Another storm was already at Morne's gates. The assassin leapt, twin blades whirling toward Lucian's head, only to be struck from midair by a halberd wrapped in storm, and sent crashing down. 35, Chapter 35, The Lost Knight. Edgar's thrown halberd smashed into the envoy, slamming him to the ground. His cloak was torn apart by the raging storm, and the armor on his back was instantly scratched and scored. Unfortunately, the sudden strike hadn't carried the full weight of Edgar's strength. Had it done so, the envoy would have been pinned to the earth then and there. Edgar vaulted from the wall, landing squarely atop the bodies of hybrid corpses. The grisly mound cushioned his fall, allowing him to plant himself firmly between Lucian and their assailant. The envoy scrambled to his feet, retreating several paces to widen the gap between them. Retrieving his halberd, Edgar spoke without turning his head, his eyes locked on the man before him. He had heard what the envoy said earlier, and now understood the blind girl mentioned could only be Ireina. Ireina, is she well? He asked. Lucian understood the question was for him. She's outside the castle walls for now. She should be safe, at least for a while, he replied. But the man in front of you, along with his companions, infiltrated Castle Morne and started this rebellion. Ireina was one of their targets. Edgar gave a curt nod. He had already suspected there was more to the uprising. No rabble of misbegotten could organize themselves so neatly without guidance. But he hadn't imagined that Ireina would be one of the intended victims. Now that the mastermind stood before him, there was no need for further words. Clutching the sacred seal in his left hand, Edgar called forth golden light. Radiance pooled around him, rippling across the ground in faint waves. The envoy, recognizing the preparation of an incantation, pulled a black crossbow from his belt and fired. But Edgar was ready. One sweep of his halberd sent the bolt spinning harmlessly aside. The incantation completed, and Lucian felt his bleeding cease as fresh flesh began to knit over his wounds. It was no miracle, only the simplest of healing incantations. Heal. The moment the spell was finished, Edgar gripped his halberd with both hands and charged. The envoy spun his twin blades, catching the halberd's shaft with one blade to deflect part of the force, then reversed the motion, bringing the opposite blade around to catch the axe head. For a heartbeat, he thought the castle commander might not be as fearsome as he seemed. Then the halberd exploded with a burst of storm, slicing shallow cuts across his face. The envoy recoiled, eyes squeezing shut to protect them. Edgar began to spin his weapon, the storm answering his call. The halberd's sweep fed the wind, building speed until, with a roar, he swung it sideways toward his foe. The envoy had barely opened his eyes when the steel came within arm's reach. In desperation, he raised his twin blades to block. The blow struck like a thunderclap, hurling him bodily into the wall. He spat blood, his hands trembling so violently he nearly lost his grip on the weapon. The iron blade was bent nearly in half. Sweat streamed down the envoy's face. Unlike his fellow master of assassination incantation, she was a frontline fighter who used the crossbow for harassment. Yet this unassuming lord was suppressing him utterly. Edgar's assault did not falter. He leapt high, wind swirling about him, carrying him forward in a storm-propelled rush. His halberd lunged for the envoy. The man rolled desperately aside, the weapon bit deep into the ground, leaving a crater. The instant it struck, the storm burst again, breaking his escape and tossing him away. Wrenching the halberd free, Edgar spun with the motion, swinging in a great arc from above. Flat on his back, the envoy barely raised his weapon in time to block. The halberd's blade sheared the twin blades clean in two, biting into his shoulder and severing his left arm at the root. "Aik!" he screamed, blood gushing in torrents. In that moment of agony, his gaze fixed on Edgar's armor. There was no helm, and the dragon horns on the pauldrons were gone, but that cold silver plating, it was unmistakably the armor of a banished knight. No wonder. A banished knight was a warrior of the highest order. Edgar raised his weapon again, this time aiming for the other arm. He didn't intend to kill yet. There were questions to be answered. But before the strike could fall, a cloud of fine powder billowed into his face, blinding him instantly. From the edge of the courtyard, the final companion made his move. The envoy seized the chance, staggering upright and pulling a single crimson flask from his belt, the only flask of crimson tears given to them by the two fingers themselves. To Lucian's surprise, the newcomer wore not armor but a heavy yellow apron embroidered with the sigil of the tree mark of a perfumer, a master of rare herbal craft. A perfumer, Edgar muttered, lowering the arm that shielded his eyes. The powder seemed meant only to obscure vision, not harm. The envoy, emboldened by his ally's arrival, barked, "What are you standing there for? Bring him with you." But the perfumer only fixed him with a cold glare. "You lured me and Sing here under the guise of freeing the misbegotten only to commit such senseless slaughter," he said. "We have no further reason to take your orders. Saving you just now was the last mercy I will grant." Lucian recalled a special spirit ash from his journey's perfumer Trisha, who devoted herself to healing misbegotten, omen, and other accursed. This man, it seemed, was of the same path. Sing could only be the name of the leonine misbegotten. And indeed, a massive leonine misbegotten now dropped down from the wall, an iron greatsword in hand. He planted it in the ground beside the perfumer. Edgar frowned. The two factions no longer appeared united, but Sing's presence set his instincts on edge. Sword lowered or not, the beast was dangerous. Then, before Edgar could speak, the perfumer fell to one knee, bowing his head. "I am Evan, a perfumer who once studied under Master Trisha. I inherited her will to see misbegotten freed from oppression. In my travels, I met Sing, a like-minded soul. He told me that in Castle Morne, misbegotten were tortured and slaughtered in great numbers, awaiting rescue. We came to free them. But once unshackled, hundreds refused to listen and began butchering without restraint. We could not stop the man, they nearly killed us. This disaster is our fault. I know my words are meaningless now, but at least allow me to tend to the wounded who remain." If you cannot forgive me, then take my head now. I will not resist. Singh bowed as well, lowering his head before Edgar. Behind them, the envoy feigning weakness quietly pulled a strange branch from his cloak, its surface glowing with an unnatural light. The two fingers' orders must be fulfilled, he thought darkly. 36, Chapter 36, The Curse of a Revenger Sword. Edgar, warden of Castle Morne, was deep in thought, weighing the fate of the two prisoners before him. The truth of the matter still eluded him, yet their words carried the weight of sincerity. If they truly had been deceived and used as pawns, then perhaps their guilt was not absolute. The blood debt, in that case, would belong to the true mastermind. In Edgar's mind, that mastermind could only be tied to the one arm tarnished in black armor, the man whose limb he had severed. That warrior had spoken of a mission, suggesting the shadowy hand of some clandestine order. As lord of the castle, Edgar swore he would uncover the identity of the true culprit and see their life repaid in blood. I do not yet know the whole truth, he told them coldly. When I have torn it from that man's mouth, I will decide your fate. Even if you were merely pawns, you still took part in this massacre. The punishment will be decided in due time. But if this is merely a ploy to escape justice, then know this: I will execute you myself. His gaze hardened. And I will not allow you to treat the townsfolk and use that as an excuse to poison them. I know the tricks of perfumers. For now, he chose to leave them be. The one-armed tarnished came first. His weapon was broken, his arm gone. To Edgar, the man was no longer a threat. That was why he had been in no rush earlier, taking the time to hear the perfumer's defense. Lucian stood quietly, watching events unfold. The sudden intrusion of the perfumer and the leonine misbegotten, Singh, had been unexpected, but the envoy's defeat seemed inevitable. Lucian's only desire now was to rest and then seek out Melina for a level up. But the envoy, the man everyone considered as helpless as a fish on the butcher's block, suddenly drew forth a slender branch glowing with an uncanny light. Every gaze was irresistibly drawn to it. The branch shimmered with a delicate pink radiance, its glamour tugging at the mind, drawing one's eyes toward the beloved phantom cradled in its glow. Such was the terror of relics tied to a demigod. Simply revealing it was enough to ensnare the minds of all present. Even the envoy was not immune, but his unwavering devotion to the two fingers allowed him to recover first. In the moment when all others stood entranced, he lunged, driving the branch toward Singh. The movement broke the spell. Singh roared, swinging a massive hand to swat the envoy aside. But the envoy channeled sorcery into the branch. For an instant, the sigil of the hala tree flared, and from the branch flowed a swirl of pink, intoxicating vapors that wrapped instantly around Singh. The leonine misbegotten froze, motionless as if a great pause had fallen upon him. Edgar charged, kicking the envoy away and driving his halberd into the man's remaining arm. Singh, don't breathe in that gas. Edgar barked. Evan the perfumer rushed to Singh's side, pulling out a vial of perfume, yet hesitated to pour it. He had never seen such a substance before. To use a perfume without knowing its effect was a gamble he dared not take. Singh's limbs began to stir again, but his eyes now glowed with a strange, seductive pink light. Singh, you. Evan stepped back. Something was wrong. The creature before him was no longer the Singh he knew. Singh snarled, one hand reaching for the massive iron greatsword buried in the ground, only for his other hand to seize the first by the wrist, as though two wills wrestled for control of one body. The envoy, sprawled on the ground, saw this and knew his ploy had worked. Now Singh needed only a command to become a mindless beast of slaughter. Take the legendary armament. Kill them all. He shouted. Edgar's boot slammed into the envoy's face, shattering several teeth. The envoy only laughed. Ha ha ha, you're all dead. Another brutal kick silenced him at last. But the command had already taken root. Singh's inner struggle ended abruptly. Crimson, bloodthirsty eyes blazed to life. He ignored the iron greatsword at his feet and bolted on all fours toward a chamber within the castle. His speed was terrifying. The three of them had no time to stop him. Evan's face went pale. Edgar's expression was grim. The legendary armament? Don't tell me you've let them steal the storied sword of Castle Morne. A revenger's weapon. Edgar demanded. Evan explained, there were two envoys of the two fingers. The other was skilled in stealth. During the rebellion, he stole the greatsword and hid it in our refuge. I fear the reason they showed Singh the blade before was to ensure that, once controlled, he would know exactly where to find it. Edgar's eyes narrowed in disbelief. I have never heard of anything that can seize control of another's mind. Lucian strode forward from the pile of misbegotten corpses, carrying the Lord Sworn's greatsword he had retrieved. It's a bewitching branch, he said flatly. A relic tied to the Empyrean Miquella. Whoever it touches will obey without question. I did not expect him to have one. What? To think it's connected to Lord Miquella, Edgar muttered. Lucian's own mood was heavy. Singh had given him a pressure unlike any opponent he'd faced since arriving in the lands between, save for the grafted scion. And if Singh now wielded that great sword, his strength would grow even more fearsome. Lucian ignored their shock. Do you have healing? Anything to restore stamina? Use it now. We'll have to fight side by side, or we'll all die. Though his wounds had knit somewhat, he was far from battle-ready. Edgar's eyes showed his reluctance. He did not want this warrior to fight further, but the situation allowed no choice. Singh was too dangerous. Even Edgar might not prevail. With a sigh, he began chanting a recovery incantation. Evan silently uncorked vials of perfume, sprinkling fragrant powders over Lucian. This is healing perfume, it will mend your wounds over time. And this is rousing perfume, it will sharpen your spirit. Lucian felt his injuries close and his weariness fade. He scooped up the fallen envoy's crimson tear flask and stowed it in his pouch. The three of them set themselves in readiness. Soon, they would stand together against the foe. It was not long before a red-maned shape came hurtling into the courtyard, an immense, twisted greatsword in its grasp. The weapon slammed into the ground, crushing a pile of misbegotten corpses into pulp. The blade was forged from countless fused swords, black as midnight, radiating rage and lament. The grafted blade greatsword, a cursed relic of vengeance. Roar! The beast bellowed, raising the sword high. Magic surged into it, rousing the vengeful spirits bound within. A miasma of darkness spilled from the blade, flowing into Sing. His muscles swelled, his skin hardened into stone-like plates. The rest could not be seen with the naked eye, but Lucian remembered well the grafted blade greatsword granted power to every attribute. His grip tightened on his own blade. A Sing empowered by the grafted blade greatsword would be a nightmare beyond imagining. 37, Chapter 37, The Leonine of Morne. Lucian had kept his distance until now. When he finally drew near, he realized just how massive the Leonine misbegotten truly was. Ordinary misbegotten and even the winged kind were wiry and thin. When they stood fully upright, they barely reached the height of a man, though their habitual hunch made them seem smaller still. The largest of the scaly misbegotten were no greater in size than a normal man, their bodies only marginally bulkier, their skin armored with scattered scales. But the Leonine before him, Sing, the Leonine of Morne, towered over Lucian even without standing straight. He must have been nearly 2.5 meters tall. His frame was thick and powerful, his mane a vivid blaze of red gold. It was hard to believe such a creature shared any bloodline with the grey, emaciated misbegotten they had fought before. With both hands, Sing raised the colossal grafted blade greatsword high and brought it crashing down toward Edgar at the vanguard. The countless broken blades embedded along its length tore the air, their shriek like the wailing of 1,000 restless dead. Edgar dared not meet the blow head-on. With a sharp sidestep, he let the strike fall past him. The mound of corpses beneath was cleaved in two, not neatly severed, but crushed apart, as though brute force had pulverized the remains. Edgar, seeing the opening in Sing's overextension, drove his halberd toward the Leonine's exposed ribs. The point struck true, yet his face darkened instantly. Sing's hide was far too resilient, it did not feel like flesh at all. The spearhead sank only shallowly before being gripped tight by the creature's knotted muscle. Sing wrenched the grafted blade greatsword from the flesh it had bitten into. Between its many jagged blades hung scraps of gore. Bathed in that blood, the black rust coating the weapon seemed to fade, revealing its old, cold luster, sharp and shadowed, as though regaining some ancient vitality. Clamping the halberd fast in his side, Sing swung in a wide, murderous arc. A hit like that would cleave even Edgar's banished knight's armor in two. But before it could land, a cloud of orange powder burst before Sing's face. The perfumed dust ignited in a violent blast, setting his flame-red mane alight. The fire awoke something primal in the Leonine, a deep, inborn terror of flame. Sing dropped his assault, abandoning his hold on Edgar's halberd, and desperately slapped at his burning hair. Indeed, in any world, the truth held, fur and flame do not mix. Edgar tore his weapon free and stepped back. Lucian charged in to press the attack. This was the strategy they had agreed upon moments before, Lucian and Edgar alternating in close combat, with Evan, the perfumer, supporting from the rear. Evan had explained that while Sing was a warrior among misbegotten, his instincts could not be erased. Fire not only dealt great harm but also reduced him, if only briefly, to the fear of a common beast. Lucian's greatsword hacked into Sing's sword arm, the blade biting deep into cord muscle until it nearly touched bone. He withdrew at once, wary of being caught in the creature's grip. The cut was grievous, yet not enough to rob Sing of his sword arm. Edgar followed with a sweeping strike of his glaive, the axe blade biting into Sing's shoulder. A burst of wind erupted one of the banished knight's arts, the storm assault tearing at the wound. Roaring in fury, Sing smothered the last embers in his mane, then lunged forward on three limbs toward Lucian. The grafted blade greatsword whirled in a deadly spin, a wide, sweeping slash that Lucian dared not parry. He leapt back just in time. Sing, sensing the miss, carried the spin into a great leap, driving the massive blade down from above. Instead of retreating, Lucian surged forward beneath him, greatsword poised to impale him upon landing. But in midair, Sing proved startlingly agile, using his thick tail to pivot, planting the grafted blade greatsword into the ground and vaulting over Lucian like a pole vaulter. Lucian was stunned. How could something so massive move with such grace? Evan flung another measure of spark aromatic, but the effect was far weaker this time. Sing merely flinched at the blast, his focus breaking for a heartbeat, enough for Edgar's halberd, wreathed in a sudden windstorm, to crash into his back and hurl him to the ground. Edgar planted a boot upon Sing's spine and drove down with a storm stomp, pinning him. Lucian hacked at the Leonine's sword hand, feeling 3 fingers sever beneath his blade. And yet Sing did not release his weapon. The detached fingers clung stubbornly to the hilt, bound to it by a thick, black miasma. A shiver crept up Lucian's spine. This sword was wrong. Cursed, perhaps. He kept striking, carving fresh wounds into Sing's hide. But Edgar's stamina waned, his storm pressing down with less and less force. Singh pushed through the assault, rising slowly to his feet. Edgar leapt clear before he could be thrown off. Singh stood panting, bleeding from countless cuts. Then the grafted blade greatsword exhaled a surge of black vapor that enveloped him. The miasma seeped into his wounds, stanching the flow of blood. Yet the healing came at a cost. His frame seemed to wither, his fiery mane paling and shedding. The three stood frozen, unwilling to rush in. "What in the lands between is that sword?" Lucian asked Edgar. "It's nothing like the one in the game," he thought to himself. Edgar's face was grave. "The grafted blade greatsword is a relic from a distant age, passed through many hands. Its true power is unknown even to me. Its last wielder was a warrior of Castle Morne, before the fortress fell entirely to King Godfrey. In his final hour, he took up the blade and faced the king in vengeance. He fell but was honored, his tail carved into the steel of swords. Afterward, the weapon was sealed away in the castle, never to be wielded again. I suspect because its power is ill-omened." As they spoke, Singh had recovered enough to charge again. Both hands gripped the grafted blade greatsword, his strikes coming in a precise, disciplined rhythm, a true swordsman's form, unlike the wild flailing of common misbegotten. Lucian dodged 2 cuts, but the third came too swiftly. He braced his greatsword before him to parry, and Edgar stepped in, setting his halberd across Lucian's blade to help bear the force. Evan, too close for flame, cast a draft of rousing perfume to bolster them. The collision rang out, but the impact was far less than they feared. Still heavy, but bearable. It seemed the grafted blade greatsword's healing had drawn upon Singh's very life. 38, Chapter 38, The Lion's Fall. Edgar caught the weight of the blow, his halberd locking against the massive grafted blade greatsword in Singh's hands. In that moment, Lucian darted forward, his blade thrusting for the Leonine's abdomen. Singh did not dodge. He let the sword bury itself deep into his gut. With a sudden, brutal yank, Singh pulled back on the grafted blade greatsword. Edgar's stance faltered under the sheer force, though he quickly recovered, leaning back with all his strength, engaging in a desperate tug-of-war. Blood gushed from Singh's stomach, but Lucian recognized the opportunity. Soft flesh, unarmored, vulnerable. With every ounce of his strength, he tore the wound wider. Blood poured like a river, and fragments of entrails spilled free. But rather than weaken, Singh's fury ignited into something primal and unstoppable. His gaze locked on Edgar. One target, one kill. He released the grafted blade greatsword's pull and lunged forward. Edgar, already straining, was caught off guard. The sudden shift from pull to pounce sent him crashing to the ground, Singh's heavy frame slamming down atop him, armor creaking under the crushing weight. One clawed hand pinned Edgar's chest plate, the other free to act as Singh's massive, fang jaws descended toward his head. One bite, and Edgar's skull would be gone. Edgar abandoned his halberd, shoving both hands against the beast's upper and lower jaw, straining to keep those teeth at bay. Lucian slashed again and again at Singh's back, opening deep wounds, but the Leonine ignored him entirely. At the last possible moment, Evan charged in, uncorking an entire flask of spark aromatic and hurling it into Singh's open maw. The explosion was immediate and violent. The blast scorched Edgar's face and hands black, but it forced Singh back, sparing his life. Roaring, Singh swung an elbow into Evan, smashing him into the stone wall with bone-breaking force. Whether Evan lived was uncertain. A savage kick followed. Edgar's armor buckled inward as the blow sent him tumbling across the floor, coughing blood, unable to rise. Now, with both of them crippled, Singh turned his gaze to Lucian. Lucian kept his distance, studying the Leonine's condition. Singh was weakening. His once golden fur had dulled to a coagulated red, like dried blood. His muscles shrank, his body wasting away. He could no longer wield the grafted blade greatsword one-handed. But the life he lost flowed into the blade itself, sustaining his battle strength. Singh stuffed his protruding entrails back into his body, black mist sealing the wound in a crude, unnatural fashion. Lucian's heart sank. That sword was monstrous. Its wielder could fight so long as a single breath remained. Even if death followed immediately after, in battle it was terrifying beyond reason. If he were in peak form, Lucian might simply outlast the Leonine until its life force ran dry. But his own condition was dire. His wounds reopened with every movement, his flasks long spent, his sorcery drained to the point he couldn't even muster a single ash of war. His mind, too, was nearing its limit. He resolved to use his final wind spirit moon shadow while he still could move. Singh dragged the grafted blade greatsword as he charged, but Lucian held his ground, waiting for the opening. Then, thwip, thwip, thwip. Several bolts whistled through the air. Lucian tensed, fearing more assassins. But instead, the quarrels buried themselves in Singh's flesh. Most missed vital marks, but one lucky shot pierced his knee, sending him to the ground. From a side chamber, 2 soldiers of Godric burst forth, casting a heavy net over the Leonine. Lucian blinked in surprise. He'd been ready to burn his last hidden reserve, and here came unexpected reinforcements. A welcome twist. For more soldiers followed, each bearing brass shields and long spears, crossbows hanging from their belts the source of the bolts. They were a mixed band, some showing signs of undeath, others barely older than 16. They formed a shield wall around Singh, stabbing relentlessly through the net's gaps. With the grafted blade greatsword braced, Singh tore through the net and forced himself upright. Edgar struggled to his feet, his eyes fixed on the young soldier leading them. He had ordered him to guard the townsfolk if the defense had failed while they fought here, what then? Yet, without their arrival, all three of them would surely be dead. Singh's body withered further, for falling away in clumps. Even wielding the blade two-handed was now a struggle. But he kept swinging, unable to break the soldiers' formation. Blow after blow clanged against brass shields, spears striking back in turn. Soldiers fell, but others filled the gaps without hesitation. At last, Singh could lift the grafted blade greatsword no more. He collapsed onto his back, spent. The soldiers circled him, waiting for Edgar's judgment. Edgar and Lucian approached. Singh now looked like a man on the brink of death, gaunt and skeletal, his former might nothing but a memory. The grafted blade greatsword's surface dulled to black, its malice receding, awaiting another to lift it and swear vengeance. The severed fingers clinging to its hilt fell away. Evan limped forward, one hand braced against the wall. The single elbow strike he'd taken had nearly shattered half his ribs. He looked into Singh's eyes, once pink beneath the enchantment, now fading as the charm of the bewitching branch died with him. "Singh," Evan said softly, "at least face death in your right mind." Perhaps it was Evan's voice, or simply the magic's final ebb, but the beast's gaze cleared. In that clarity, the enemy before him became his friends again. Confusion turned to grief, blood tears welling in his eyes. Twice, he had been used, twice made a weapon against the innocent, against his own comrades. With trembling resolve, he leaned his neck toward the grafted blade greatsword's edge, ready to end himself. Lucian stepped forward, stopping him. His voice was firm. "A warrior's end is not by his own hand. Allow me to grant you your final honor. This is my respect for your courage." Singh closed his eyes. With the weight of his sins, he expected no honor, but as the defeated, he accepted the victor's judgment. Lucian raised the Lordsworn's great sword and drove it through the beast's chest. Singh did not resist. He died in silence, the blade standing tall from his body like a gravestone, marking the life of a tragic yet proud warrior. 39, Chapter 39, Reunion at Castle Morne. Lucian finally sank to the ground, utterly exhausted. The toll had been immense, first, cutting down 100 or so misbegotten, then battling the hulking leonine warrior, its strength amplified by the colossal sword forged from the shardbearer's remains. All he wanted now was to reach a site of grace, mend his wounds, and then find a quiet place to sleep. But it wasn't yet time to rest. The still needed to leave the castle and bring Ireina to safety. Only then could he take the time to heal properly. "I am Edgar, warden of Castle Morne and Ireina's father. I realize I have not introduced myself until no me apologies." Edgar approached only after Lucian had finished his work, his voice steady but edged with fatigue. "Lucian," he replied simply, "just a tarnished." Edgar committed the name to memory. "You are a true warrior. I thank you for all you have done for Castle Morne. Once the castle is fully reclaimed, I will see that you are given a reward worthy of your deeds." Lucian didn't refuse. He had not fought for reward, but he had earned it nonetheless. Why turn it down? "We can speak of rewards later," he said. "For now, I need to rest. Soon I'll fetch Ireina. I don't want her waiting outside for too long." Edgar offered his gratitude once more before withdrawing, mindful not to disturb the tarnished further. There was much for him to do, routing out any remaining misbegotten, resettling the townsfolk, tending to the dead. His heart ached for his daughter, but as lord of the castle, duty came first. Evan sat down beside Lucian. The battle had forged a fragile trust between him and Edgar, who for now allowed him to remain until judgment could be passed. While sprinkling healing dust over their wounds, Evan spoke quietly. "You are the fiercest warrior I've ever seen. Were it not for you, the misbegotten would still be running rampant in these halls." His voice faltered. "This disaster was my doing, and yet, I couldn't even stop them. Thank you." Lucian said nothing. What could he say? Evan and Singh had sought to save the misbegotten, but had instead unleashed slaughter upon Castle Morne. Even if they had been used by others, the blood remained on their hands. They knew it, too. Lucian only sighed. After a short rest, he descended to the main gate via the lift. The golden radiance of the grace washed over him, sealing his wounds and refreshing his spirit. The weariness in his bones lingered, but he felt whole again. Melina appeared beside him, relief in her eyes. She had watched the entire battle from afar, fully aware of the peril he had faced. "A brutal fight," she murmured. "If only I had a physical form, perhaps I could have aided you." Lucian shook his head. "Leave the fighting to me. You've already helped me more than enough." "Oh, and about that flask we took from the envoy's body, I can use it without worry, right?" Melina accepted the flask, inspecting it carefully before returning it. "No markings. It is safe, just clean it well." Even if it had been used before, it was still a sacred flask. Waste was unthinkable. Then, her expression grew serious. "Lucian, forgive me. I've been testing you to see whether or not grace truly does guide you, and whether you are fit to face the challenge that entails. I feared you might not. It seems my worries were unfounded. Torrent had your measure from the very start, whereas I merely pretended. Forgive me." Lucian didn't take offense. "You seek the Erd tree's roots for a reason of great importance. I understand the need for caution. You have to find a companion worthy of trust. I take it I've passed your test." Melina hesitated. She had not needed to confess this, but her nature would not allow her to keep it unspoken. She had expected him to be angry after all, they had journeyed together, yet she had been quietly judging him all along. It was a kind of distrust. But he brushed it aside without resentment, a generosity that only deepened her respect. "Yes," she said, smiling faintly. "Perfectly. As an apology, once your business here is done, I will take you to a place the Round Table hold. Gathering place of tarnished champions, guided by grace." At the castle gate, Lucian blew Torrent's whistle. The spectral steed galloped into view, Ireina riding upon its back. Torrent nuzzled his face in greeting. "Sir Lucian, are you unharmed? My father, is he safe?" She had been waiting anxiously outside, fearing the worst. "He's fine," Lucian reassured her. "The misbegotten are all but gone. I even fought beside him. He's saferest easy." Her eyes brightened with relief. "Thank the gods, thank you." He took her hand, guiding her onto the lift. As they ascended, the metallic scent of blood grew stronger, and her face paled. What horrors must the courtyard hold, to fill the air with such a stench? When the lift reached the top, Edgar was there. At the sight of his daughter, he broke into a run, eyes shining with tears. "Ireina, father." They embraced at last, both safe, both alive. Lucian watched their reunion with quiet satisfaction. All the blood, the endless fighting had not been in vain. He had saved them, and given them their moment of peace. And there were more yet to save. Chapter 40 Deathbed Companions Chosen. Ireina began recounting to Edgar the events that had transpired on her journey. Lucian did not interrupt the father and daughter. Instead, he walked toward the captured envoy. The man was bound tightly, unconscious, with a soldier stationed beside him as guard. When the soldier saw Lucian approach, he immediately dropped to one knee and gave a formal salute, startling Lucian for a moment. Upon closer look, he recognized the soldier, the youngest among them. What's all this for?" Lucian asked. The young man rose to his feet, eyes bright with emotion. "Lord Edgar just told us everything that happened. He said we must treat you with the utmost respect. Even if he hadn't, I would still honor you. You faced those beasts alone and avenged our fallen. You are the hero of Castle Morne. If not for you, we might never have witnessed the end of those monsters with our own eyes." His voice trembled, and 2 lines of tears slid down his face. The memories of the dead were still vivid: family, comrades, even his childhood sweetheart, all that made up his life. Now they were reduced to mangled corpses, piled together beyond recognition. The garrison was small, and their strength even smaller. They had not been able to protect the townsfolk, let alone hunt down the misbegotten for revenge. Lucian stayed silent. Praise meant little. The dead could not be brought back. He patted the soldier's shoulder. "I won't be staying in Castle Morne forever. If you want to prevent such tragedy from happening again, you need to grow stronger, strong enough to protect the people who matter to you. As for revenge, next time, you'll have to take it yourselves." The young man wiped his tears and nodded firmly. "Right, my lord. Do you mean to interrogate this one? Should I escort you to the prison? There's a chamber for questioning." Lucian waved his hands quickly. Interrogation was different from killing. He'd slain plenty since coming to these lands between, and even enjoyed meting out violent justice at times, but torture was better left to those who made it their trade. "No, I only want to see if he's carrying anything dangerous," Lucian replied, though truthfully, he was there to loot him. This envoy's rank seemed higher than the one Lucian had killed earlier. High enough that he might be carrying valuable tools, charms like the bewitching branch, or flasks like the sacred flask. Anything of worth was fair game. "I see. As expected of you, my lord." Thinking ahead to possible dangers, the young soldier said with admiration. Fortunately for Lucian, he couldn't hear the man's thoughts, or he'd be embarrassed. Danger wasn't on his mind, loot was. The first find was a black short crossbow, the very same weapon that had ambushed him twice. The name shimmered before his eyes: Krippus's Black Key Crossbow Replica. Lucian raised a brow. It was his first time seeing the replica suffix. Krippus. He remembered the head confessor who served the 2 fingers from the shadows of the Round Table hold, famed for his skill. The true Black Key crossbow was stored there, but clearly the envoys had created standardized imitations. The quiver held 8 barbed black bolts, likewise marked as Black Key bolts Replica. He slung the crossbow at his hip and continued searching. The motion roused the envoy from his stupor. Seeing Lucian alive and well, the man knew at once his mission had failed. He spat out broken teeth and blood, and said coldly, "Humph. So Singh didn't kill you. And they call him a misbegotten warrior. A beast is still just a beast." Lucian slapped him hard enough to knock out more teeth. "And the rats who hide in the dark can talk, too. How curious." The envoy glared with venom before forcing what he thought was a kindly smile, though with so few teeth, it was grotesque. "You're a tarnished as well. You know of the 2 fingers. Join me, and help fulfill their will." Lucian frowned. Why did they all say the same thing? And why try recruiting him only when they were already half dead? No sane man would agree at that point. Still, he supposed it was part of being an assassin once caught. Survival was unlikely. This wasn't fear of death, but stubborn devotion to the 2 fingers' orders, willing to use any means to complete them. Seeing Lucian's silence, the envoy thought he had an opening. He began to speak again, but something was suddenly shoved into his mouth. It wasn't anything strange, just Lucian's hand. He knew their type too well. 4 fingers went inside, his thumb stayed out, and with a sharp yank downward, he dislocated the envoy's jaw. Ngghhh. The envoy's blood and spit dribbled freely as he kicked weakly, groaning in muffled pain. Your friend already told me everything worth hearing. You just keep your mouth shut. Lucian resumed his search, soon finding a small pouch. Inside lay a bewitching branch, strangely alluring even in its stillness. He shook off the odd thoughts that crept into his mind. Relics of the Empyreans were never to be taken lightly. Next came a small pot reeking faintly of blood, engraved with 2 concentric circles of arcane symbols, the mark of the 2 fingers. The name came to him, Beast Lure Pot. He remembered it vaguely, a tool to draw the wrath of beasts, no doubt used by the envoys to drive the misbegotten into a frenzy, overriding Sing's influence. There was also a small, dreamlike medallion glowing with pale light, Baldekin's blessing. Lucian stiffened. The envoy was one of FIA's champions. Just his luck go out to slay misbegotten, stumble upon one of her chosen. The rest was mundane, rations, a few crystal darts. Finished with the search, Lucian felt refreshed. Looting your enemies, one of the undeniable pleasures of the lands between. T/N, for those who may not know, forgotten, or lazy to look it up. Empyrean is a term used to refer to powerful beings who could ascend to godhood and create a new era in the lands between. Empyreans typically descend from a royal line, and are selected by the 2 fingers, who are envoys of the greater will. Only a select few are given this title, and they have very important impacts on the story and lore. By the time of the Shattering, only 3 Empyreans would serve as possible successors to the current rule. Empyreans. Queen Marika the Eternal. The Glowmide Queen was chosen as an Empyrean long before the events of the game. Lunar Princess Runni. Mikela the Kind. Maelnia, Blade of Mikela. 41, Chapter 41, The Arsenal of Castle Morne. Lucian finished stripping the Round Table envoy of his possessions and made no effort to mend the man's broken jaw. The fellow was insufferably annoying, and if he bit through his own tongue to end his life, it would be troublesome explaining it to Edgar. The Castellan would surely want to interrogate him thoroughly. Though little of value was likely to be extracted from such assassins, a living prisoner was always more useful than a corpse. Leaving the envoy to his fate, Lucian turned toward Edgar. He had intended to ask the man to guide him through the castle, perhaps find a new suit of armor and a proper weapon. The grafted blade greatsword he carried now was powerful enough. Its skill granted 5 points to all attributes, but it was nothing like the one from the lands between he remembered. This blade was steeped in something far darker, and its strength requirement was far beyond what he had yet planned to invest in. Until he decided how to distribute his runes, he would set it aside. His remaining arsenal was sparse, an ornamental straight sword and the envoy's reforged broadsword. Both serviceable, but neither sat comfortably in his grip. If possible, he wanted a greatsword, halberd, or great axe, or perhaps a dagger for swift footwork in ashes of war like Quickstep or Bloodhound Step. For now, Edgar and his daughter Ireina were lost in their own reunion. The grizzled Castellan, his cheeks wet with tears, had no thought for his image. The rebellion of the past 2 days had weighed heavily on his spirit. As Lord of Castle Morne, he had been forced to remain unshaken. Now, at last, he could let the burden slip. Seeing that their conversation would not end soon, Lucian abandoned the idea of having Edgar guide him personally. A soldier nearby noticed his gaze lingering on the father and daughter and spoke quietly. The commander may seem stern and unapproachable, but he is kind. My lord treats us common folk well. Everyone in the castle loves and respects him, but fate has dealt him cruel blows. The lady of the castle died soon after giving birth to Lady Ireina, and the young miss was born with her eyesight afflicted. So I am truly grateful you reunited them. He began to kneel, but Lucian caught him by the arm. If you truly wish to thank me, take me around the city. I need new armor and weapons, and we can clear out any remaining misbegotten along the way. The young soldier nodded at once, handing the envoy's watch over to another guard, and led Lucian into the heart of the castle. Castle Morne was far larger than its counterpart in his memories. What the game had shown was little more than its walls, the internal chambers never revealed. As they walked, Lucian learned his guide's name, Julius. The lad's father was a blacksmith, an enviable trade in the lands between, for one never wanted for coin or food. His mother did fine handiwork, and together they had given Julius a good life within the castle walls. He even had a gentle childhood sweetheart awaiting him. When of age, Julius had joined the garrison, showing such promise that Edgar himself had once called him the most likely to be knighted in recent years. His future had been bright until the rebellion shattered it. Julius led Lucian straight to the armory, pointing out the purpose of each chamber they passed, until they arrived. The place was in disarray. When the misbegotten broke in, they had looted freely, carrying off most of the short swords, daggers, and lighter arms. Julius, moving with the familiarity of a man who had served here long, took Lucian to a corner. Because my father is a blacksmith, I took on the work of resupplying the armory when I joined the garrison. I know every inch of this place. In fact, I fetched the crossbows and nets from here earlier to aid you in the fight. These racks hold longer, heavier weapons the beasts have no skill for, so plenty remain. But they're all standard issue, nothing special in quality. Long spears, straight swords, great swords, some lost, some damaged, but the types are complete enough. Lucian glanced over the racks. Common iron, no ashes of war to be seen. Nothing worth taking. There's a deeper storehouse, Julius added. The weapons there are of far finer make. You'll like them. He led the way into a rear corridor. As they passed a wooden crate, a misbegotten burst from hiding, dagger raised high to plunge into Julius's unguarded back. The soldier reacted quickly, shield rising, yet another hand moved faster. Lucian's left hand clamped the creature's wrist, arresting the dagger's fall. His right arm swept around from behind, palm engulfing its face. With a sharp twist, cracked Misbegotten's head spun nearly 180 degrees before it collapsed like a puppet with cut strings. He dusted off his hands. Killing such foes barehanded was no effort at all to him now. You're incredible, my lord. Julius breathed, eyes wide in awe. No further ambushes came, and soon they entered the inner storehouse, a small room without weapon racks, its arms stored in chests. What's inside these? Lucian asked, noting the lack of labels. These wooden chests hold weapons once wielded by our most distinguished warriors, Julius explained, opening one to show a small collection, each sheathed. Lucian drew a knight's straight sword from the pile. Its edge was well kept, and its skill was the spinning slash. Better than the armory's stock, he admitted. And the stone chests? Those hold Castle Morne's finest, Julius said with pride. He heaved open a stone coffer to reveal a single claymore without a sheath. Though old, its edge still gleamed with deadly promise. Lucian lifted it, admiring its broad blade, thick leather grip, and the signs of 4 reforgings. But what truly caught his eye was the skill etched into its steel lion's claw. This one. I like it. No warrior could resist the call of Lion's Claw. 42, Chapter 42, Lion's Claw. Lion's Claw was the signature Ash of War skill of the Lion Guardian who once fought alongside Starscourge Radon. It launches the wielder forward, spinning midair and delivering a sweeping strike, a devastatingly suppressive move against humanoid foes. And, most importantly, it looks spectacular. Its inspiration lay in the Guts Wolf Leap, from Berserk, pinnacle of dark fantasy manga. A legend born of blades and sorcery, never rightly surpassed in its field. Even Hidetaka Miyazaki was a fan. Echoes of Berserk resonate throughout Soulsborne. Lucian himself was a devoted reader. The chance to wield the move in reality was one he could not pass up. Beyond aesthetics, the claymore had already been reforged 4 times, significantly boosting its strength and durability. It was a wise shortcut. Pleased with his find, Lucian stood, eager to venture forth and test the blade in battle. Lord Lucian, Julius called gently, noticing his intention to depart. There are other weapons here, feel free to examine more. If you find something fitting, take it. And of course your armor hasn't been replaced, yet. Lucian felt a twinge of guilty pride. I have the perfect weapon for now. Armor I can look at later. He genuinely appreciated Julius's thoughtfulness. Julius insisted they inspect the rest of the armory's stone coffers. Weapons hold true value only when used in battle. In your hands, they'd never gather dust. Castle Morne has no fighter deserving of their excellence any longer. You need not worry over labels. Yielding to his loyal young companion, Lucian agreed. Inside, he discovered several full suits of Banished Knight altered armor well preserved and a suit of Godric Knight armor. Impressive, but not what he sought. His breath caught at the final chest, a complete set of Banished Knight set, accompanied by the Banished Knight's greatsword and matching shield. They lay as if waiting for a new bearer. Lucian's pulse quickened. The only drawback was the weight, but aside from that, it was perfect, formidable, stylish, and legendary. He imagined a sweeping cloak to conceal the flared cupe, a simple solution in this reality. After all, collecting it in the game had taken countless runs. Here it was, available for the taking. He lifted the breastplate, tracing its intricate carvings, still sharp with time's erosion. The left pauldron was immense, the right smaller but crowned with spiraling horn, a savage, noble silhouette. But he paused. Edgar had once been a Banished Knight himself. Without asking, taking that armor could feel disrespectful. Lucian carefully replaced it. When he'd inquired, Julius promised, should Edgar consent, he would gladly accept it. That kept Lucian smiling. If a battle warranted it, he'd form a perfect partnership in matching armor. A storm-powered greatsword in Banished Knight's armor, and off they'd march in divine style. Past the chest, only common weapons remained, a poleaxe and single-edged dagger, standard issue for itinerant knights and rogues, respectively. No hesitation this time. He packed them as backups. With his new arms, he couldn't resist a test. Julius guided him through the city, and Lucian quickly located clusters of Misbegotten to purge. He wiped them out with brutal efficiency, leaving corpses near the grace, executing the cowardly ones nearby with a clean throat cut. At each grace, he paused briefly to refresh. Soon, he encountered a significant gathering near the old prison behind the city. The walls here sufficed to reach by a small auxiliary lift. The Misbegotten were yelling, unknowing who they faced. Cold blade first, a sweeping strike slashed one baldly in half. It was almost uncanny how smooth the kills felt. Past weapons lagged after 2 or 3 victims. This blade whispered through sinew like silk, begging the Misbegotten to line up. The mayhem drew the leader's attention. 2 scaly Misbegotten and 3 winged ones leapt toward him. In any other moment, they'd pose a challenge. But Lucian, honored as the butcherman of this city, met them with grim pride. He darted forward, arm raised to block winged crossbow bolts. Some grazed him, but he barely minded. The scaled one shrieked and swung a poleaxe. Lucian, feeling the rhythm, infused focus into his blade and executed lion's claw. His body spun with practiced grace, slashing from above to below. Steel whistled in descent. The poleaxe shattered instantly and the misbegotten itself split in two, trailing strands of gore into left and right halves. Yet he did not rest. He leapt again, lion's claw unleashed anew, reducing the second scaled monstrosity to blood and bone. Terror-stricken, the winged ones faltered midair, eyes wide at the carnage. Realizing the forest of skulls they'd unleashed, they scattered in panic. Lucian raised Krippus's black key crossbow replica and fired at will. One by one, the few winged misbegotten plummeted arrows through tidy gaps in flesh and side. And so, with their bodies stained red, the city's misbegotten were truly purged, only the dead remained. The misbegotten who died were good misbegotten. 43, Chapter 43, The Night's Rest. 43, Chapter 43, The Night's Rest. With the last of the courtyard cleansed, Lucian took the opportunity to gather everything of value he could find. A steel wire torch, a cellsword key, the twin-blade talisman, and a supple whip that was the full hull. They were items he would not be using immediately, so he stored them away at the site of grace near the prison. Lucian and Julius returned to the courtyard, double-checking along the way to ensure no enemies had slipped past their notice. By now, Edgar had already set to work, helping the soldiers remove the corpses that littered the ground. Ireina, supported by a castle maid, was making her way toward a chamber deeper within Castle Morne. When Edgar spotted the two men returning, he stopped what he was doing and strode toward them. "Julius, why haven't you fetched a new set of armor for Sir Lucian?" The sight of the claymore in Lucian's hands told Edgar they had been to the armory. Yet Lucian was still clad in his tattered armor, leading Edgar to assume Julius had simply neglected to bring him new gear. Lucian stepped forward to explain. "It's not his fault. I had my eye on a set of armor belonging to a banished knight, but I feared it might have been the possession of one of your companions, or perhaps a relic of your forebears. I didn't want to take it without asking. If you have no objection, I would be glad to wear it." "I see," Edgar nodded, recalling the armor in question. "That set once belonged to a companion of my grandfather. When my grandfather was appointed Lord of Castle Morne, his comrade was sent here alongside him. He left no heirs, and so the armor was never passed down. I believe he would be glad to see it worn again." Lucian's face brightened, relieved of any unease. "Then I'll accept it, gladly." He turned to head back toward the armory, but Edgar raised a hand. "Wait a moment. Julius can bring the chest here. Please, come with me instead." Lucian saw no reason to refuse. The armor would be his soon enough. Edgar led him through a hallway to a door. "This will be your room. Once a guest chamber of Castle Morne. Please, rest here." When the door swung open, Lucian was greeted by the sight of a spacious room and a large, soft bed. There was little in the way of furniture, but to Lucian, who had never seen such accommodation since arriving in the lands between, it was a palace. Edgar's voice carried a hint of apology. "Much was destroyed in the misbegotten uprising. Many furnishings were damaged, so I had them removed. What remains has been cleaned. Clean clothes await you on the bed. I do not know your exact measurements, but they should be close enough. For Castle Morne as it stands now, this is the best we can offer. Forgive us." Lucian paced through the open space, finding he preferred the lack of clutter. In his past life, he had lived in a cramped apartment crammed full of useless things. The airiness here was refreshing. His eyes fell upon a standing mirror in the corner, its frame chipped but the glass still serviceable. It struck him then, since crossing into this world, he had never seen his own reflection. He stepped before it. The man staring back was largely the same as in his past life, only sharper, more striking. The face was handsomely chiseled, the sort of hard-edged beauty no one would doubt belonged to a warrior. If in his old life he'd been a bit handsome, now he was simply handsome, full stop. The only incongruity was the bloodstained, shredded armor clinging to his frame. The resemblance to his former self puzzled him. He had assumed this was a soul transmigration, so why did the body look nearly identical? It couldn't have been physical travel. The fighting instincts were not those of his old, sedentary self. But the matter was too strange to dwell on. Crossing into another world was already absurd enough. A familiar face was hardly the strangest part of it. In an adjoining space, a large wooden tub sat brimming with water, a towel draped over the rim. Cold water, but Lucian had no complaints. In Castle Morne's current state, asking for it to be heated would have been unreasonable. He stripped off the ruined armor and examined his body. His muscles were well defined, not monstrous, but strong enough that in his former world, he would have been considered formidable. He ladled water over himself, the cold sluicing away the blood and grime, the runoff disappearing into a sloped channel that emptied into a covered pit. A crude toilet sat nearby. Surprisingly, the castle had a form of sewage system. Lucian was taken aback, but then remembered the lands between grand elevators and massive keeps. Craftsmanship here was far beyond medieval earths. When his skin was scrubbed clean, the first true bath since his arrival, Lucian felt new again. On the bed lay two sets of clothing, a quilted gambeson meant to be worn under armor, and a long, embroidered robe of pale green, noble attire for the offspring of the upper class. He ignored the robe and pulled on the gambeson. By now, Julius had brought the banished knight's armor to the door. Lucian carried the chest inside and donned each piece. The fit was near perfect. This was not merely about dressing the part. Lucian needed to test the weight. If it proved too heavy, he would allocate some of his rune gains to endurance when he next met Melina. He was rich in runes, 67,000 in all, nearly equal to the yield of farming the great Albinorix without the gold pickled foul foot. Fortune had been with him when Sing fell. The 5 rune buff was still active. The 100-odd misbegotten had given him 48,000, and Sing 19,000 more. Enough to raise his strength significantly, enough to make facing grafted scions and leonine misbegotten far less daunting. A short jog in the armor proved no hindrance, though long combat might prove tiring. Plans for stat allocation took shape in his mind. The soft bed behind him was tempting, but daylight still remained. Better to meet with Melina, spend his runes, and then pay a visit to the Round Table Hold. In the game, the Round Table Hold had only a handful of denizens. But here, if agents like the one he'd met bore FIA's blessing, then perhaps there were far more tarnished gathered there than he'd expected. 44, Chapter 44, of Grace, Growth, and the Shadows of Secrets. Clad in the full armor of the Banished Knight, Lucian pushed open the door and stepped into the chill morning air. His destination lay at the rear of Castle Morne, the nearest site of Grace. The other 2 blessings were across the lift, and far less convenient. What Lucian did not know was that shortly after his departure, Ireina, supported by a maid, made her way toward his guest chamber. She had bathed and changed, trading her travel-stained garb for a robe of soft spring green. The delicate gold thread embroidery along its hem caught the light, lending her an air of noble elegance, a far cry from the bedraggled young woman he had rescued. Though Ireina had always treated others with courtesy, she had never worn the aloof mask of a high-born lady. Now, however, she looked every bit the daughter of a noble house, her beauty unobscured. The maid halted before Lucian's door. Ireina reached out with her right hand, found the wood of the doorframe, and rapped lightly. She wished to thank him properly for his aid. Without him, she would surely have been just another lifeless body by the roadside, never to return to Castle Morne or be reunited with her father. Whatever Lucian might ask as a reward, she had already resolved to agree, and if the matter lay beyond her own authority, she would petition her father on his behalf. Knock, knock. No answer. Knock, knock. Still nothing. Sir Lucian, are you within? She asked softly. Perhaps he slept after all. The battle had been fierce. Yet she could hear no breathing within. Ireina bit her lower lip, torn between lingering and leaving. After a moment's hesitation, she turned away, disappointment clouding her features, and departed with the maid. By then, Lucian was already kneeling at the site of grace behind the castle. He removed his helm, a habit of his. It felt discourteous to speak to Melina through steel. As he sat, the familiar shimmer of golden light heralded her arrival. Her eyes swept over him, lingering on the Banished Knight's armor. A fine and sturdy set, she remarked. With this, your battles will be far safer. Lucian nodded in agreement. The armor was indeed superb, heavy plate that somehow allowed for surprising agility. No wonder the champion of Castle Sol could wield the ice-infused whirlwind dash and lightning-infused stomp with such fluidity. Melina extended her hand. Take my hand. I shall bring you to the Round Table Hold. Not yet, Lucian replied. First, I wish to convert my runes into strength. He placed his gauntlet hand into hers. At once, Melina's brow furrowed in surprise. She could feel the vast reservoir of runes within him. This puzzled her deeply. The leonine misbegotten of the castle could not have yielded so much. Nor had the lesser misbegottens carried such bounty. Where had he obtained them? She had been by his side for every battle, save for the brief time when he had bathed in private. Was it then? She wondered. No, everyone has their secrets. He had trusted her from the beginning, treating her not as a mere partner in a bargain, but as a companion, even as a second maiden. If he could trust her so, then she could return that trust. There was no need to pry into a comrade's mysteries. Melina, what's wrong? Lucian's voice broke through her thoughts. She shook her head. Forgive me, I was distracted. Tell me, which aspects of yourself do you wish to strengthen? Lucian was about to recite his planned allocation when he noticed something strange on his status screen. His endurance and strength had each risen by 1 point on their own. Previously they had stood at 11 and 15, now they read 12 and 16. Melina smiled faintly, as though reading his thoughts. Congratulations. Your endurance and strength grew during battle. Lucian thought back to the fights. He had been pushing his body to its limits. Such growth, after recovering, was only natural. Even ordinary soldiers gain strength through exertion, so why not a tarnished? Will these self-earned increases cost more runes when I level up? He asked. If so, it could disrupt his carefully planned progression. No, Melina said. Attributes gained through your own effort do not increase rune costs. That was a relief. Lucian began his allocation. Vigor up by 6 points, to 25, a solid foundation for survival. Endurance up by 4 points, plus the 1 earned in battle, for 16 total. Strength up by 4, plus 1 from battle, reaching 21. Dexterity up by 4, to 18. 18 total points spent, leaving him with a surplus of over 3,000 runes. In game terms, he had leapt from level 15 to 32 in one stroke, and with the 2 bonus points from battle, his actual attributes matched those of a level 34 warrior. His power had doubled. This was no random spread of points. Every choice had purpose. Vigor was a given, no warrior worth the name left it below 40 in the long run. Endurance was needed to bear the banished knight's heavy armor. Strength and dexterity opened the door to a vast arsenal from colossal blades to weapons like the Bloodhound's Fang, which required both in equal measure. The broader the weapons he could wield, the more adaptable his tactics. Intelligence, faith, and arcane? For now, unnecessary, though if intelligence truly meant intellect, he might have been tempted to max it first. Sadly, here it was only a measure of magical aptitude. Lucian flexed his fingers, feeling the strength flow through them. Then he looked to Melina and smiled with quiet confidence. "All right, Melina. Take me to the round table hold. I want to see how I measure against the heroes there." Her answering smile was warm. "I believe that among them, you will shine brightest of all." T/N Lucian's stats. Vigor 25. Mind 10. Endurance 16. Strength 21. Dexterity 18. Intelligence 9. Faith 9. Arcane 7. If I messed up any of the stats, please let me know. I am a bit clumsy and might have mixed something up. 45. Chapter 45. Upon the Round Table. Lucian knew better than to bare his face here. The Round Table hold was still a mystery to him, and caution was the wiser path. Besides, somewhere within these walls lurked the cunning intellect of Sir Gideon Ofnir, the all-knowing man who kept a network of eyes and ears scattered across the lands between. Lucian had no desire to become one of the many lives quietly observed by such a man. Melina's fingers tightened around his hand. In a breath, the world shifted. The warmth of her touch faded as her form dissolved into nothing, leaving Lucian standing in a grand hall. He had scarcely a moment to take in the place before startled voices rang out. "Gah! A banished knight! Everyone, back! Why is there a banished knight in the Round Table hold? I thought this place was safe. Someone help!" Lucian's gaze swept the room. Dozens of tarnished and mismatched garb, most wearing the tattered leathers or rusted mail of starting arms, stared at him in terror. Their faces were young, unweathered by battle. The Round Table hold housing a banished knight. Not was not it. They were speaking of him. He remembered sitting only moments ago, yet their eyes met his as though he stood among them. Looking down, he realized he was still seated upon the very edge of the Round Table itself. In the center of the table, a great cluster of weapon swords, spears, and axes of every make were thrust upright into the wood, encircling a massive golden grace. Unlike any sight of grace he had yet seen, this one hung suspended above the table, its glow towering as tall as two grown men. The younger tarnished shrank back further. To them, the sight of a fully armored banished knight's sword, shield, and all sitting where few dared even to tread, was nothing short of an invasion. In truth, the more seasoned among them knew better. A true outsider could not walk these halls without the sponsorship of at least 2 sworn members of the hold. And yet this man had arrived alone. That alone made him suspicious. Still, there was something else. His armor gleamed without scratch or dent, untouched by time or death. Not the scavenged spoils of a grave robber, but the regalia of one who had claimed it in blood. And from him emanated a weight, a killing intent that only warriors could sense. This man had ended hundreds of lives recently. Lucian rose from the table, the clink and grind of plate upon plate echoing in the chamber, making the young ones flinch again. A flicker of mischief tempted him to rush forward, shield raised, bellowing, "You think red eyes are just for show?" The thought alone almost made him grin, but he let the moment pass. One ill-timed jest and they might cut him down. Clearing his throat, he spoke in a calm, even voice. "Newly arrived, might there be one among you who could show me the way?" The young ones exchanged wary glances. The veterans stayed silent, unwilling to entangle themselves. Then, from the back, a bold laugh broke the stalemate. "Ha! I'll guide you, warrior. You carry the breath of ancient storms." A woman strode forward, parting the crowd. "I am Nephili Liza, warrior who wields the wind, as you do." Her garb was little more than a hardened leather harness across her chest, leaving her arms and shoulders bare. Her frame was honed and lithe like a hunting cat, her bronzed skin marked with scars, each a testament to battles survived. "Lucian," he replied, inclining his head. "I have heard the Round Table hold gathers heroes. I came to see for myself." When the two left together, the tension bled from the young tarnished, and they scattered to their affairs. Word traveled swiftly. It reached Sir Gideon Ofnir in the quiet of his study, his eyes scanning tones and reports without pause. At the mention of the incident, he only shook his head. "I tire of them, those who think the hold a sanctuary, tarnished in name only. Once, the Round Table admitted only the finest. But now, few could even perceive grace." Gideon's messengers had spread word far and wide, hoping to swell the hold's ranks, but the flood had brought in the weak alongside the worthy. Some cowered here, treating it as a haven rather than a hall of heroes. Gideon ignored them. They were passing guests, never sworn to the hold. Not worth his time. But the newcomer, there was something in him. When Lucian entered, Gideon had felt a flickering aura not unlike that of Queen Marika herself. Could it be that this tarnished was not only chosen by grace, but guided by the Queen's own will? "Let us hope," Gideon murmured, "that he will be of use." "Those tarnished we saw," Lucian asked as they walked, "they're part of the Round Table hold." "Not true members," Nephili said. "They've little stomach for the lands between. They remain here, earning their keep." "Earning?" She nodded. "The hold has many functions. Commissions are posted, goods are traded. Those without skill in smithing or spirit tuning serve as messengers carrying word and wares to sites of grace. She gestured toward an empty stall. This one belongs to a wandering perfumer. She trades in rare concoctions, sending them out through our couriers. She's gone in search of precious reagents, or I'd introduce you. Lucian understood now. The round table was more than a meeting place, it was an engine, its influence reaching far beyond these walls. 46, Chapter 46, Shadows and Whispers. Nephilim continued to guide Lucian through the round table hold, her voice carrying a mix of pride and reverence as she spoke of its history. The round table hold was founded long before we tarnished were stripped of the golden grace. It was a gathering place for heroes. They say it was even more prosperous in those days, home to knights so mighty they were favored by the ancient dragons. Her expression softened as she mentioned her adoptive father. My foster father, Sir Gideon Ofnir, was one of the hold's founding members and now, he is its leader. Unlike me, he is a scholar of vast knowledge. He took me in when I was a child, the guiding light before me. If he were not occupied at the moment, I would certainly introduce you. Lucian nodded. In the game, Gideon would one day orchestrate the massacre of the Albinorics in the village of the Albinorics. He sent his men to ransack the village in search of a secret medallion that would open the path to the Hala tree, and even stand in the way of the player's ascension to Elden Lord, the very definition of a schemer. Still, his knowledge was undeniable. Yet one thing had always puzzled Lucian: why did Gideon ultimately oppose the player's rise? He had never sought the throne himself. His pursuit was knowledge, not power. Marika's guidance had always been for the Tarnished to claim the Elden throne. But Gideon, also guided, had said before their battle, Queen Marika has high hopes for us, that we continue to struggle, unto eternity. Was that a lie told to protect his own immortality and endless search for lore? Or was the guidance he received not from Marika at all? The questions were distant ones. Lucian pushed them aside. There would be time to seek answers later. For now, Nephilim's tour continued. They walked the long corridors, passing many small chambers. A Tarnished could pay runes to rest here, others hawked their gathered materials and tools from makeshift stalls. Then a voice called out, Nephilim, showing a newcomer around again. Lucian turned to see a finger maiden seated at an empty stall. Nephilim smiled and walked over with him in tow. That's right. He startled half the hold the moment he arrived, so I decided to show him around. The maiden studied Lucian with widening eyes. From his stance alone, I can tell this warrior is terrifyingly strong. Nephilim slapped Lucian's armor with a laugh. Told you. This is sorceress. The woman interjected. Sorceress. Nephilim paused, chuckled. Ah, no, this is finger maiden Ireina. Without a warrior of her own, she remains here in the hold, awaiting a worthy companion. In the meantime, she helps warriors without maidens channel runes into strength for a small fee, of course. Ireina rose and gave a slight bow. Lucian, was it? A newcomer, yet already remarkable. The name struck Lucian. He remembered her fate, of finger maiden without a warrior, ultimately turned into a puppet by Cellsword. For now, she was offering level-up services. He hoped Cellsword never crossed her path again. She glanced at him meaningfully. I couldn't help but notice you have no maiden at your side. Lucian blinked. Wait, is she about to ask? If it's not too forward, Ireina said, might I serve as your maiden? He shook his head quickly. Sorry to disappoint you. I already have a maiden, she just isn't with me right now. No way I'm giving up traveling with Melina, he thought. Her expression fell. I see, forgive my presumption. As they left her stall, Nephilim offered an apologetic smile. Please don't take her amiss. She only wished to fulfill her purpose and you are a powerful warrior. No offense taken. My maiden's absence makes such misunderstandings inevitable, Lucian replied. Curious, he asked. Are many here in the hold accompanied by maidens? Nephilim shook her head. A few dozen, perhaps, but compared to our full number, that's quite rare. I don't have one either. Ireina has helped me often, and in time we became friends. They stopped before a door radiating intense heat. Inside, Lucian saw a great furnace, anvil, and countless smithing tools. A large figure hammered at a weapon master Hugh, the blacksmith. Unlike in the game, Hugh here had his own small workshop. Nephilim didn't interrupt his work. That's smithing master Hugh. Don't let his mixed blood heritage fool you, his skill is unmatched. We'll come back when you need a weapon strengthened. They moved on. From a nearby room came the sound of ragged breathing. Nephilim's expression soured. That one belongs to Fia. She lacks propriety, she muttered, moving quickly on. The rest of the tour included the quest board, the twin maiden husk shop, the kitchen, Brother Corin who taught incantations, the ever-suspicious D, hunter of the dead, and Diallo searching for his missing servant. No sign of sorcerer Rogier, perhaps already in Stormvale, or perhaps those sounds from Fia's room were his. Nephilim led him past Gideon's chamber. The door was shut, with Ensha striking an idle pose outside. She decided against introducing them. Lucian was struck by how much livelier the round table hold felt compared to the game, more like an adventurer's guild from another tale. Finally, they returned to the central hall. Nephilim gestured toward the great, heavy doors. Beyond them lies the two fingers. The door is closed for now, only certain people may be summoned. envoys of the fingers, my foster father, and warriors who have claimed a great rune. But as of yet, we have not felled even one demigod who holds one. Her voice was grave. 47, Chapter 47, A Promise Beneath the Gaze of Grace. Melina sat atop the round table itself, her palms pressed lightly against the polished surface, legs dangling over the edge. Her feet swayed idly in the empty air as her gaze drifted upward, fixing on the high, domed ceiling above the great hall. The round table hold was, after all, the domain of the two fingers. Though Melina bore no particular resentment toward them, she also felt no desire to stand so openly beneath their scrutiny. Her reason, pure instinct. Thus, she did not follow Lucian in exploring the hold's many chambers. Instead, she remained beside the great grace that shimmered golden in the hall, an aegis that shielded her from any unseen gaze. Here, she would not be exposed. Here, she could simply drift into thought, her feet swinging lazily. In the past, her every step had been driven by a singular goal, to seek a worthy tarnished. All else she encountered along the way was little more than passing scenery, never her concern, never touching her heart. With Torrent, she had wandered the lands between, seeking one who might ascend to Elden Lord. In those days, she never knew loneliness, nor boredom. But after choosing Lucian, there was no longer urgency in her search. She need only wait for him to grow strong, to lead her back to the foot of the Erd tree. And so, she began to savor the journey. Though their travels together had been brief, the experiences they shared already outweighed all her solitary years combined. Only in living it could she see how vivid the path could be and how dull the act of waiting. Melina was a pure soul, pure as a blank page, for she had been made so. She knew how to aid others, to strengthen them, to bestow ashes of war, to reveal the map. She knew proper manners, how to speak without offense. She had no body, only spirit, and yet still she endured in this world. All of it was because her purpose required it. But no one had taught her how to travel alongside a companion, how to speak not merely without angering someone, but in ways that might bring them joy. All memories not essential to her mission had been erased, for they were not needed to fulfill her purpose. And so she often felt lost. She knew only that she must seek her purpose, yet not what that purpose truly was. Melina did not hate this destiny, she would see it through. And yet, when Boc had spoken of his mother, she had wondered what was the bond between an ordinary mother and child. When Ireina reunited with her father, she had thought, what might it feel like, to be cherished by one's parents? She did not know these answers, for all her life until now had been only purpose. But now it was different. Now, she had someone she could trust, someone strong, gentle, and unwavering. Even if she was uncertain within, she could place her faith in him as he had placed his faith in her. She was grateful that the foot of the Erd tree was still far away. There was still time to seek answers, to etch the sights of the road into her memory, to fill the empty spaces in her heart. Since it is so, until I reclaim my purpose, I shall enjoy the journey. Lucian approached the great grace at the round table. Unlike with the lesser sites of grace scattered across the land, he needed not to sit. A simple touch drew him into its presence. Melina's swaying feet froze for a moment, then resumed their gentle rhythm. We are companions. Even if I appear less than proper, that should be all right, shouldn't it? In her own awkward way, she was testing the waters. She was still a girl, after all, and wanted to learn what existed beyond her mission, like how to simply be with another. Lucian, too, was surprised. Melina seemed different somehow, more casual than before. But he could tell she was simply passing the time. Sorry to keep you waiting, he said. She stopped swinging her legs. And, how is the round table hold? It exceeded my expectations. The facilities, the attendants, the services. And the heroes? Were there many great warriors? Honestly, I didn't meet anyone particularly strong. The hold seems to have fallen into decline. A faint note of regret colored his words. The founders of the round table, some had gone mad, others had turned traitor. Only the all-knowing still held it together, and he, a schemer through and through, left no true champion to command respect in the open. Melina, too, was a little disappointed. This was not the round table hold she had imagined. Still, Lucian found himself fond of it. Compared to the round table hold in the world he remembered, this one felt more alive. But the items here are useful, and the people seem decent. All in all, I rather like it. I see. Then shall we set a small goal? What sort of goal? She considered for a moment, then held up a single finger before them both, a confident smile gracing her lips. Before becoming Elden Lord, aim to be the round table's greatest warrior. I believe you can. For you shine with every mark of a hero: courage, strength, kindness, and things I cannot even put into words. That is how I see you. Lucian hadn't expected such words. It was almost like a girl in his school days confessing her admiration, a simple compliment, yet it made his heart race. Not because of the words themselves, but because of the trust in the person speaking them. He had never been good at facing others' expectations because no one had ever expected anything of him. Even now, becoming the round table's strongest was no great challenge for him. But he didn't know what to say. No one had ever taught him how to respond to praise. In his past life, whenever hardship came, he had hidden in games. Games were his only refuge. Should he answer with confidence? Or deflect with humility? He didn't know. But now things were different. He had grown stronger, strong enough to shoulder the trust of another. He no longer needed to run away. And so, he wanted to learn. To learn how to bear another's faith. Lucian removed the gauntlet from his right hand, revealing a pinky finger marked with scars no grace could erase. He extended it toward her. "I'll do it. Let's make it a promise." Melina did not know this gesture, but she understood its meaning at once. She extended her own small pinky finger, marred by old burns. Their scarred fingers intertwined a vow between two kindred souls. Like two lone beasts finding one another in the wild, they would tend to each other's wounds. 48, Chapter 48, Where the Winds of Kings Whisper. After Melina led Lucian back to the site of grace behind Castle Morne, he glanced at his achievement panel. As expected, a new entry was lit. Round Table Hold. Arrived at Round Table Hold. His Wind Spirit Moon Shadow count had also been restored, bringing it back up to 3 uses. Confirming the replenishment, Lucian wasted no time in heading straight for his room. He was utterly exhausted mentally, more than physically. Stepping away from the grace had invigorated him, but the string of battles in recent days had left his nerves taut as bowstrings. He needed to get back to bed and sleep, otherwise, he feared he'd snap. On his way back, Lucian recalled the things Nephilim had told him in the Round Table Hold about the use of multiplayer items in this world. They were similar to their functions in the game, but with notable differences. The Tarnished's furled finger allowed one to leave cryptic messages in certain places that only Tarnished could see, a means of passing information. The small golden effigy required the use of the furl-calling finger remedy to function. One could leave a sign in dangerous locations, and if someone nearby used the remedy, they would be able to see it. By touching the sign, the one who left it would be alerted. However, unlike the game, the sign's owner would then have to find a site of grace, use it to travel to the grace nearest the sign, and then run the rest of the way. In short, calling for aid in an emergency was unreliable. Your rescuer might not make it in time or might simply refuse, severing the connection with the finger severer. It was, overall, not dependable. Lucian abandoned the thought of rallying a crowd to fight a boss. Unless he could cultivate a group of Tarnished wholly loyal to his commands, the efficiency of gathering would be pitiful. And if he did have such a band of followers, why bother with summons at all? He could just lead them himself. After some thought, he realized the only practical use was for him to leave a sign, so that he could summon an NPC ally he wished to save. Or, perhaps, to coordinate with others for joint exploration, he could scout ahead, then have them signal him by touching his sign when they arrived. Still, the whole process was too troublesome. Better to simply use the furled finger as a messenger, leaving words and traces across the lands between. Lucian soon reached his room, stripped off his armor, collapsed onto the bed, and fell asleep at once. When he awoke on the soft, expansive bed, his sleep had been dreamlike, calm and peaceful. Opening his eyes to an unfamiliar ceiling, Lucian didn't rise immediately. Instead, he lingered, rolling lazily in the sheets. The plush bed evoked a faint echo of his previous life. But he did not indulge for long. He had crossed into this world. Dwelling on the past was meaningless. Now, his only path was to grow stronger. Strong enough to become the greatest warrior of the Round Table Hold. Strong enough to become Elden Lord. But when he stepped outside his room, he realized he had no idea where Edgar was. He wandered into the courtyard. Half of the corpses strewn there earlier had already been cleared away. Spotting Julius carrying one of the bodies, Lucian quickly called him over and had him lead the way to Edgar's chambers. Lucian knocked, and Edgar's voice promptly replied, "Come in." When he entered, Edgar was not in armor but dressed in the fine robes of the upper nobility, a deep blue mantle draped over them. The attire of a lord, a symbol of rank. Seeing Edgar bent over the table, writing and marking documents, Lucian hesitated. "This might not be a good time. I'm disturbing you, aren't I?" Edgar looked up in mild surprise, then stood quickly. "No, it's fine. I've already arranged the short-term tasks, and the rest will take far longer to complete. Speak freely." The reconstruction of Castle Morne had left Edgar harried and overworked. With too few hands, he often had to take part in the labor himself, as though trying to split himself into 2 men. Even so, the place was far from its former state. Given that, he might as well hear Lucian out. This man wasn't one to visit just for idle talk. Lucian stated his request plainly. He wished to learn martial skills from Edgar. Edgar's first thought was, is he joking? From what he had seen, Lucian's combat prowess far surpassed his own. Edgar certainly couldn't take on 100 misbegotten alone, let alone fight a leonine misbegotten for 300 rounds. Your strength exceeds mine. I fear my skills would be of little use in guiding you." Lucian quickly explained, "My fighting has no real for me. Fundamentals are poor. Only my battle instincts seem oddly sharp. And I want to learn the storm arts. I want to wield them as freely as you do." Edgar found this strange. He had seen Lucian block an assassin's arrow with a wall of wind control like that. Shouldn't be possible without mastery. At that moment, the ancient king's voice stirred in Lucian's mind, urging him to take out its ashes. Lucian reached into his pouch and drew forth the ashes of the Stormhawk King. A thread of magic was drawn forth, and pure wind swept toward Edgar. Reading the message borne on the wind, Edgar's eyes widened. He dropped to one knee and bowed deeply to the ashes. "To think I would be graced with the presence of the legendary ancient king himself." Rising, he looked at Lucian, but his gaze had completely changed. "The ancient king has explained everything to me. He cannot teach you directly, for he has no human form. Only by using your magic can he release the storm, but he cannot guide you in how to summon it yourself. Thus, I shall teach you. I swear to give my utmost effort." Lucian was taken aback. What had the ancient king told him to prompt such a change in attitude and to earn such formal honorifics? "Can I ask what exactly did he say?" "Forgive me, the ancient king bade me keep it secret." Lucian could only stare. "Ancient king, are you a child? So old, and still you play at mysteries." Well, no matter. If he could learn, that was all that mattered. He was already imagining himself, dual greatswords in hand, cleaving the air with a thunderous whirlwind slash. "When do we begin?" Edgar stroked his beard in thought. "Give me 10 minutes. I'll set today's tasks in order and change into my armor. Then, we'll train outside the castle." Lucian went ahead to the training ground beyond the walls, a vast expanse of grass, with a site of grace nearby. It would be easy to replenish magic. Hooray, perfect place to train. Before long, Edgar arrived clad in the armor of the banished knights, the breastplate still dented from when Singh had struck it with a mighty kick. Seeing Lucian ready and waiting, Edgar assumed his stance. "Let us begin." 49, Chapter 49, of Tempest and Memory. The ancient king said, "You once wielded the ash of war, Storm Stomp. Then let us begin with the Storm Stomp." Edgar stepped forward, and a sudden gale swirled around him, whistling in the air. "The technique of the storm is not as complex as it might seem," he explained. "First, you must draw forth your sorcery. Second, you must command the birth of the storm itself." Lucian listened intently. Battle was a matter of life and death. There was no room for negligence. If you can channel your magic, outward, no matter the strength, you have already learned the ash of war. The true measure lies in how well you can control the storm's form. That alone determines how much power you can summon with the same amount of magic. With the ancient king's guidance, storm control should be far easier for you than for most. Edgar's demonstration this time carried little force, deliberately so. Unlike a tarnished, he could not sit at a site of grace and restore his magic at will. He had to replenish it the hard way, over time. Thus, his plan was simple: teach the technique for a while, move on to combat fundamentals while his magic recovered, and then resume the ash of war training, cycling between the two. "How to draw out your magic is your most pressing task right now," Edgar said gravely. "The ancient king can command your magic directly and conjure a storm himself, but that will not teach you the ash of war. Because of your differences in kind, the ancient king has actually been letting your magic dissipate into the air, then he shapes it into a storm himself. Even without the weapon that once bore the ash, you've performed the technique enough times to recall that moment of release. Try it again." Lucian recalled the sensation of the storm stomp. He gathered magic to his foot and stamped forward, only to stir a passing breeze. He frowned. Without the ash of war itself, the release was far harder than he expected. An ash of war was like a pre-written spell formula pour in magic, and it would execute perfectly every time. Now, he had to run the program himself, and the smallest error led to failure. Still, he had magic to spare. 2 cerulean flasks hung at his side, and a site of grace stood nearby. He would practice relentlessly. Again and again and again. When his magic ran dry, he drank from the flask. When the flask was empty, he sat at the grace. In repetition, Lucian gradually mastered the storm stomp completely. Yet he did not stop. With each cast, he felt there was room for improvement. After all, the storm stomp was but a lingering remnant of some long-gone warrior, still far from the essence of a true storm. He could not quite name the feeling, but even when following the ash of war's form, he sensed the potential to go beyond it. Following that intuition, he invoked the storm stomp once more. His magic flowed smoother this time, the blockages gone, the waste in unnecessary places cut away. The storm howled around him. Grass was torn from the land, then shredded in the air. He savored the sensation: less magic spent, faster release, sharper control. A few more tries, and he had fixed the pattern in his mind. Now, Lucian's mastery of the storm stomp surpassed even that of the warrior who had left the ash behind. He was well pleased. Edgar, however, was stunned. It was no wonder the ancient king had taken notice. Lucian's talent was extraordinary. Even a tarnished with limitless practice through grace would struggle to match such progress in just an hour or two. And because Lucian had glimpsed a true storm before, his understanding far outstripped Edgar's. Gales blew stronger even with equal magic. A quiet sorrow welled in Edgar. He had been born in an age where the storm had already withered, and he had never seen its true majesty. He now understood why his father would lament so often during training. The genuine storm had long faded with their homeland. "Ancient king, do you believe he could bring it back? If it is him, perhaps he truly can." When Lucian had finished the storm stomp, Edgar moved on to the next lesson. "Now we train your footwork. In battle, your steps are vital. Try summoning the storm around your body without stomping. Now, channel your magic into your weapon. Treat it as an extension of yourself, let the storm coil along its edge." By day's end, the lessons had been relentless. Edgar demonstrated each step a few times, then silently observed, correcting only when necessary. With the Grace's aid, Lucian trained without pause, mastering most of the drills quickly. Only the more complex techniques remained impractical for real combat. Lightning-laced cyclone strikes were still a distant dream. Still, he was content. In a single day, his progress had been vast. There would be time enough to master the rest, time enough before his journey to Stormvale. Night fell, and the trees glow dimmed. Lucian and Edgar returned to Castle Morne. The courtyard had been cleared, and save for the lingering stench of blood, no sign of the massacre remained. They shared a modest meal, simple bread and vegetable soup, but the first proper food Lucian had eaten in some time. The castle's stores were low. The misbegotten had wasted much, and until supply wagons arrived, Edgar could offer little more. Even the meal had been cooked not by a chef, but by a resident with passable skill. After parting with Edgar, Lucian retired to his chamber. He lay in bed, but did not sleep, reaching out instead to the ancient king. "Stormhawk King, why did you choose me?" Long silence. Just as he thought there would be no reply, the voice stirred in his mind. "You remind me." Lucian frowned. "Remind you? Of what?" "Of someone. My comrade, long ago. Were it not so, you would never have been able to approach my ashes." Though dead, the ancient king still commanded the storm. Within the tempest that wreathed the chapel of anticipation, barring Lucian's approach would have been effortless. "Then do you wish for me to avenge you?" The king was silent for a long while. At last, he sighed. "There is nothing to avenge. We were the defeated, like the wind, we should simply fade away. I chose you for no grand purpose. I simply wished to." Chapter 50 Demi-Human. In the days that followed, Lucian remained within Castle Morne, immersing himself in the study of storm-based battle arts. Alongside these, he learned footwork techniques such as quickstep, allowing him to evade attacks with far less exertion. During this time, supply convoys from Stormvale Castle arrived, bringing not only provisions but also a large group of settlers. According to Ireina, they were residents from Godric's domain, villagers who had long lived in the wilderness. Now that Castle Morne faced a shortage of manpower, Godric had simply sent them here. It was a boon for both the fortress and these displaced folk. In recent days, Ireina visited Lucian frequently. Edgar had invited from Stormvale a devout old woman and instructor of incantations from the Golden Order who had arrived alongside the supplies. Each day, Ireina followed this teacher to learn the art of incantations. While Lucian trained outside the castle walls, she practiced her incantations within. When Lucian returned with time to spare, she would have her servants escort her to him, where she would speak of the struggles she faced in her lessons, sometimes even grumbling in good humor. Lucian had observed the incantation teacher from afar, an elderly woman whose lined face radiated piety. Ireina confided that she was learning the protection of the tree, and once she had mastered it, she would be able to aid him in his battles. He agreed aloud, but inwardly, he had no wish for her to take part in any fight. Battle was dangerous enough, doubly so for one with her sightless eyes. He could not always be there to protect her. Yet when faced with the joy in her voice, he found himself unable to refuse. Several more days passed, and Lucian had become proficient in his storm arts. Their power was formidable, though some aspects still required polish. He no longer needed Edgar's guidance, freeing the Castellan to return to his own duties. Lucian decided it was time to stop training in seclusion. He would venture out for a day or two to explore the Weeping Peninsula, refining his new techniques in true combat. He remembered that 2 sacred tears and Radagon's scar seal lay somewhere upon the peninsula. These would be his first objectives. After bidding farewell to Edgar and Ireina, Lucian set out. At the sight of Grace by Castle Morne's main gate, Melina appeared at his side. "Ready to depart?" she asked. "Yes," he replied. "I'll explore the peninsula first. There's a church marked on the map, might be a sacred tear there." From his satchel, he drew a map borrowed from Edgar, one that had long hung upon the Castellan's wall. It was expansive, covering the entirety of Limgrave and the Weeping Peninsula. Even Stormvale's interior routes were marked, a useful detail for the day he would face Godric. Lucian handed both the map and a blank parchment to Melina. "Would you copy this onto the parchment?" "Of course," she said, studying the map before taking out her tools and setting to work. While she drew, Lucian planned his route. Teleport from here to the Grace site beyond the outer walls where he had once faced frenzied foes. From there, ride to the first church for a sacred tear, then unseal the Evergael to claim Radagon's scar seal. Afterward, proceed to the second church for the final tear, and then descend to the ruins at the foot of the church. He recalled that these ruins held the sealed body of the sorceress Selen. He would see it for himself. As for caves and catacombs, she could not recall any of particular importance on the peninsula, so they could wait. This route promised little interference from lesser foes. They would offer him no true challenge, only squander his time. The ancient hero of Zamor, bound within the Evergael, would be his chosen opponent, human-shaped, dangerous, and perfect for honing his skills. When Melina finished her copy, she transported them to the Grace site beyond the castle walls. The spot was deserted, no sign of the merchant Anago. Lucian was unsurprised. Anago had dealings with Castle Morne, and with the rebellion quelled, he had been making frequent trips between the two. With a sharp note of the whistle, Torrent materialized beside him, snorting with anticipation for the road ahead. In recent days, Melina had ridden him only around the outskirts of the castle, and the steed had grown restless for new vistas. Lucian stroked his mane, mounted up, and urged him forward. Following the forest path marked on the map, Lucian wove through dense woodland. Suddenly, a plume of smoke erupted from the undergrowth, and several small saplings transformed into squat, hideous creatures resembling the goblins of fairy tales. Demi-humans, using mimicry to mask their approach. They barked and shrieked, striking their crude weapons against battered shields in a practiced attempt to intimidate their prey. It was a tactic that had served them well until now. At first startled, Lucian quickly recognized them for what they were and felt no fear. Demi-humans not only looked like goblins, their fighting prowess was much the same pitiful. Unmoved by their bluster, he watched them as Torrent snorted in open impatience. The creatures hesitated, then rushed him in a frenzied mob. A single surge of wind blades tore through them, leaving their bodies strewn lifeless upon the ground. Riding onward, Lucian remembered telling BOC to wait for him somewhere in the region. Perhaps, on his way to Stormvale, he would stop by and check. Ahead loomed a rope and plank suspension bridge. Before it lounged a larger, stronger demi-human, likely the chief. Lucian reined in Torrent and dismounted. The lesser demi-human chief was no great threat, perhaps stronger than a lesser Robert by a small margin, but far from worthy of his full strength. The only concern was its proximity to the bridge. A careless burst of wind could easily destroy it. Hearing his approach, the lesser demi-human chief rose, drawing two short blades. It dropped to all fours and lunged. "You'll do for a warm-up," Lucian muttered. With a flourish, he drew his great sword and invoked Lion's Claw. Storm wrapped about him, hastening his aerial roll. The lesser demi-human chief had no time to react before the blade cleaved through its shoulder, nearly bisecting it. The winds roared within its body, then burst outward, rending it apart from within. With a sweep of storm, the blood was cast from the steel. Lucian sheathed the blade, mounted Torrent, and pressed on.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.